Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Genius Successor. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Not all men are created equal. That was what they were both taught early in life. 2 centuries ago, at the tail end of the 20th century, a young baby in China began to glow brightly, scaring her parents. From there, it was an explosion of extraordinary circumstance as people across the world developed superpowers. Thus was the dawn of superhuman society, better known as the Age of Quirks. As quirks began to develop across the world, chaos reigned. People using their abilities to hurt others and sow destruction. It was only the rise of those who fought back that saw society protected. Now, it was an era of heroes, as a profession instead of a passion. Specialized schools were developed that helped train young teenagers into one day becoming the next generation of heroes. A drive that everyone had. And this brings us to our story, 2 young teens of different pasts, both with goals and drives to be heroes. A young Japanese boy, one that is a rarity of this age. Born without a quirk, known as quirkless, he is mocked and derided for his dream. To reach the grand stage of his idol, to be the greatest hero, and to save everyone with a smile. A hero that would stand and give hope to all those who stand with him. And with him is a young man from America, spiteful and angry. Broken and hurt. Abandoned to a foreign land. One who wants to be a great hero, to prove to those that despised him that he could be great, and that he had no need of those in his past. A young man who dreams of naught but to be a hero that can be admired despite his origins. They are on a collision course with their dreams. And with each other. For they want to be heroes. XXXXXXXXX. The 2:15 flight from Los Angeles is now releasing. I repeat, the 2:15 flight from Los Angeles is now releasing. All passengers please proceed to Concourse C for baggage. Zitono Airport was crowded. That was the first thought that Hunter Alabaster had as he wandered out of the flight tunnel. He dodged through a few of the people bustling around, almost tripping over a little boy who was running around. This is ridiculous, he mumbled. He rubbed at his wrists, finding it weird to have them so naked. The indents were still there, and pressing on them made it feel a little better. Looking around with gleaming silver eyes, he tried to find whoever was supposed to be picking him up, only to frown even further when he saw no one. Zoe, the beach she was, had been extremely vague as she had explained his conditions. From what he understood, one of their sisters would be taking care of him while he studied in Japan. More like monitoring me, he thought with a disdainful snort. His sisters would never allow him to do something that would disgrace their mother's reputation. Couldn't even go to the other side of the world without having them keeping an eye on him. There you are. He almost screamed as he whipped around, auburn ponytail flying as he tried to swing at the person. His wrist was grabbed just before his fist could slam into the woman's face. Electric blue eyes sparkled as a freckled cheeks stretched in a grin. Little jumpy there, Hunt? Talia asked. She was dressed not in her hero outfit. Instead, she wore torn jeans and a t-shirt representing some pre-quirk rock band. A heavy leather jacket hung on her slight frame. Her spiky black hair framed her face in a messy bob and stuck out at the ends. This was Talia Grace, better known as the Divine Lightning Hero, Thunderfang, a member of his family's Olympos Fangs. And she had apparently transferred to Muzutafu to be his guardian while he went to school. Hunter scowled but looked away. Whatever. He rustled his backpack on his shoulder, an awkward air permeating him. Can we just go get my bag and get to where we're living? I'm really tired, Talia. She sighed but nodded. Come on, let's get your things. I think you'll like our new place. She led the way, being careful to dodge through people. Hunter stared at her back for a moment before slowly trudging to follow her. With you there, I doubt it. He whispered, clenching his bag strap tighter. XXXXXXXXX. It was actually a really nice apartment. Much nicer than he thought his mom would get him, even with Talia staying there. It had 3 bedrooms, obviously one for him and Talia, but a guest room as well. There was a couple of bathrooms as well as a very spacious living room. It even had a washer and dryer. The kitchen wasn't too big, but he didn't really mind that. He knew how to cook fairly well, but it wasn't like he was Aunt Hestia. Talia had already set up all of the rooms, even his. He had a desk and a TV, and there was a big enough bed for two. His gaming console had already been shipped, and the odds and ends he had picked up in England were on his desk. What do you think? Talia called from the living room as he dropped off his stuff on his bed. It's pretty good. I didn't think she'd give us a place this nice. Little confused on why I have such a big bed. Talia rose a brow. What? You think I wouldn't get you something big? It's big enough for two. The last time I asked for a bed that big, I was given a lecture on how I'm too young to have people in bed with me. That had been a long day. The fight about him dating had been a sore spot ever since he hit PBRY. You know how mom gets. I picked it out anyway. If you say so, Talia. He paused, moving back to see that she was fiddling with her phone. What's up? You get called in or something? Nah, I don't feel like cooking, so I thought I'd order us some takeout. Get you a nice, authentic Japanese meal for your first dinner. She gave him a grin. You up for some traditional ramen, Hunt? He thought for a moment before shrugging. Sure, definitely sounds better than your cooking. A little smirk popped on his lips at the indignant squawk Talia let out. I was there for the last family potluck, Talia. I thought Silena was gonna start crying at your lasagna. Drew and Beckendorf had to drag the poor woman away before she started puking. His sister grumped and crossed her arms. I can still make burgers. She mumbled. Whatever. So, I'll get you some pork ramen. Is spicy pork okay? Yeah. He moved to the door, slipping on his outdoor shoes as he went. That was gonna take getting used to. I think I'm gonna go for a walk. Look around. What? Talia rushed up to the entryway, staring at him incredulously. But you just got here. Don't you want to rest? I'm too keyed up. He explained, standing up after tying up his shoes. I'll be back in a few hours. But, his sister's shoulders drooped. Fine. Just let me know if you need anything. I'll order the food in a couple of hours. He gave a nod. Thanks, Talia. He opened the door, breathing in as the sun hit him. You can call me Fals. The words made him freeze, and he felt the burning of Talia's eyes on his back. I mean, everyone calls me that. It would be nice to. Talia. He turned and glared at her, his hateful gaze freezing her in place. I'm not one of you. You all made that clear. So no, I won't call you that. He turned and walked out, slamming the door closed a little harder than he intended. As he moved down the stairs to the street he growled. Damn it. XXXXXXX. Talia stared at the shut door before looking down at her phone, at the picture on her lock screen. It was a picture from when she had joined their group, when their mother had taken her in after her birth mother's death. All of their sisters along with their mother, all in the same picture. Smiling and happy and proud. Happy to be together. All except Hunter, who was noticeably absent. Damn it. She whispered, squeezing the phone tightly and pressing it to her forehead. XXXXXXXX. That'll be 320 yen, please. The teller said, offering him the bottle of soda he bought. Thank you. Hunter thanked, awkwardly. He really needed to work on his Japanese if he was going to be there for his entire high school life. Passing the woman the money, he left the convenience store. It had been about a couple of hours since he had left the apartment, and he was still just wandering around. Mizudafu was pretty nice, a quiet city for the most part. He liked it. Compared the chaotic bustle of New York, it was a breath of fresh air. At least I can study in peace for the year. He muttered, opening the bottle of soda and taking a swig that burned pleasantly. You got a year to prep for the entrance exam. That was what SCKD the most. While he hadn't been expelled from his old school, he would be waiting a year before officially transferring to his new school. Agreement of punishment for what had happened. It SCKD. He had been one of the top students in the hero course, even without his quirk. And because of her, he had to be shipped off to a foreign country just to get his hero license. And then he had to wait a year for him to be allowed to even try for his new school. This SCKS. He mumbled, taking another swig. It wasn't all bad. He was away from his family, which was nice. No more scowls and spiteful pranks from Phoebe and Darcy and Rose. No more disappointed or disgusted glares from Zoe or awkward smiles from Bianca. No more awkward looks from the rest of their family about why he was there. No more hate from his mother. He blinked as something cold sprayed across his hand. Looking down, he scowled as he saw that he had crushed his soda and spilled it all over himself. He sighed, tossing the now empty bottle in a nearby bin. Just great. He looked up to see that the sun was already starting to set. Geez, I better get back before things dash. His mouth snapped close as a noise echoed, sharp and rumbling. What the? He looked up, before flinching as an even louder, heavier sound repeated. In the distance, he saw an explosion fly above the many buildings of Mizudafu. A villain? He mumbled, moving that way almost instantly. What could that be? He heard someone say as he stopped at a crosswalk. He and his girlfriend were staring curiously at the now steadily continuing explosions in the distance. Maybe another big villain showed up, like the one this morning. Said girlfriend suggested. I heard that All Might has been seen here today, so maybe someone wanted to fight him. All Might? He thought curiously. The thought made him grimace as the light turned green and he sprinted off. As he left, he barely heard the man comment, who would be dumb enough to do that? Who indeed? All Might was a legend of the last 20 years and was regarded in America almost as much as highly as the Olympos Agency or Fairy Tale Agency. He was considered one of the strongest heroes in history. For someone to actually want to fight him was the height of stupidity in Hunter's eyes. He turned a corner and saw there was a crowd of people standing around an alleyway entrance. "Excuse me," he called in butchered Japanese and started digging through the crowd. There were protests, but Hunter ignored them as he moved to the front. His eyes widened at the utter chaos that everyone was gawking at. The first thing to note was that everything was on fire, the source of which was coming from the explosions being released by the obvious hostage's hands. What could barely be seen was a shock of blonde hair. The rest of the person was covered by the thick, oozing slime of the villain, one who was flailing around in a near euphoric glee. "This is amazing!" The slime screamed out, directing the hands towards the mouth of the alleyway. The hostage's hands crackled before another wave of explosions burst out. The onlookers screamed as they ducked and avoided a wave of concussive force. The villain cackled at the damage, utterly uncaring of the onlookers or the struggling of his hostage. "Have to say thanks, kid," he crowed, one massive eye swiveling to look down at his hostage. "You got a pretty good quirk there. Real strong." He continued laughing, even as the teen's struggling grew more rapid. He just threw the teen's arms out and rejoiced in the increasingly frantic explosions. Damn it, Hunter thought with a scowl. Where are the heroes? He looked around before spotting them. An eyebrow ped as he saw them just standing around. One of them, a large man with construction-type support gear and a strong jaw, growled. "I can't do anything to this," he said, clenching his fists. "I can't punch out slime." Rush in quickly and attempt to pull the hostage out. Hunter quickly thought. Strike at the eye to disorient and loosen hold. A tall woman spoke next, looking at the alleyway in betrayal. "My one weakness, one-way streets," she cried. "I can't move." Get on your knees and brave the explosions. Grab up the slime and carefully pull the hostage out. A formless figure dressed as a fireman was putting out fires with the two hoses coming from his arms. "I have my hands full putting out the fires," he called out. Blasting a fresh flame caused moments after he put one out in the same spot. Damn it! Someone else is going to have to help the kid. Ignore the flames and blast the hostage and villain. Hunter gripped the protective barrier so tightly his hands trembled. Collaborate with Potato Jaw over there and ignore the flames at the moment. Direct civilians away and remove the threat. A wooden-masked hero was next to speak, his eyes narrowed in what was definitely a grimace. "I'm at a disadvantage here. Bad quirk compatibility," he called out, growing a thicket of branches form his arm. "We're just going to have to wait. Stay strong, kid. Soak your limbs and extend them." I strike and extract hostage from slime. He was gnashing his teeth now, glaring spitefully at the heroes. His heart was racing in his rage. He could see it in each of their eyes, the cowardice, the unwillingness, the disregard for what was happening. None of them would be doing anything for the kid. None of them would fight to protect this kid, not from any disdain. No, it was their own fear and their unwillingness to fight back, to lay down their lives. Their inability to be heroic. Haha. The slime cackled once more. This is the most powerful suit I've ever had. I bet I could even beat All Might with this brat. Really? This made Hunter even more furious. The heroes were hesitating to fight this moron? Someone who thinks what amounts to possibly a B or A-level quirk could challenge one of the top heroes in the world. His words seemed to agitate the crowd, though. Hey, wasn't All Might chasing this guy earlier? Someone said. All Might? Yeah, I saw him doing it. Hey, where is All Might? Why didn't he stop this guy? Where is he? Someone needs to do something. Hunter growled lowly. So what if All Might hadn't caught the guy? There were half a dozen heroes there right now and no one was doing anything. The hostage was going to die. Do something. He roared, glaring furiously at the heroes standing on the sidelines. The tree face and potato jaw looked over at him, startled. The words were coming out, his rage killing his hesitance to speak Japanese. Even the crowd froze, staring at this foreign teenager as he exploded. Quit acting like cowards. You're heroes, act like it. Waiting for the right quirk. Go out there and do something. Quit hesitating and dash. A flash of black stopped him. Time seemed to stop for a moment, Hunter's vision blocked by someone rushing by. Then time seemed to settle as a small teen about his age rushed past the barrier line towards the villain. His face was twisted in terror, and he was sure the kid was almost psing himself. The crowd screamed and the heroes cried out. Stop, kid! Potato Jaw screamed. Hunter stared at the kid's back as he continued running. The villain saw him and screamed furiously, as if he knew him. He lashed out and the kid dodged near perfectly and threw his backpack from his shoulder. The items inside flew out, and a notebook slammed into the villain's eye, making it recoil. The heroes continued to scream and cry even as the kid slammed against the hostage and started clawing the sludge away from him. Hunter just continued to stare at the kid. His back was trembling, his eyes had been crying, and he had flailed like a scared toddler. He was as civilian as it could get. And all Hunter could see was an amazing hero. He was moving before he even thought why, as the boy pulled the hostage away. Ignoring the renewed screams of the crowd and heroes, he rushed forward, grabbing a long, loose pipe as he went. The hostage got free enough to let loose a large explosion, blowing the villain away and knocking the two teens away. The slime lashed out at them, but Hunter was already there, spinning the pipe in his hand in a sharp twirl that blew the slime away. Back off, asshat! He roared. He ducked another slime tentacle and slashed through it. It got on his shoulder. This stuff is gross. Who the F are you? A loud, scratchy voice roared behind him, before breaking off into retching coughs. He looked back for a moment to see it was the blonde the teen saved. Said teen was hovering over him, almost afraid to touch him but wanting to help so bad. Looking back he saw that the slime villain had driven himself into a frenzy. Problem was that he was focused entirely on them. Heads up! Hunter snapped, pulling the pipe up protectively. Tentacles shot at them, too fast for him to respond. And suddenly there was a wall of muscle in front of him. I've been so foolish. Hunter froze at that. Blinking up at the powerful form in front of him, even he could recognize who it was. The fist of Izuku, the greatest alumni of University of Southern California's Advanced Heroics Department. The one who stopped the coup of Red Tyrant in East Russia. The number 7 hero in the world. The one who saved everyone. The Japanese symbol of peace. All Might. I couldn't practice what I preach and almost failed because of it. He sounded as if he was struggling, smoke wafting off his form. The slime was digging into him slightly but couldn't seem to truly pierce his flesh. You, the whelps who have no right to yet be on the battlefield, are more heroic than I. Hunter stared confused. What was he talking about? All Might. The green-haired teen whispered behind him. He looked back, hoping he knew what the hero was going on about. But all he could see was sheer awe. Actually, it was in both him and the blonde guy's faces. And that means that I must prove myself once more. All Might said loudly, waving a heavy arm to blow away the slime spears. Hunter gripped his pipe tighter as he felt the wind from that strike flow. How strong was this guy? Because a hero should always be willing to put his life on the line to save others. He pulled back his right fist, pet in. Get down. Hunter snapped, tackling the other two teens as quickly as he could. What are you? The green teen cried. Beefy, the blonde coughed out. All Might. Slimeface screamed. Detroit Smash. Power. That was the only word that Hunter could describe it as. Overwhelming, world-trembling power. He had recognized the strike as a full-force power punch and knew that if a single wave of the arm could generate so much force, then a punch would do even more. And it did. The force was completely overwhelming. The slime was blown away like water droplets in the face of an industrial fan. A cyclone of force flew high, and the sky responded. As the force exploded out at its peak, the clouds responded and moved in the space created. They darkened rapidly and suddenly it began to rain. He changed the weather with a punch. Green muttered. What kinda jumped-up bullshit is this? Hunter said incredulously. Was this what it meant to be at the top? Was this what his mother could do? XXXXXXXXXX. You reckless idiots, what the hell were you thinking? I think that was point, Jerky. Hunter grumbled. Don't sass me, boy. Construction head, or as the green-haired teen next to him had whispered, Death Arms, really? Snapped back. Then don't treat us like morons. They were sitting on the curb outside the alleyway, all three of them. The blonde had paramedics surrounding him as he wheezed. Some of the lamer-looking heroes were surrounding him and praising him for some reason. All the while he glared at Hunter and the green-haired kid who introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya earlier. Like full-on hate glare. Like the ones Phoebe would give him when he hit PBRY. PBRY effin' Successor. Meanwhile, he and Izuku were being scolded for rushing into danger. And usually Hunter would have been accepting of it because he had been pretty stupid. But he wasn't gonna take it from these clowns. Not my fault I decided to do something. He snapped back, scoffing in derision. He looked over to see that All Might was looking at them. You could have been hurt. Treebark guy, apparently called Kamui Woods, scolded. Yeah, by my own choice. You know, that part of free will us humans have. This isn't something to joke about, brat. The giant woman, now shrunk to shorter than him, named MP Lady snapped. Only joke here is you, bimbo. What did you say? She roared, having to be restrained by Death Arms. Kamui gave the woman a deadpan look before turning back to him. Look, I get what you wanted to do, but it was reckless and dangerous. Both of you could have been really hurt. The scolding hadn't fazed him, but it seemed to work on Izuku. He hunched over in apparent shame. He broke down a little, clenching the knees of his pants tightly. Kamui glared, unrelenting. You're not pros. You should have let us handle it. He scolded the boy, who hunched even further. And that was it. Because you weren't doing anything. He roared. He stood up quickly, getting in the man's face. Kamui took a step back in surprise. Behind him, the other two paused, looking just as startled. You just stood aside and did nothing. You hid away and were going to let the blonde moron who kept blasting his quirk die because, what, you didn't want to get some scorch marks on your costumes? His yelling was getting progressively louder, and it seemed to be getting everyone else's attention. Even the reporters around All Might were turning to look at them, and some of the crowd were whispering in shock. But Hunter didn't care. He was just angry. You act all high and might, but at the end of the day, none of you were doing anything but standing around with your thumbs in your buttes. I can't punch him out. I can't go in one-lane alleys. Bad quirk compatibility. He spat at Kamui's feet, a furious snarl splitting his mouth open and bearing in a vicious snarl. That sheet. What I saw weren't heroes. What I saw were effing cowards. The media was getting curiously closer, and the heroes seemed to realize that. Kamui and Death Arms stood at their full height, even as Lady seemed to panic a bit. "Look, kid," Death Arms started, but Hunter waved a hand out. "Shut up," he snapped. Looking down, he hoisted Izuku up by his shoulder. The guy squealed a little, startled. "This guy here. He ran out when he shouldn't. It was reckless, it was stupid. He had no idea what he was doing. He most likely would have died, either by explosions or by slime." At this the kid seemed flinch and slump in shame. "And it was the most heroic thing I've seen ever. Stupid but heroic." That stopped them all, and the world seemed to freeze, as if Hunter had violated some rule. But I'm quirkless," Izuku stammered. That made him pause, looking at the teen confused. "Is that supposed to matter or something?" he asked, looking at him confused. All he got was a bewildered look back. "Okay, whatever." He looked back to the suddenly even more freaked-out heroes. This guy went and rushed out, willing to risk his life when he didn't have to, all to save someone. Something that none of you were willing to do. "Listen here," Kamui said. "No, you stupid cypress tree. Go find some fertilizer." Kamui looked supremely offended at that, and Hunter kept it up. "This kid went out when all of you were too scared to risk your lives. I could see how scared he was, how much he was terrified of dying. And yet he fought tooth and nail to save someone when you wouldn't. He was a hero. And none of you were." He looked over to All Might, who was staring at them with his smile gone, staring at them contemplatively. All Might said it best. A hero must be willing to risk his life to save others. He looked back to the heroes, who now looked even more uncomfortable. "And none of you were. So, to me, you aren't heroes." And with that, he sat back down and waited for his punishment, pulling Izuku down with him. And the awe-filled look the teen gave him was worth every furious glare he was given in as a result. XXXXXXX. Izuku Midoriya felt a little bit better about the whole running into danger thing. Even after the heroes had recomposed themselves of Alabaster's furious tirade and tried to scold him once more, finally giving up when Alabaster moved to stand up again, he had felt a little elation. He had been let go before the other teen and had wandered off, still reeling from the whole event. Kaken had screamed at him for trying to save him, so there was that, but that hadn't put a damper on him either. Least not much. Now on his own, however, he did regret his actions a bit. It just showed more than anything how he couldn't do anything. "I had to be saved again," he mumbled. First from Alabaster, then by All Might. "I guess I should just go home. He had to think about some things. I am here. Or not." "All Might?" Izuku cried. "How did you get here? I thought the reporters still had you." "Ha! As if mere reporters are such a difficulty for me. After all, I am all Bleg." He broke out of his muscle form and spewed up blood. "Ah!" Izuku cried, waving his hands and trying to figure out what to do. When the man settled down, he gave a small smile before slumping forward. "I came to talk to you. To revise what I said earlier, and to make you an offer." "Huh. If I hadn't heard your story, if I had continued on as I had, I would have been fake muscles and a false hero. For that I thank you." "Fake muscles? But it was my fault. I got in your way, caused you to lose the villain. I even asked you such a dumb question, if a quirkless—" "Exactly." That had him look back up. Of all of the people there, of all of the heroes, you and that other boy were the ones to chase it down. That young man was right. You, quirkless and scared, acted when pro-heroes didn't. You inspired me to act. To go forward when I had already reached my limit. The words hit him like a lightning strike to the heart. To hear such words. The greatest of heroes all say similar things that prove themselves. Claiming that their bodies moved before they could even think. Izuku began to tremble. His eyes were blurry with fresh tears, and he hunched over as he held in a gasping sob. He remembered his mother's words, everyone's words, in that moment. "Just give it up, kid. You can't be a hero without a quirk, worthless Deku. You reckless idiots. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry." It wasn't what he wanted to hear back then, Mom. What he needed to hear, what he needed. More than anything back then. That's what you did, wasn't it? He thought to flowing auburn hair and snarling silver eyes. And yet he fought tooth and nail to save someone when none of you wouldn't. He was a hero. He collapsed to his knees, the tears flowing as he bawled. You can be a hero. He cried, even as All Might moved forward, leaning down and putting a hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see that smile on the hero's face. It was as inspiring as when he was in full hero mode. You are worthy. And I would like you to inherit my quirk. What? Both froze and looked to the side. Because standing there, staring in shock, was Hunter Alabaster. Looking as if he didn't know what to do. Well, sheet. All Might. Don't curse. XXXXXXX. It felt like a single moment. And yet, it also felt like an eternity. To these two young heroes, it was the meeting of the closest friends. And even as they would go on, meeting others, working to their dreams, fighting hard and saving others, and finding love and bonds along the way, they would still remember themselves. They would remember the two who looked to each other as heroes, when others wouldn't, and that would stand tall in their hearts, in darkest times and hardest fights, in loving life and brightest days, because they were the greatest, now and forever. They were Izuku Midoriya and Hunter Alabaster. The heroes of light and hope. XXXXXXX. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia or any other fandoms used in this work. The only parts one own are original characters and possibly their powers. My Hero Academia. Hope and Light. Lesson 2. American What Plan? XXXXXXX. Hunter. So, good news, Hunter didn't get into too much trouble. Bad news, they called Talia. What the hell were you thinking? He winced as her voice roared through his phone speaker. He swore he could feel blood pooling in his ear. Of all the dumb things you could have done, this takes the cake. This is worse than your expulsion, times 1,000. You've been in the country for maybe 4 hours, and you not only ran into a villain attack, but mouthed off to several heroes as well. Publicly. Well, that was harsh. In my defense, I wasn't the first to jump out. He pointed out. That doesn't make it better, Hunter. She screamed back. You could have died. I'm fine, Talia. Was he whining? It sounded like whining. Look, I'm sorry. I'll be careful from now on. And I'll take whatever punishment you decided is needed. Just, please don't tell Mom about this. It was silent for a moment and his heart nearly stopped. A quiet Talia was never good. You'll write apology letters to the heroes you yelled at. Well, that was the best he was gonna get. Even if it did SCK. And I want you home right now. Got it? He mumbled. Just come home please. I will. Bye. He hung up. Leaning his head back, he gave a sigh. He had finally gotten away from the heroes after suffering through an awkward scolding from them. It had taken them a few tries, because he was scowling and moving to yell at them any time that they tried to puff themselves up. Eventually, Kamui Woods just gave a grunt and told him to go on and don't let it happen again. Realizing he was free, he got out of there as fast as he could. He hadn't realized until after the fact, but it was a good thing that they just let him go. He was a foreign national there on a student visa, but the Japanese weren't the most accepting of foreigners. They could have arrested him for sure. He would have to thank Talia for whatever she had done when they called her. She obviously made things a whole lot easier for him. He'd have to do something nice for, no matter how much it made him want to puke. Well, better get home. He muttered, stowing his phone, and wandering through the neighborhood streets as best he could. He didn't really know where he was going, but the longer he took getting back, the better. A part of him was still worried that Talia would call their mother, and that made him hesitate to get back as quickly. Turning a corner, he stopped as he saw at the end of the street a familiar head of green hair. Is that? He muttered, squinting. A smile broke out as he saw that it was that guy, Izuku. Wait, he was trembling and hunched over with some weird skeleton dude standing over him. Red flag. Hey, bone guy. He called, scowling protectively at the guy. He didn't seem to hear, so he started running over. He ran faster as Izuku fell to his knees. Hey, leave him alone. You can be a hero. And he tripped and fell. His nose slammed hard against the pavement, and it hurt like heck. This Esikas. He ummed quietly. Standing back up, he tried to say something as the man kneeled down and put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You are worthy. And I want you to inherit my quirk. Hold up, what? Ugh. He must have been louder than he thought, because both teen and weird old guys' necks snapped as they turned to look at them. Sheet. Couldn't agree more, skeleton dude. Izuku looked at the guy in shock. All Might? He squealed indignantly. Hold up, what? All Might? Hunter screamed. Double sheet. XXXXXXX. Izuku. All Izuku could feel was shame. He was doomed, ruined, a failure of the highest order. Hey, Izuku, are you gonna eat your fries? He looked up to see the auburn-haired teen sitting. Across from him was staring down at the small pile of fries that were left on Izuku's to-go bag. He nudged them over and Hunter scarfed them down like it was his last meal. It was interesting to watch, since the older teen already had 2 double cheeseburgers and 3 bags of fries already. Was this a part of his quirk? All Might had taken them to get some food, bribed Hunter with food, and now all 3 are at a gazebo next to Takoba Municipal Beach. It was an old beach that was filled with trash, so no one ever went there. They could talk there without having anyone overhear. A loud slurp came as Hunter finished off his soda. God, I love W's. Nothing better than cheap fast food. I'm surprised that it was able to survive through the start of quirks. Izuku pointed out. That got a fry waved in his face. He jolted away from it. That's because fast food companies are like cockroaches. They can survive anything. There was a chuckle from next to Izuku. Both looked to see All Might grinning down at them. I'm glad to see you two enjoying yourselves, especially after such a trying day. I hope you do not mind me interrupting to discuss what I brought you here for. With everything that had happened, Izuku had nearly forgotten why they had come there. You said something about an inherited quirk, right? Alabaster asked, popping the fry in his mouth. I'm pretty sure that's not possible. The hero gave a nod. If it weren't possible, I would definitely agree. He looked over to Izuku, and he nearly died of excitement. Because my god, All Might was looking at him. And talking. Tell me, young Midoriya, have you ever heard about my quirk? As in actual details, not the symphony of gossip that usually surrounds me. His mind began to race, digging deep into his mind to remember every detail he had about his hero. It's true that you never really talk about your quirk. In fact, whenever it's talked about in interviews or soundbites, you explicitly dodge the question. A hand found his chin, and he didn't even notice that he had begun to mumble. There's no mention of it on even the more obscure chat forums. No true discussion, no direct explanation. You're the greatest hero in the world, but so much of you is... His mind raced and his words got faster and faster. What the hell? Alabaster's voice snapped him out of it, and he looked up to see the other teen was looking at him in surprise. The energy that came from theorizing left him, old shame and embarrassment filling him instead. Here he was with a new person and All Might too. That was even worse. And all he could do was mess it up. All Might isn't the greatest hero in the world. He's only ranked 7th on the world charts. What did he say? What are you talking? Of course he's the greatest hero in the world. Izuku argued, his stutter complete gone, looking indignantly at the other teen. He's the greatest. The symbol of peace. Japan's symbol of peace. Alabaster gave a flat look as he pointed to an amused All Might. And yeah, he's awesome, but the only one who really worships him in America is the actual #1, Star and Stripe, and that's because she's a bigger fangirl than you are. Wait, Star and Stripe was a bigger fan of All Might? That's so cool. Besides, my favorite is Rangaminiad in the UK. She's way better and she's ranked 4th. Those were fighting words. All Might's better. He's stopped so many. Rangaminiad has done even more. There was that incident with the Red Tyrant. Oh please, that was a coalition, even if he fought the guy solo. He's been the #1 hero in Japan for almost 20. Yeah, but he's so old. XXXXXXXX. Toshinori. As weird as the argument was, it was nice to see two people be so emotional about heroics. It warmed Toshinori's heart something fierce. Although this is getting a little ridiculous. He muttered, staring at the two teens as they got progressively more annoyed with each other. And another thing, Rangaminiad's definitely not as strong. She could beat All Might with her eyes closed. You take that back. And that's my cue. He decided. Stop arguing. The teens paused at his shout, young Alabaster holding his soda cup like a weapon and young Midoriya clenching tightly to a notebook. Where did that come from? Both looked up to him before settling down and mumbling out their apologies. That's better. Now, we were talking about my quirk before, were we not? Midoriya nodded excitedly. Yeah, we were talking about how it's transferable. He trailed off, looking at Toshinori in confusion. So, what? You can just give your quirk to someone? Alabaster asked with a ped brow. That's kinda insane, sir. It is the truth, however. Toshinori said. This power was transferred to me, and I am able to do the same to you. This is the power of the quirk known as One for All. One for All. Both teens now looked at him in awe, and a swell of pride filled him. Yes, a power that is transferable. One cultivates the power, cultivating and magnifying it, before passing it on to the next. The cycle repeats itself on, gaining strength and experience and crystallizing this wonderful ability into something amazing. A network of power that links those that came before. Heroes whose strength and courage to do what is right, and to fight beyond what is wanted. And now, young Izuku Midoriya, I believe it is time my quirk is passed on to you. To be my successor and stand strong as One for All's next wielder. He jabbed a thin, bony finger in Midoriya's stunned face. Come now, young man, be more excited. Ding, that is so cool. Alabaster whispered in awe, a giddy grin splitting his face. See? At least one of them is excited. But why? Toshinori looked to his would-be student. Midoriya was staring down at the wooden table, shoulders hunched and gripping his elbows tightly. Why would you consider me? He asked. I'm quirkless, weak and useless. How can you think that I would be worthy of the quirk? What little Toshinori could see of his face was despondent, as if he couldn't understand why he would pick him. Alabaster looked just as confused. What's being quirkless got to do with anything, man? He asked, looking between them. Now it was their turn to be confused. Quirkless people can't be heroes? Midoriya said. It came out more like a question. Toshinori winced at young Midoriya's words, regret bubbling in his stomach. He really would have to make it up to the boy for his terrible words. Since when? 2 of the top 100 in the US are quirkless. What? Midoriya yelled. Now that was news to Toshinori. Then again, I haven't interacted much with the states outside of WHA emergencies. He thought. There was so much to do here in Japan that he sometimes forgot about his one-time home. Who are they? He asked curiously. Knight Frame is one, uses an exoskeleton shaped like a medieval knight and a sword. He's ranked about 72nd, I think. The other one is Grappler, who is an expert in pancration and other wrestling techniques. Just broke the top 100 last month. He looked between the two once more. I guess it's not a thing here? Midoriya flinched but nodded. It's not a rule anymore, but there's a lot of prejudice against the quirkless in Japan, especially because they're not as common. People always told me it was impossible to be one. And that hurt to hear, especially because of Toshinori's own mistakes just that afternoon. It also brought back so many bitter memories, ones he now realized he had forgotten in his hunt to be the symbol of peace. It made him all the more remorseful for his treatment of young Midoriya. Alabaster hummed, mulling over Midoriya's words. I guess I could see that. The states are little more open-minded from what I've heard growing up. Toshinori would agree and disagree about that but didn't speak up. The prejudice is a little different, but I think you could be one. But I think we should hear out All Might first. That drew Midoriya's eyes back to him. He shot the American teen a thankful look before addressing his would-be successor once more. Young Alabaster is right. Please call me Hunter. Less of a mouthful. Young Hunter is right. You are quirkless, young Midoriya, and you have suffered because of such. And yet, that is what makes you so amazing. You, the weak, he didn't notice the slumping of Midoriya's head. scrawny, now shoulders were slumped. Nerd. One who has never been successful in a fight, I'm sure. All Might, stop, you're killing him. Alabaster cried in horror, waving his arms. And yet, you were the only one who was willing to go out there, to fight when no one else was willing, even me. The teens shot back to looking at him. And Toshinori was relieved to see a glint of something bright in those verdant green eyes. You went out there to save that boy when no one else would. To fight when others were too scared to. And in that moment, you were more heroic than even me. There were tears running down Midoriya's face now, thick and wet. It spurred Toshinori on. You were a hero. A brave, kind one that did what was needed. And that is why I believe that you are worthy of this wondrous power passed on. All Might. The boy cried. Toshinori let the boy cry for a moment before helping him up. He looked over to the other teen. Alabaster just sat there, a curious smile on his face. I hope I don't have to ask for your secrecy for this, young Alabaster? He asked. If the boy revealed anything, it would be a disaster. Would anyone believe me as it is? He joked. But no, I'll keep it a secret. Izuku's pretty cool, and I know when something needs to be kept a secret. At this, his lips twitched into a scowl before schooling his features. Anyway, I'll keep your secrets. On one condition. And that is? He asked warily. He looked over to see that Midoriya had stopped crying and was looking between the two in a panic. He would admit, he was close to panicking as well. He didn't really know this boy all that well, had no true knowledge about him. Would he want money? Something extravagant? A free pass to being a hero? I want to help. Or it could be something altruistic. Pardon? Toshinori asked. Looking at Midoriya, he was just as stunned. Alabaster just shrugged. I want to help. He said again. I like Midoriya, and I agree with you that he could be a great hero. He jumped in when no one else would, and he looked like he was gonna PSS himself as he did so. It was incredibly reckless, but he did good. I kinda wanna help that get better. At this, he gave an apologetic grin. Besides, I was kinda hoping that by helping out, you could help me with my training as well. What do you mean? Midoriya asked curiously. I'm slated to take the UA entrance exam next year. Wanted to get some training in before it happened. You're going to UA? It was surprising how loud such an unassuming teen could be. Midoriya was staring at Alabaster with sparkling, admiring eyes. Alabaster gave an embarrassed shrug. They're considered the best hero school in Japan. Considering I was at Liberty High before all of this, I think it would be the best shot. Liberty High? Oh wow, he was with young Midoriya on this one. If UA was the greatest school in Japan, then Liberty High School in Kansas City was considered the same in the States. That's the same school that produced some of the best heroes in America. Of the top 10 over there, 8 of them were from Liberty. Wow. That was impressive. Why come here though? Toshinori asked. Were you Gen Ed and wanted to try for a different hero program? It wouldn't be the first time. Liberty was regarded as one of the hardest hero programs in the world to get into. And they accepted 100 applicants every year as opposed to UA's, nah, I was hero course. He was really batting 1,000 today, wasn't he? Yeah, I was a freshman there. Was actually in the top 20 of my year. The teen grimaced at this though. Then I got in trouble and so I was expelled. At this he used air quotes, before shrugging. What did you do? Toshinori was curious. Liberty wouldn't expel him without a proper reason. Beat up 10 hero students, including the number 1 student in my grade, who might have also been the principal's granddaughter. That would do it. What? It seemed as if Midoriya was just as shocked. Why would you do that? Alabaster scratched the back of his head. Well, I was arguing with Ms. Number 1 when she slapped me. Then I shoved her. Then she punched me, and then things kinda devolved from there when the other students started going after me. But, seeing as I beat up quite a few before they were able to stop me, and the first I beat up was the principal's granddaughter, I was the one who was let go. The words were so nonchalant that they were almost believable. And it was enough for young Midoriya, who seemed to take Alabaster's words at face value. But, not to Toshinori, he had spent far too long in the game to not recognize the tells. A twitch of the lip, a squinting of the eyes, a shift of his arms. There was more to the story, a lot more that wasn't being told. Years of experience told him that much. He wouldn't say anything though. Not yet. It was obviously still fresh. Earlier, the teen had said that he had just gotten to Japan that day. It was most definitely still raw for the teen. Thankfully, Midoriya was oblivious. This made his next question break the tension. 10 students, wow. He frowned, however. But if you're that strong, how do you need help? That made the older teen sheepish once more. Well, I have very little experience with my quirk due to extenuating circumstances. He shuffled a bit as if he didn't know what to say. Toshinori noticed him rub his wrist slightly. Because of that, I'm just now figuring out how to use it properly. Something nudged at Toshinori about that. Wait, are you saying you were a top hero student without a quirk? He asked. Kinda? What I had was plenty of experience in fighting and training. He shrugged once more. I've been doing it for most of my life, you know? Between my sisters and my teachers, I've had enough experience to handle some freshmen. Geez, talk about overkill. Then what is your quirk? Midoriya asked. Alabaster held up his left hand. Suddenly, a bright light encompassed it, almost as if a milky cloud was covering it. It's called Divine Light. It's my mother's quirk, her and my uncle's. He gripped the table with the glowing hand, and Toshinori wasn't surprised to see it cracking under his grip. It acts primarily as an emitter-type quirk. I can release a physical form of light from my body, either in the form of physical enhancements or through some type of manifestation. Least, that's what the rest of my family does. I recognize that quirk. Midoriya yelled. And, where did that notebook come from? Isn't that the same quirk as the twin archer heroes, Apollo and Artemis? They use it primarily in conjunction with bows, but I remember hearing they do the same without them. Alabaster nodded. They're my mom and uncle. Although, they haven't taught me how to fight. Like I said, that was my sisters who did that. Again, there was a noticeable amount of venom in young Alabaster's voice at the mention of his sisters. It was a red flag if he had ever heard one before. Anyway, due to certain reasons, I never got to use my quirk much growing up. I was hoping that, with how experienced you are, that you'd be able to help. It was a fair idea, all things considered. However, Toshinori knew the problem already. I can try to help, young Alabaster, but I don't know how much I will be able to do. You see, I never struggled to use one for all, so I don't know how that will retain itself in regard to your quirk. That made the teen grimace. I see. He sighed. Still, I'd love to help out if I can. Izuku's a cool guy, from what I've seen. Plus, I have a training buddy this way. He shot a small smile at Midoriya, one that was shakily reciprocated. Toshinori smiled before clapping his hands. That's all well and good, but I believe we can hash out all of the details another time. It is late after all. Both boys checked their phones for the times and paled in near synchronization. My mom's gonna kill me. Midoriya mumbled in horror. Same with Talia. Alabaster agreed. He shot up, grabbing his trash to throw away. I need to go. See you two later. And he started rushing away the moment he dumped his waste in the trash can. Come by at 5 tomorrow morning, young Alabaster. Toshinori called out, getting a wave in return and a call of, it's Hunter. I'll have to remember that, he thought. He then turned to the remaining young man and shot him a small smile. I'd offer a ride home, but I actually came on the power of muscle. Here, Toshinori switched to his hero form before immediately breaking back down into his skinny form and spewing blood. Midoriya, reasonably, panicked at the sight. He chuckled. Ha! No worries, young Midoriya. It happens. Now go on home. The green-haired teen frantically bowed before running off himself. Another chuckle left him as he watched him scamper off so quickly. He turned back to the beach and looked on. Piles of trash stretched across the sand, marring what was once a beautiful beach with rust and grime. And yet, Toshinori didn't just see trash. He saw opportunity. Now to come up with a plan. XXXXXXXX. Hunter. You're late. Hunter flinched at the furious screech of his sister. Sorry, Talia. He mumbled. Talia had been hovering in front of the door the moment he had gotten home. If the way she was panting was any indication, she had also been pacing. Initially she had been terrified when he had walked in. But when he assured her that he was fine, she had immediately switched to an all-encompassing fury that would have made Clarice proud. Since then, she had been destroying his eardrums with the loudest tirade he had ever experienced. It was so loud and so shrill that it outmatched the worst sounds that Will Solace could let out by a mile. And another thing, what do you think you're doing running around into villain attacks for? I really should let our mother know if you're going to be this stupid. Please don't tell Mom. Hunter pleaded. He didn't want to know what Artemis would do if she found out that he had gotten in trouble on the first day he was there. Look, I was just hanging out with a friend that I met. He's a really cool guy and he was the other one who got into trouble with me. We were just eating some W-donas and hanging out at Tacoba Beach. Talia pet an eyebrow at that before huffing. All right, as long as you're okay, she fixed him with a stern look. But let me know if you're going to be out later, okay? You gave me a real scare there, little brother. He grimaced but nodded. It wasn't like he didn't get where she was coming from. Talia was his guardian, after all. She was supposed to make sure that he was okay, especially considering he was in a foreign country now. Talia seemed satisfied with the nod. She shot him a smile as she wandered off to the kitchen. Anyway, I got the ramen earlier. You hungry? He honestly was. Even with the WC donas, he had plenty of room for more food. Sure, sounds good. They sat at the table off of the living room, unwrapping the to-go bowls. It was surprisingly good for what he assumes was cheap takeout. What's the name of this place? Ibuki's. 2 blocks east. It's good. Gonna have to take Izuku there. Talia looked up to him from her noodles. Is that the name of your friend? She asked. Yeah. Cool dude, really. Little nervous, but definitely a good guy. Why is that? Bullied, I think. If the stutter and self-deprecation were anything to go on. Ah. He slurped up the last of his ramen, smacking his lips after swallowing. Getting up, he gave a satisfied sigh as he collected his stuff. Thanks for the meal, Talia. Wanna watch a movie? He wouldn't mind it. Talia looked tempted but gave a disappointed shake of her head. I've got the dawn patrol tomorrow for my new agency. Maybe tomorrow. Hunter nodded but paused as he thought of something. What time you getting up? For, why? All Might did say meet him at, think you could wake me up? I've got something I need to do. He should have just told her that he was meeting his friend. Talia was too curious for him to be vague. There was no telling what she would do if he gave in even a little bit. For all he knew, she would change her patrol route to go by the beach. Even now, she was ping a brow at him, same curious glint in her eye that made half of their sisters run for the hills. And just what needs you to be out at 5 in the morning? Hunter wondered for a moment for what to say. Well, my friend, Izuku? She nodded when he gave a shrug of the shoulders. He got scouted by a hero and was offered training. I thought I'd help out. Give me a training buddy too, you know? Talia frowned for a moment before nodding. That sounds reasonable. It'll give you something to do as well. I don't want you just sulking around the neighborhood all the time. He wouldn't have done that. Too much anyway. Talia grimaced. I was kinda hoping we could train in our off time, though. She murmured. A tension tightened on his spine, and he straightened up. It took everything he had not to snarl. I think I need a little more time before we do that, Talia. He whispered. The hurt on her face was palpable, but she still nodded in resignation. You should get to bed, if you're getting up so early. He nodded silently before turning back. As he closed the door behind himself, his shoulders slumped. Why did it feel like he just did something horrible? XXXXXXXXXX. The dean of UA was small. That was the first thing that came to Hunter's mind. The second was that he scared him. So, we feel that it would be best for Hunter to join UA starting next year. The principal was as cold as usual, eyes straight and uncaring. Hunter could never read him, no matter what he did. Such a promising young student shouldn't have to be constrained as he is. Translation? His mom had pulled the strings to reduce his expulsion, but he couldn't be allowed back to liberty. With how much the rest of the student body hated him, it made Hunter too much of a liability to keep around. His mom spoke up this time, her voice as cold as the principal. As distant as it had been since the office. My son will obviously prove to be a valuable student. He has some of the highest scores in his grade and has proven capable at a martial level near that of higher grade students. He will fit in nicely with your first-year class. She sat with back straight and face blank, as if she wasn't sending her only son across the world, like a regular parent-teacher meeting even. It was a painful reminder of their distance. He looked her over, for once in something outside of casual clothes or her hero suit. It was a dark business with silver, of course, highlights and undershirt. The long auburn hair she shared with him was pulled back into a sharp, high ponytail. She wore no makeup, but he had seen heads turn her way as they had walked through the school. She was beautiful. Artemis Alabaster turned heads wherever she went. And it made him feel all the smaller next to her. As insignificant as it always had. The members on the other side TV screen were silent as his mother's words sank in. It was just the three of them. Hunter sat in one seat as the other housed his mother. The principal sat behind his desk, hands steepled together in front of his mouth. All three sat staring at the TV sticking between bookshelves across the room. On the other side of the TV sat the large rodent that was Dean Nizu of UA. Behind him stood two teachers, a gorgeous woman that was in what could only be a Dimrex outfit, who his mother has glared at furiously the moment she had seen her, and a thin, stern-looking man wearing a cloak that covered his whole body, excluding his black skull-like head. They had been relatively silent as the principal and his mother had spoken, unwilling to give away anything. He would have thought the screen had been frozen if not for the fact that their eyes had been trained on Hunter the entire time. He knew because he had shifted at one point, stopping at his mother's glare, and they had followed his movements. Well, Nizu? I feel it would be a benefit. You'd get a member of the famed Olympia family in your school. The principal waved his hands at Hunter, and it took everything he had not to snarl. I'm sure that UA would see he is a fantastic addition to. Why is Mr. Alabaster wearing quirk suppression cuffs? The question was asked so calmly, so casually, that even the principal was startled. His hands paused in the middle of the air. Hunter felt a freezing tingle run up and down his spine, and he couldn't stop the look that he shot his stone-faced mother. He prayed to God that no one noticed. God wasn't willing, however. So, it was you, Artemis? The woman asked, the DMNRX who had introduced herself as the heroic art history teacher, Midnight. I should have expected such from one of your reputation. Oh, that wasn't good. He winced as his mother's face finally broke from its stone-cold lock, twisting into a vicious snarl. Silver eyes flashed with suppressed light. You have no idea what you are speaking of, Midnight. She growled. Hunter sidled a little further away, his cheek twitching in phantom pain. Don't try to avoid it. How long has he been wearing them? It was starting to devolve into a fight. One that wouldn't end well. It's fine. He blurted out, waving his hands as if to prove that he was okay. I'm a fantastic fighter without my quirk, anyway. It was good training, not having to rely on it. I can take down some of the best in my year without even needing to. They will be coming off. Once more, someone was interrupted by Dean Nizu. There was something vicious, feral even, in those beady black eyes. The way he stared mother and son down left the hairs on the back of Hunter's neck standing up. While I am sure that you would perform admirably without your quirk, Mr. Alabaster, I feel it would better if you were to perform whole. At this, he looked back over to Hunter's mother, and the look grew even more vicious. I have never more disappointed in a parent than I am now, Miss Artemis. The fact that your child is adjusted to having quirk-suppressing cuffs on says far too much on your parenting abilities. I would have thought that after what happened to your wife that you would be more protective of your own child. His mother bolted up at the mention of his mama, and even he felt indignation at such a declaration. Dean Nizu, please, he broke off, biting down the sob that always came at the mention of his mama. Dean Nizu looked him in the eye before closing them and giving an apologetic sigh. I apologize. That was too far. I have been noted to be a little too vicious to you humans when I see an injustice. Here, his eyes opened once more, black steel that possessed such intensity it could be felt, even here in America. But I refuse to have a student be forced to wear such violations of nature. A quirk is a gift, and to harm a child so badly. Behind him, Miss Midnight was looking at Hunter with unrestrained concern. Her pretty blue eyes were making him uncomfortable. He was unused to concern. He never got it. His mother fell back into her seat, an expression he couldn't read on her face. She gave a nod to the rodent, however. Is that your condition for his acceptance? It will be an admission qualification. Here, a small smile broke out on Nizu's face. He will still need to take the entrance exam, same as anyone else. I'm sure he will do well, though, if Liberty has him in the hero course. It was a confidence that he knew he could follow. If the entrance exam was anything like Liberty's, it meant fighting. He was good at that. His mother was quiet for a moment longer before nodding. They'll be off tonight, she assured. Now. The words were in order, demanding, precise, and cold. He saw his mother flinch at the tone, a scowl breaking out. Still, she nodded and produced a key from her pocket. Did she always have it? He wondered, stuck between fury and sadness. He always assumed that his grandfather, Zeus, had it. It had been his order after all. One his mother never disagreed with, if her having the key indicated anything. The key was put in the lock of the first cuff, and it fell to the wooden floor with a clatter. Then the next. The moment that the cuff fell from his left wrist, it was like being splashed with cold water. He breathed in and released. Light burst from his mouth, a cloud of white that faded after a moment. He felt stronger, freer. Thank you, sir, Hunter said quietly. Nizu nodded, and attention left all three of the Japanese teacher's shoulders. Had they been that worried? I expect great things from you, Hunter Alabaster, the dean said. Now that you can realize your full potential. Hunter looked at his mother. She sat there, key dangling limply in her right hand. She was looking at him, an expression on her face that he couldn't begin to decipher, let alone try to understand. A coldness filled him, one that wasn't filled with fear or wariness. With the distant, uncomfortable sadness no longer present. It was a hate-filled cold, the kind that would be felt for an enemy. He wondered what that said about him. About his family. Of course, sir. What the hell am I looking at? When Talia woke him up that morning for his training, he had been eager for it. This was the #1 hero in Japan for almost 20 years straight, the #7 hero in the world. While the training was primarily for Izuku, Hunter was sure that he could pick up plenty as he went along with it. Anything to be a great hero. He just didn't expect to see Izuku trying to pull a full-sized fridge across the sand. With All Might laughing disturbingly atop of said fridge in his muscle form. Even more disturbingly, the Japanese symbol was taking pictures of Izuku as he struggled. Maybe I should have gone with Talia, he thought. Dealing with his sister would be nothing less than completely awkward, but it most likely would be better than dealing with the obvious lunacy he was at the moment. Selling for a penny. I don't think you're going to be pulling that thing anytime soon, Izuku, he called out. His friend gave him a grunt before trying again to pull the fridge. All Might just continued to take pictures as he laughed like a madman. Sure is comfy from atop this fridge, young man, he called. Why, it sure would be a shame if started moving on me. Izuku pushed one more time before slipping in the sand and falling to the ground. Hunter winced as his friend's chin hit the sand. The younger teen laid there panting for a moment before pushing himself onto his hands and knees. It would be a lot easier if I wasn't trying to pull an extra 274 kilos. He called out, a tinge of annoyance actually coming out. Hunter was torn between surprised pride that Izuku could show annoyance and being disturbed that he knew All Might's weight to the kilo. There was a limit to hero worship, man. Said hero just laughed a little. Actually, I've slimmed down quite a bit. Now I am at 255 kilos. I apologize. Hunter just stared at the two. You two are weirdos, he decided. Izuku ignored him and looked back at his teacher. By the way, All Might, he said. Why am I pulling this fridge anyway? And the rest of this trash too? All Might looked away. Because you are ill-suited as a vessel for one for all, he said. It was almost mocking. A&Q the waterworks. But you said I was worthy of your quirk though. Izuku cried, voice thick with betrayal. Spiritually tis. But physically, you are not even close to being worthy. All Might hopped down from the fridge, hands on hips. You are not able to handle the physical burden that one for all will leave on your body. If I were to give it to you right now and you were to use it, the recoil from even a single movement would be too much. The most likely result would be that you blow all of your limbs off and die. Well, what the hell are you talking about? Hunter said, even as Izuku screamed in horror. There's that much power in this quirk? Of course. I've cultivated it for a long time, and as such it possesses immense power. And young Midoriya's scrawny body would never be able to handle everything about it. Hunter hated to admit it, but All Might had a point. Izuku was scrawny, and not in the way a hero could be. Even in his loose shirt he could tell the younger teen had never done much physical work. At most just enough to not atrophy. So, what I'm doing is getting my body stronger so I can use one for all safely? Izuku asked. At All Might's nod, he put a hand to his chin. Then this is just an intense gym workout, with you as my trainer. He looked around. But why here and not an actual gym? Wouldn't that be better? At this, All Might's already massive grin grew even larger. That is twofold, young Midoriya. Using the different types of trash upon this beach, you will be able to work on different muscle groups and keep a good balance. This way that you will not become too bottom or top heavy and throw your form out of whack. You mean like you? Hunter asked sardonically. No comments from the peanut gallery, young Alabaster. All Might said without missing a beat. Was he ever gonna call him Hunter? And there is another reason to do so. An altruistic reason. Tell me, both of you, what do you know of this beach? Hunter looked incredulously at the pro. You do remember I've only been in this country for a day, right? He asked. All Might looked at him for a moment before looking away awkwardly. That's what I thought. To answer your question, it looks like people keep dropping their excess crap here. Alabaster? Izuku paused as Hunter gave him a scolding look. I mean, Hunter's right. Takoba Beach has a weird current that has trash flow straight onto the beach. It always looks like a mess because of this. It doesn't help that other people dump their trash here even though they know they shouldn't. All Might nodded. Both of you are correct. It makes it a true shame that no one ever works to improve things here, and that is why I decided to train you here. He put a heavy hand on the fridge. Hunter's shoulders tensed as it crumpled under the man's hand. Young heroes nowadays are in the business for the glory of it. The fame, the money, the rewards. They've forgotten what the most important aspect of heroism is. He pushed down with a quick shove. And the fridge flattened. A whoosh of wind nearly blew the two teens away as the appliance became a pancake. They have forgotten the need to help others. The people. The community. The environment. The altruistic part of heroism is to aid others. The speech made the teens pause, both looking at All Might in awe. So, the first step for you to become a hero, young Midoriya, is to bring back the beautiful ocean view that this beach so sorely needs. Cleaning up? Hunter hummed. He's kinda right. Community cleanups, especially on beaches, have always been one of the biggest community service acts in history. My mother hosts quite a few with different environmental groups. It was one of the few times that he had ever gotten along with her, when they were cleaning up beaches and forests across the country. Correct. Young Midoriya, you want to go to UA, correct? Both of you do, in fact. Izuku nodded, a small smile on his face. It's where you went, All Might, so that's where I want to go as well. This fanboy. But I can't do so without a quirk. Izuku looked curiously to All Might, who nodded. Hunter frowned but didn't say anything. And UA's hero course is the toughest. So, if I want to get there, then in the next 10 months, before the entrance exam, I need to mold myself into a proper vessel. Correct once more. All Might crowed. And to do so I have this. And that's when All Might pulled out a sheaf of papers from somewhere, and passing them to Izuku. What is it? Hunter asked. My self-designed, aim to pass, the American Dream, plan. The what? I'm sorry, what? Hunter asked, looking at the crazy weirdo in front of him. What the hell kinda name is that? A name that injects the splendor of strength and freedom into young hero hopeful's body. Just like this plan. Oh God, All Might's an American geek. Westaboo, I think's the term? Hunter thought, realizing he was dealing with two major fanboys. Just different flavors. He shook his head before reaching for the stupidly named plan. Can I see that, man? Izuku nodded and passed it on. He looked it over. All in all, it was a pretty solid plan. It would give Izuku a balance between cardio and strength training, keeping him at equilibrium in muscle growth. It even had a diet and sleep schedule included to facilitate the exercise. He was impressed. But something was bugging him as he flipped through it. A frown grew as he searched for it. For something XXXXXXXXXX. Izuku. It will be hard, young Midoriya. Incredibly so. Izuku nodded at All Might's warning, arms pumping. He knew it would be hard. He had accepted such so long ago. That the way of hero would be difficult was nothing more than truth. Are you sure you are up for it? For a moment, Izuku paused, wondering. It would be a long 10 months. 10 months devoted to nothing but training, and working and struggles. He could fail. He could collapse. It could be too much for him. And yet, I'm going to have to work harder than anyone else. He said, tightening his hands into fists. But I need to do this. To be worthy and to be a hero. He looked up to All Might, his hero, his idol. I'm ready. All Might laughed boisterously. That's the spirit, young Midoriya. He gave a massive thumbs up, smile as present as always. Now let us begin. Hold up. The duo paused as they looked over to their third member, having forgotten he was there in his silence. He was looking at the training plan with a frown on his face. Something wrong, Hunter? He asked. The other teen nodded. Yeah, there's something bugging me about this. He waved the plan at All Might. There isn't anything in here about training him how to fight, All Might. That made the two pause. Izuku looked to his mentor, his face a mask of befuddlement. Why would that be needed? All Might asked. Izuku was confused too. Why would he need that? So that he can actually know how to fight? Hunter said slowly. But he will learn it you. All Might protested. Don't you need to know how to fight to pass the entrance exam? That was a good point. All Might. Izuku squeaked out. His mentor looked awkward, shifting awkwardly in the sand. With one for all, he'll be able to handle anything, I'm sure. All Might said confidently. Mostly. Izuku felt a pit grow in his stomach. Except by your own admission he'll struggle to even use it. At least if, working to make you a proper vessel, is anything to go by. Hunter sighed. Still, even if he can use one for all from the get-go, he still needs to know how fight. I'm sure he can figure it out. The older teen just stared flatly at All Might before turning to Izuku. Izuku, punch me. Izuku froze before squawking. With us? He cried. Why would I do that? Because I said so? Hunter pet an eyebrow at him. Come on, take a swing at me. I can take it. Izuku felt unsure about his new friend's request, but he seemed so determined. Looking to All Might, his mentor gave a curious nod. With a huff, he jogged toward Hunter and pulled a fist back. Just as All Might would. Smash. Wait, why was he looking at the sky? A groan left his lips as he landed heavy on his back. Ow, ow, he groaned, squeezing his eyes shut. It hadn't hurt too bad, but it's still easy to hit the sand with your full weight. See what I mean? Hunter said. He has no fighting experience and has no way to actually hit anything. Even if he could use his quirk, it's not like he would be able to actually strike. I've been in fights before. Izuku protested. He had plenty of experience in fights, plenty from stopping Kaken from hurting people. Ones where you actually fought back? Okay, that was a good point. All Might looked contemplative, smile gone as he pondered. I can see what you mean, young Alabaster. It's gonna be a struggle to get you two to actually call me Hunter, isn't it? Well, young Hunter, do you think you could train him as such? That had the older teen pause, ping his head to the side. It would be good for my own training. Teaching helps refine things in your own fighting style from what I've heard. He shrugged. Sure. I can do it. Thanks, Hunter. Izuku smiled. Hunter smiled back. No problem, man. Happy to help. Then that smile turned malicious. Now be ready to get your body grinded to dust. Because I'm not holding back on you. Izuku's eyes widened as All Might nodded enthusiastically. For some reason, a shiver ran down his spine at the sight of twin gazes gleaming down upon him. Like two predators who found a delicious rodent to prey upon. And so, began Izuku's 10 months of hell. Ones he would come to love and regret. Time till entrance exam, 10 months. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia or any other fandoms used in this work. The only parts one own are original characters and possibly their powers. My Hero Academia. Hope and Light. Lesson 3. Starting from scratch, young hero. Izuku. Izuku assumed that the 10 months of hell that would be his training would be hard. Nothing was easy in this unjust world, especially for someone like him. He didn't think it would entail not keeping food down, though. His new friend, Hunter Alabaster, rubbed his back as he puked for what felt like the 100th time in even one session. I'm kinda surprised he has anything left in him, sensei. The older teen commented. Another retching cough exploded from Izuku's mouth. Well, part of the diet is high in everything needed for muscle growth. That actually means a lot of food. Protein especially. All Might hummed awkwardly as Izuku retched again. Still, he does have a lot to puke up. Another cough broke through before Izuku could finally breathe again. I think that was it. He gasped out. Back to work. Dude, you've puked twice already today. I don't think you should be working out right now. Hunter frowned at him, even as he held a hand out for him to grab onto. Seriously, this is your body saying that it's at the limit. A grunt left Izuku as he stumbled back up with his friend's help. No pain, no gain. He wheezed before jogging back towards the many towers of trash that filled the beach. That is not how that saying goes. Izuku ignored him, though, as he yanked a tire out of one pile. His throat contracted and he held back another wave of nausea before he puked again. It had been about 3 days since he started his training, and he regretted his very existence with every step that he took. Every part of the workout was built around developing his body as quickly as possible. Morning cardio and conditioning exercises included running on the beach, jump rope, and Tai Chi. He would do that before school. After school on certain days was trash collecting, strengthening the body as much as possible by lugging different pieces, all of which worked different muscle groups across his body. A simple full-body workout. One that was slowly killing him. Jamming the tire into the back of All Might's beat-up pickup truck, which Izuku would never say out loud, he gave another heaving gasp before moving to go after another piece. Hunter pet a brow at him as he ran by. You good? He asked. I'm fine. Mostly. His lungs burned and his head felt light. Otherwise, he felt absolutely fine. He grabbed a folding table and stumbled at the awkward grip he had to put around it. He moved it carefully as he started to jog back over to the road. Suddenly, a burst of wind slammed against him and jumbled the table in his hands. It pulled him sideways and Izuku spun. He tried to keep his feet, but his head suddenly felt dizzy, and he fell on top of the table with a thump. Another wheezing gasp left him as his stomach lurched. Then he puked. And that's 3. Yep. Time till entrance exam, 9 months, 3 weeks. School was, weirdly enough, a nice reprieve from his training, especially in his exhausted he was. Mainly because everyone else was ignoring him for the most part. That was fine with him, to be honest. With how overwhelming his training was, he didn't really have the energy to interact with people, well, any more than he already did. The best part was that Kaken had left him alone since the slime villain incident, so he had more breathing room to do what he wanted. A part of him was a little sad to not talk with his old friend, But the other part of him was relieved to not have to deal with the shouting or the explosions or the insults or... He shook his head. Not the time to think about that. He scolded himself, focusing back on his notebook. He glanced up at the teacher to see that he was already ahead of the lesson before focusing on his more important work. His training manual. The first thing to consider is the updates that Hunter included in the manual. He thought, looking over the notes that had been scribbled in the margins. One of the biggest things that his friend had addressed was the morning cardio. Included within, starting at the end of the first month, would be the martial training that they had discussed on the first day. It had been a fight about addressing the issue, but including it within the morning exercise was actually All Might's idea. It had taken some finagling, but they were able to reduce the training times slightly for the stretch. The original plan required about an hour of running, another 30 minutes of jump rope, and finishing up with an hour of Tai Chi. It was balanced to prioritize aerobic exercises and improve stamina as he went, especially in conjunction with the pressure of his weight training. Hunter had taken everything and reduced it further, pushing for 45 minutes of running and 30 of Tai Chi for cool down. Jump rope was reduced to 15 minutes. Hunter's statement that it was good for quick footwork, but that he would be working with Izuku on that as well. He had also set up for active sparring to be the day before trash pickup days, which were split with 2 rest days inside. This would ensure he wouldn't be too tired for either part of his routine. As we go, I'll increase the frequency and intensity of the exercises. Hunter had explained after they had read through everything. It will be planned in accordance with your growth as well as All Might's phases. We're still in the early part of all of your training, and we don't want to overwhelm you before we can even get into the grid of everything. Considering where I need to be at the end of my training, I do not know if I'll be able to reach it at just my base. He thought, reaching up to cover his mouth as he scribbled down notes in his notebook. Formula for: I have about 280 days to be able to reach my objective, clearing out the beach and having the physical strength to be able to utilize one for all. Including required rest days, that would leave me only 93 days to actually train. Even including the extra work that I will be doing with Hunter, that means that I won't be able to do more than a certain amount. At some point, without realizing it, Izuku had stopped speaking in his mind and had started mumbling. For a moment it was quiet, but soon the rest of the class were all looking at him in discomfort. Even the teacher had stopped lecturing to watch his student go on his rant. Should I reduce my sleep hours? No, that would have adverse effects on my health. Most likely it would hurt me in the long run. Night running could help, and I could work out in the free hour between dinner and bed. Maybe even bring a weight to class if I can be subtle about it. Midoriya. But Izuku didn't notice that someone was talking to him. He was far too deep into his planning to even recognize that he was in the classroom anymore. Mutter. If I were to include training in class, I could increase the workout enough to ensure I complete the beach in time. Also included would be the training in the morning with Hunter, and the mutter, and the introduction of heavier weights, and possibly mutter. The muttering grew louder and louder as Izuku worked to write up a different schedule from the one All Might had given him. He felt a pang of guilt at the thought, the shame of going against the plan that was so graciously given to him by his idol. Even worse when that it was the plan revised by the first friend he had in so long. Don't think like that. He muttered, unaware of everyone's increasingly uncomfortable stares. He needed to work harder, he needed to reach further. If he wanted to earn one for all and be as great as All Might, he needed to go further than anyone else. He needed to work harder, fight harder, claw his way. Hey, Midoriya! And a hand sprung out and chopped his head. Izuku jolted up to see the class staring at him, and his teacher had been the one to swat him. He needed to pay attention in class. That's what he needed to do. Mr. Yoshimura looked at him in exasperated concern. Did you hit your head in that villain attack? He asked. If something's up, then head to the nurse. But please don't disturb the class. Sorry, sir. Izuku blurted out. It won't happen again. The teacher nodded and went back to teaching. Around Izuku, his classmates whispered and laughed, looking at him in contempt. Such a loser. How neurotic. Does he still think he can get into UA? Izuku frowned at that one, making the girl who asked it jolt and turn back around from where she had been looking at him. His frown grew confused for a moment before forgetting about it and looking back to his desk. He continued to work on his new training manual, minding himself to ensure he didn't begin muttering once more. He needed to get stronger. Stronger than ever. Time till UA exam. 9 months 3 weeks. XXXXXXX. So, you need some weights for training at home? Hunter asked. Izuku nodded, taking a sip of the protein shake he had brought from home. Mainly just something to work out with while I'm doing homework and stuff. His friend nodded, but then his eyes narrowed in a small glare. You wouldn't be overdoing it, would you? He asked. It took everything Izuku had not to flinch at the question. He took a sip of his shake to hide it and then gave a small smile. No way. He protested. I just feel it would be beneficial in the long run. Plus, I like lifting stuff. It's kinda soothing. The 5 times you've puked in the last few days would say otherwise, Izuku. It was actually 6 times, but he wasn't going to tell his friend that. 3 times in one morning was embarrassing enough. It had been a couple of days since Izuku had started his training, and another cleanup session had preceded the day before. At the same point, he had asked Hunter if he would be willing to go shopping with him that day. Partially for someone to argue what he should get with him, but also for the moral support. Izuku still felt so scrawny and small, and people in whatever sporting goods store he went to would probably look down on him. It made him feel so lame. A sigh and a pat of the back had him look back at his friend. You were muttering again, man, he said, shooting the younger teen a smile. Izuku felt a blazing heat spread across his cheeks and he groaned. Hunter laughed. No worries, Izuku, it'll be fine. I'm sure of it. Izuku gave a small nod, actually feeling a bit better from his friend's assurance. Well, then let's get you some weights. The older teen even threw his fist up in an encouraging cheer. Izuku smiled and followed suit before leading his friend to the place he had looked up. Tetsu Sporting Goods was a pretty popular shop around. 2-story, and pretty well kept from the outside, it seemed like it was a nice little family-owned shop. The reviews had said that they were friendly and always happy to help out. They especially were popular for their weightlifting equipment, which they always ensure was at the top of what was available and affordable. The door jingled as they walked through. A strong-looking woman in a muscle shirt stood behind the counter. Her short silver hair was cut in a bob that framed her face. She looked up when they entered and gave a grin to the two, showing slightly sharpened teeth. Welcome to Tetsu's, she greeted. How can I help you? Izuku looked around in awe at the variety of sports equipment and apparel, never having been in a sports shop before. He looked back as Hunter waved. Hey, my friend here is starting a workout program, and he wants to get some free weights for lifting at home. He nudged Izuku forward, and the boy jolted as the woman looked down at him. It was a horrible realization that she was even taller than Hunter. He's doing a primarily weightlifting workout over 10 months, with constant cardio exercises every morning and eventually martial arts training, so something that could complement that? He turned to look at his friend in horror before realizing that he thankfully hadn't said anything incriminating. Yes, he's right. Izuku blurted out, startling the woman. I wanted to continue working out at home when I could, so felt some weights will help. The woman frowned at that. Why does that sound like you're overdoing it? She asked. That's what I said. Hunter exclaimed, waving his hands at Izuku. Oh, need to backtrack. Nothing like that. He protested, waving his own hands. I just need something for a nice cool down after dinner. Nothing major. Or something to work on the stuff I don't work out during my actual training. The woman frowned even further before slumping with a sigh. Well, I can't force you to do anything. I think I got something in the back that is up your alley. 1 second. She looked behind her to a curtain that covered an archway. Tetsu, come man the front. I need to handle something. Coming, ma. Out walked a teen about Izuku's age, about Hunter's height. He was well built, with broad shoulders and strong-looking arms and legs. He looked very similar to his mom, with the same silver hair and even sharper teeth. What was different though were the large, silver bushes for eyelashes the teen had. When he saw them, he gave a large, sharp grin and threw up a hand in a wave. Yo, what's up? He greeted. The woman gave a smile as she ruffled her son's hair. I needed to get something out of the back. It'll take a minute, so you mind entertaining them? The teen grunted at the hand messing with his hair but nodded. Sure, Ma, I got it. The woman gave a smile before wandering back. So, hey, who are you guys? Izuku clammed up, but a pat on the back had him stuttering out his name. I Izuku am a Midoriya. He said. Hunter Alabaster. Good to meet ya. Hunter gave his own grin, putting a fist out. The teen's grin grew larger as he bumped it with his own before leaving it out to Izuku. He tried not to flinch at the sight of a fist sticking out at him and awkwardly returned it. The guy continued grinning as he pulled back and put his hands on his hips. I'm Tetsu. Good to meet you both. It was silent for a moment as Izuku and Hunter stared blankly at the teen. Hunter broke it by putting a pinky in his ear and twisting it. He pulled it out and looked at Tetsu. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? He asked. Tetsu. They both stared at him for a moment longer, disbelieving at the name. Izuku, I'm American. Hunter said, getting a confused look from the teen behind the counter. I have no understanding of Japanese naming customs or philosophy. Did I hear that right, or is there something wrong with my Japanese? And no, you got it right? Okay. He nodded before looking at the other teen. Dude, no offense, but what's with your name? Explain to the foreigner. Tetsu stared at them with a blank smile before realizing what they were talking about. He grimaced with a blush and rubbed the back of his head. Oh yeah, forgot about that. He muttered. It's different types of kanji. Sound the same but have different meanings. First name is Pierce and Iron. Last name is Iron and Philosophy. He grinned. It's truly a strong name, one that a real hero should have. Izuku smiled at that. You want to be a hero too? He asked. Next to him, Hunter mutters about how the teen's name still makes no sense to me. More than anything. Tetsu cried. Suddenly, he shot his arm up in a strong fist, one that immediately turned into steel. I want to be a strong hero that stands against all villains, up front and in their face to stop them. So cool. Is that your quirk? Izuku asked. Tetsu's grin grew even more excited. It's called steel. Suddenly the boy's whole body was encased in gleaming metal. It made his eyelashes even more prominent. He let it go an instant later. It's super strong, I'd say. I can take plenty of hits without even being hurt. Is there a limit to how much damage you can take? And can you change the shape of your body with it? Izuku was on a roll and wanted to know so much more. It really was a really strong-looking quirk. And Tetsu wanted to be a hero too. Well, it all depends on how much iron I got in my body. If I don't have enough, I get tired really quick. Not to mention my steel gets a lot weaker. He rustled with something behind the counter and pulled up a bottle of iron supplements. I gotta be careful not to take too much, though. What about damage to the body? What would happen if you got, say, a dent in your body? Would it have long-term effects? Hunter gave him a flat stare. Dude, a little morbid. He scolded, and Izuku blushed. Tetsu didn't seem to mind, though. He put a hand to his chin as he thought about it. You know, I've never gotten that hurt, to be honest. I wonder what would happen. He grinned. You think if I sharpened my skin enough or something, I could make a sword? Okay, even Izuku could realize that wasn't a good train of thought. Before the teen could go any further, thankfully, his mother had come back carrying a large box and smacked him in the back of the head. What kind of weird thoughts are running through your metal head? She barked, glaring down at her son. She looked frustrated, as if such ideas were a commonplace thing with him. Tetsu rubbed the back of his head before glaring at his mom. What was that for? He demanded. For being so. Thickhead. Why would you think sharpening your arm would be a good idea? She groaned. You could really hurt yourself with that, probably permanently. God, your father is going to love this one. The teen grumbled at that, but his mother's words seemed to have sunk in. The woman looked back over to them. Please don't give him ideas, you two. I'd like him to live past the age of 20. The way she looked at them, the long-suffering look of a mother who had to put up with too much stupidity. He kinda saw Aunt Mitsuki have that look a few times. The woman sighed. Anyway, kiddo, here's what you wanted. She lifted up the box she had brought with her. It was a set of dumbbells that could adjust the weight, as well as a medicine ball and a few resistance bands. It'll be about 27,000 yen. Izuku jolted and stared uncomprehendingly for a moment. How much? He squeaked. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hunter agreed with a nod. It is? Have you never gotten gym equipment before, man? Tetsu asked curiously. It can get pretty pricey. Heck, this isn't even the most expensive piece in the shop. We have a set that's about 34 yen, that one is considered the best. 3 to 34,000? He didn't expect for weights to be that much. That was way too excessive. Do you have enough? Hunter asked, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. He looked down as he mulled that over. I have enough for it with a little left over. He thought. But if I get it, then I wouldn't be able to get that new All Might figure that is coming out next week. And it's a Fist of Itsukushima edition with the extended cape. It was so hard to decide. Izuku? The use of his name jolted Izuku back to the real world. Everyone was looking at him, the mother and son in concern and Hunter with a ped brow. You were thinking about something All Might again, weren't you? No. I've only known you a week and I can already tell that you're lying through your teeth. You're always thinking about All Might. That drew a blush out of the shorter teen, who couldn't look at his friend. Mrs. Tetsu gave a small smile. Huge hero nerd? She asked Hunter. Like you wouldn't believe. I can relate. She reached out and put a hand on her son's head. This one is obsessed with crust and Yoroimusha. It's so cute. She giggled as her hand was swatted away. Tetsu's face was beet red, even as he turned back to steal. Mom! He yelled in embarrassment. He gave another cry as his mother continued to poke at him. Izuku chuckled, relating so much to the scene before him. I'll have to give Mom a hug when I get home. He thought. He turned to Hunter to ask a question but paused when he actually looked at his friend. There was a wistful look in the older boy's face, sad and longing. Izuku remembered that his mother was the luminous hero, Artemis. Was their relationship strained because of her work? He wondered. He knew heroes didn't have much of a life outside of their work. Was his friend missing his mother? Hunter, he asked. His voice jolted his friend out of his daze. Are you okay? Oh yeah, he said, scratching the back of his head and gave an apologetic smile. Just thinking about some things. Hunter looked back to the bickering duo. Not important, though. So, do you have the money for this? I can spot you. No, I've got enough. He fished the money out to show. Just means I can't get the new All Might I wanted. He muttered. Hunter laughed at that. I knew that was what you were gonna buy. He crowed, pointing at Izuku's quickly burning face. It was so embarrassing. How's about this then? Hunter pulled out a similar wad of cash and held it out. You do this, and we can start working on my quirk next week. Sound good? A part of Izuku wanted to protest. It wasn't fair that Hunter was going to pay for something. Not just because Izuku wanted a figurine. That was way too selfish. But he knew his friend would fight him if he protested. He sighed. All right, deal. He said. Good man. Hunter put a hand on his back and shoved him forward. Mrs. Tetsu, can we go ahead and pay? That drew the other two out of their little argument. The mother just smiled. Just call me Ginka, kids. Makes it easier on us. She scanned the package, the number ringing up. All right, that gonna be it? Yeah, we're gonna split it. Hunter said, handing his part of the cash. Izuku did the same, albeit reluctantly. Then Hunter jabbed a thumb at him. Any change goes his way. Hunter. Tetsu laughed. Man, that's what I call a friend. He gave a sharp grin to the two. You're both all right. Gimme your numbers. Izuku squeaked at that. Hunter just pet a brow. Ginka just smacked him on the head. Don't just demand like that, you metal-headed brat. She scolded him. At least be polite. We don't need the neighbors thinking you're a Neanderthal. Tetsu grumbled again. Yeah, sorry. He apologized. Sometimes I act without thinking. I wanted to get your numbers to hang out sometime. Both of you seem like cool dudes. And any guys working so hard have to be good people. The logic in that sentence was faulty at best, Izuku felt. He couldn't voice it, though, still reeling from the teen's previous demand. Hunter wasn't fazed, though. Sure, I'm cool with it. Izuku. He looked over. He tried to say something, but no words were able to come out of his mouth. Instead, he just fished his phone out and held it out to the other teen. Hunter did the same. Soon all three of their phones pinged with new contact info. Tetsu grinned. Great. Also, just call me Tetsu. A little easier, don't you think? Immensely. Hunter said with full honesty. It was actually a little rude if you asked Izuku. But the older teen picked up Izuku's package, lifting it easily. We'll meet up soon. I could use some help getting this one into shape. Here, he nudged Izuku, who pouted at him without realizing. He was doing just fine, thank you. The two bade goodbye to the mother and son duo, who returned to their familial bickering as the door closed behind them. Hunter hummed as they strolled off. I think that went well. He pointed out. You think? Izuku said dully, looking at his friend with baleful eyes. Hey, don't look at me like that. I say we did well. He bumped his hip against Izuku's. Besides, we got a new friend out of it, didn't we? Friend. He had another. A warm feeling filled Izuku's chest at the thought. It had been so long. Is this what it meant to have friends again? Time till UA entrance exam. 9 months, 2.5 weeks. A gasp left him as he tried to pull a piece of sheet metal out of one of the towers of trash. He twitched as said tower creaked ominously. Be careful, Izuku. He muttered. Slowly he pulled the piece out. The tower gave another creak before falling ominously silent. Izuku carefully held the sheet metal for a moment and stared up. It would just be his luck if he turned around and then the tower fell on him. When did this turn into life or Jenga? He wondered aloud, walking backwards and away from the tower. When he was far enough away, he turned and almost sprinted towards the truck. After putting it away, he determined that was enough for the day. Grabbing up his stuff, he left to continue his day. Starting with a shower, of course. It had been a couple of weeks since he and Hunter had met Tetsu, or Tetsu, as he kept insisting that they call him. Since then, the trio had met up a couple of times, mainly to hang out or to work out. Well, Hunter and Tetsu worked out. Izuku wasn't allowed to under threat of telling All Might. He couldn't argue against that. All Might would be disappointed in him. He was already doing the extra workouts in secret, and he was sneaking extra time into his cleanups when he could. He couldn't even get an extra half hour to an hour when All Might and Hunter weren't around. Like today. He was alone, as All Might was off in Kyoto for hero work. Hunter, in contrast, was asked to run some errands for his sister and clean the apartment. So that left Izuku all on his own to do whatever he wanted. So, he went to his favorite collectibles store. More specifically, to Freya Shopping Mall, not too far from his house. His favorite shop had to have some new hero merchandise, and then he could go over to the bookstore and get a few study guides he needed for the entrance exams. It wasn't the largest place. Freya Mall couldn't get the revenue needed to bring in bigger and better places, especially with a competitive location like Kiyoshi Ward in Tokyo so close by. Izuku didn't mind, though. It was nice to be so small. He wasn't good with crowds, anyway. The bell jingled as he opened the door, alerting the man at the counter. Well, if it isn't my favorite customer. He greeted. He was of average height for a Japanese man with messy brown hair and dark eyes. The only noticeable thing about him were the bone-like antennae with little claws sticking out of his head. How you been, Midoriya? I've been well, Mr. Tsunomu. How are you? Tsunomu shrugged. Been pretty quiet lately. That villain attack the other day kinda destabilized the bridge leading to the mall, so we've been pretty slow as people start coming back in. That brought a frown to Izuku's face. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it gets better soon. Thanks, kiddo, I appreciate it. Well, look around and let me know if anything catches your eye. With that, the man went to clean some of the shelves, putting a duster in his right antenna's claw to reach up even higher. It was such a cool quirk. Izuku wandered off after admiring the older man's quirk for a moment before finding what he wanted. It was a remake of a vintage All Might from his first year in Japan. Along with the destroyed cape from his first fight, the one where he fought the Buzzsaw Battler gang in a 1-on-7 that. Izuku shook his head as he grabbed it and moved on. He picked up a few more pieces, including a majestic scarf and a bracelet modeled after Kamui Woods, who he honestly had slightly mixed feeling about but still admired. Then he even found a poster of Rangaminiad to give to Hunter, the blonde woman's armor gleaming even on the laminated paper. Paying off everything, he waved goodbye to Mr. Tsunomu before heading off to the bookstore. He went to open the door but jerked back when he saw a hand reach out for it as well. Sorry about. He spoke up. But he froze when he looked up and saw who was there. The first thing he noticed was her hair. It was long and black, falling low on her unquestionably tall body. That was the second thing he noticed, how tall the girl was. She was easily 170 centimeters, much taller than him. After that, he noticed that she was really pretty. She was dressed in an elegant blouse and long skirt, both obviously expensive. She also had flawless skin and big gray eyes that were looking down at him in surprise. "Ah!" he exclaimed. He bowed quickly and rapidly. "I'm so sorry." He apologized. "I didn't mean to stare, that was so rude of me. It wasn't my intention." "Oh!" the girl gasped, bringing a hand to her mouth. "It's all right, I admit I was staring as well." She gave a small chuckle. "You just startled me." He wondered why she would be staring at him but didn't think much of it. He reached out and pulled the door open for her. Sorry, let me get that for you," he said. "I'm talking to a girl," he thought. It was a shock that he really was. The girl smiled, bowing slightly. "I very much appreciate it. Lady Momo." The girl's smile collapsed near instantly as it was replaced with horrified panic. Izuku jolted at the change, letting go of the door in his surprise. He looked behind the suddenly ramrod-straight girl to see that there was a well-dressed man running around shouting at the top of his lungs. Accompanying him were two young, were those maid outfits? Lady Momo. The well-dressed man, who was quite obviously a butler now that he thought about it, continued to shout with a panicked look in his eyes. "Where are you? Please let us know where you are." Izuku was curious about what that was about. But before he could really think about it, his hand was grabbed, and he was yanked around. When he got his bearings, he looked up to see who had grabbed it. His face burned as he exploded in embarrassment, realizing that it was the pretty girl who was pulling him along. "With us?" he yelped out. "Ah, Lady Momo. I apologize, but where is somewhere quiet near here?" She hissed back, barely audible behind the shouts coming from their backs. "Somewhere that wouldn't be too noticeable? There's a tea shop just around the corner, about 200 meters. He responded. He was a little shocked by the girl grabbing him and the whole event going on. It was making this girl grabbing him a little easier to handle. They turned the corner, and if the girl wasn't holding on to him so tightly, he would have been thrown off his feet. As it was, they slowed a bit as he stumbled a little to regain his balance. Then the girl sped up again. "There!" he gasped, pointing with his other hand at the door to the cafe. The girl grunted and picked up speed. When she got to the door, she ripped it open and yanked them in. It was relatively empty. As Mr. Tsunomu had pointed out to him, the mall was still returning to activity. There were about 7 people at tables, with 2 baristas serving tea. Everyone jumped at the sound of the door being ripped open. The duo must have been a sight, looking up to see a girl in expensive clothes dragging a startled-looking boy through the tea shop with determined steps. The girl moved through before finding a table behind the barista counter. She sat down in the seat against the wall and put her head down as low as she could without looking impolite. "Shoo!" she hissed, putting a finger to her lips. Izuku wanted to ask something else, but before he could, the door was ripped open once more. "Lady Momo!" It was the butler, who continued to scream even as he entered the tea shop. "Sir!" one of the baristas scolded. She glared at the man as he came in closer. "You cannot just barge in shouting at the top of your lungs. You are disturbing the customers. Please, I am looking for the young lady," he pleaded. She ran off against her father's orders and we can't find her. He looked around frantically, as if hoping the girl would just pop out and show herself. His eyes suddenly shot to Izuku, who hadn't been able to hide in time. You! He raced forward and grabbed Izuku by his shoulders. I saw you. Out there just now. Izuku squealed, struggling slightly in the butler's grip. He was surprisingly strong for a gentleman that to be in his 60s. Tell me where she went. Please. The man was pleading with small tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you are talking about. His words seemed to make the man even more desperate, as he started shaking his shoulders. Please, I need to find Lady Momo. I'll reward you, whatever you want. It was ironic, really, that if he just looked down, he would find that said girl was hiding her burning face behind her hands and hair. This is getting ridiculous. Izuku thought. Sir, please, I have no idea who you are searching for. Before the man could give another desperate offer, the barista grabbed him by the ear. Her eyes were gleaming red as she yanked on said ear, making the butler yelp. That is it. She snapped. You are not going to harass people in this shop. I want you gone. She gave another yank of the ear. The butler reluctantly letting go of Izuku's shoulders. Now leave. The butler took one more look at them both before slumping and walking out. Izuku almost said something, but a hand reached out and pulled him into a seat. He looked back to see the blushing face of Lady Momo. The barista looked at the two with a frown. I expect that you two will behave? She demanded. Yes, ma'am. They chorused, faces flushed in embarrassment. They could feel the stares of the other patrons watching them curiously. She accepted their response and moved off. Let me know what you want to order. She called back. With that, the rest of the room looked back to what they had been doing, and a small din of chatter returned. The two at the table, however, remained silent. Neither knew what to say. Their faces were still flushed red, and every time they glanced at each other, the red would become worse. The one time they locked eyes, both exploded into such deep reds that it was as if they had lava for blood. At one point the barista came over to demand they either order or leave. But when she saw their faces, all she could do was snicker and leave them be. I'm sorry. The words were mumbled so quietly that Izuku barely heard them. His head shot up to see that the girl had her head down again, a despondent frown marring her beautiful face. I dragged you into my troubles with no care for how it would affect you. That was terrible of me. The girl's shoulders sagged deep with a horrible weight. He needed to do something. That was the only thing running through Izuku's head. It's okay, he assured, waving his hands at the girl. I didn't mind all that much. You seem to need help, anyway. The way the man had acted had been concerning. The girl looked up at him at his words, and a small smile broke through her melancholy. Still, you didn't have to get yelled at because of me. Some energy returned fully as she huffed. Really, what did Klaus think would happen if he came barging into here screaming and demanding things from random people? I will have to have a talk with him when I return home. That reminds me, Izuku frowned. Who exactly was that and why was he chasing you? Was he a butler? I saw a couple of maids following him. They were shouting about a Lady Momo. He looked at her. I'm guessing that's you? The girl frowned but nodded, pulling her hair over her shoulder to play with it. Izuku found it to be really cute. Yes, that is me. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. It's a pleasure to meet you. She gave a polite smile. You are. I'm Midoriya Izuku. He returned. They fell silent once more. Yaoyorozu continued to play with her hair and Izuku looked away with a scratch of the head. Finally, the boy decided to break the silence. So, he struggled to find something to say, wondering if there was something to say. What's your quirk? He blurted out. Immediately he clamped his hands to his mouth, horror filling his mind. Why did you say that? He scolded himself. It was so embarrassing. The girl seemed to be surprised by the question, if her wide eyes were any indication. Oh, well, it is called creation. It is fairly self-explanatory. I can create any object as long as it is inorganic in nature. She held up a hand, palm held out towards Izuku. A cloud of pinkish-white sparkles covered it, and an object formed from them. When the sparkles faded away, she was holding a matryoshka doll, with a beautiful design on top of it. Of course, I must know the molecular structure of whatever I create to be able to make it. That's amazing, Izuku whispered. He held a hand out and the girl handed the doll to him. He put it between his hands and felt it. The wood was smooth and perfect, with not a single dent or issue. It was even sturdy enough when squeezed it. He could even feel where the different paints had layered over each other. It's perfect, like it was made by a real craftsman. He didn't see it, but Yaoyorozu was no blushing up a storm, her cheeks redder than when she had been embarrassed by her butler. Thank you, Midoriya. That is very kind of you. She fanned herself a bit. I put a lot of work into my quirk. As I said, I need to know the molecular structure of whatever I make. So you need to be able to memorize and retain the knowledge. Izuku muttered, fiddling with the doll and opening it. There was another, smaller one within with a completely different design. Does she have a photographic memory that she can use to keep structural blueprints? Or does she need to do it through constant memorization techniques until they're ingrained? What is the limit to what she can make and how does she get the material? Mutter. Midoriya? Izuku jolted up to see Yaoyorozu staring at him curiously. He suddenly realized that he had been muttering again. I'm so sorry. He yelped, fumbling with the dolls as he tried to reach for his mouth. It smacked him in the mouth, making him freeze with his mouth covered by the wooden head. Yaoyorozu giggled at the scene. Something about that giggle made a warm tingle rise in Izuku's stomach. It's fine, Midoriya, it was interesting to hear. She gave a small smile. Would you like something to drink? My treat for helping me out. Afterwards I can answer your questions. He couldn't find his voice, so he just nodded. The girl giggled and got up, moving around him towards the counter. When she moved away, Izuku immediately hunched over with a heavy gasp. I'm talking to a girl. He thought with a deep heave. I'm talking to a girl. A pretty girl. A very pretty girl. Girl. What do I do? He immediately did what was quickly becoming the simplest thing to do when panicking. Text Hunter. How do I talk to girls? The message was sent and Izuku stared at the screen until the 3 little dots appeared on the screen. Then the response. What the hell are you on about? That wasn't helpful. Midoriya? Izuku froze and whipped up to see Yaoyorozu standing over him, a tray holding 2 cups of tea in her hands. Is everything okay? She asked worriedly. Izuku snapped his phone away and gave a shaky smile, eyes going this way and that to avoid looking at the frustratingly pretty girl in front of him. Nope. Everything's fine. No issues here. He looked at the teacups in hopes they would maybe do some cartwheels or something. What kind of tea did you get us? Yaoyorozu looked at him and rose a brow. Okay, she said. She moved back to her seat and placed a cup of tea in front of him. It's a type of oolong tea from China. It's very good. She took her own and took a sip. Izuku followed, taking a sip. He wasn't exactly a connoisseur of tea by any means, but even he could tell that this was a really nice tea. Thanks. It is good. He commented, hoping that would be enough. His answer seemed to satisfy the girl. Well, I do know my tea. She put her cup down and gave him a smile. Now, I believe you had some questions for me? That brought him back from his panic, as talking about quirks always did. Yes, actually, I was wondering about the specifics of your quirk. How exactly do you use it? Yaoyorozu took another sip of her tea before nodding. Yes, well, the way it works is that, yes, I have to have the molecular blueprint within my mind to be able to create something. It actually is a mixture of memorization as well as a very advanced memory. I do have an eidetic memory, but I also work to ensure that the images are always fresh in my mind. It makes it easier to compartmentalize the blueprints in my memory. Izuku nodded before looking down at the matryoshka doll. What is the fuel source for your creations? You're essentially making matter form your body, so there has to be something you're making it from. Was it her blood, or some form of liquid within? Maybe she was rewriting her own molecular structure to grow objects? It's actually quite simple. I use my fat cells as a fuel source for my creations. The more I have, the larger my creations can be. That was interesting. And incredibly useful. Is creation affected by how complicated the object created is? He asked curiously. Like, would this Matryoshka doll cost more because it has such an intricate paint job? Not really. It's more the amount of matter that is important rather than what it is used for. The small bit that is used for paint is barely noticeable. She took another sip. Also, if I've developed enough practice with an object, it takes less time and less fat cells to create something. Much like the efficiency of a factory line, with improved workers and materials. He muttered, "Yes, exactly." The response jolted him, and Izuku realized with horror that he had been muttering again. Even worse, Yaoyorozu heard him. "I'm so sorry." He blurted out, flailing his hands and nearly knocking his tea over. "I know it's weird to mutter like that and I try to stop it, but it was... Midoriya, Midoriya." Yaoyorozu reached out and put a hand on his arm, stopping it from flailing into the waitress that had come up from behind him. His face exploded in the brightest red possible, both from embarrassment at almost hitting the startled waitress, as well as the fact that a girl was touching him. "It's okay. It was actually a fair comparison. My body is essentially a factory, crude as the comparison may be." He didn't say anything for a moment as the waitress placed the tray of sweets in front of them. Said waitress shot him a look, but he was too surprised to react to it. "Why, you're not freaked out by my muttering?" he asked, stunned. "Not at all. It is a little unusual, but it is nothing to scorn you for." He could have cried. This girl was one of the nicest people he had ever met. Even more so, he now had two people who had been okay with his muttering, even accepting of it. "Thank you," he mumbled. "What was that?" "Nothing." So, he trailed off, trying to think of something. A thought came to him, and he ran with it. "Oh, so what happens if you use too many fat cells? Does it have adverse effects?" Yaoyorozu hummed, taking a bite of a sweet that Izuku couldn't recognize. "Well, the biggest issue I face is anemia and lack of nutrients circumventing my body. It makes me lethargic and weaker. In some cases, I am so exhausted that I cannot even move." She frowned, cutting an even bigger piece of her sweet before almost inhaling it. "That's why I have a very high-calorie diet." Izuku nodded, pouring a bit more tea. "But we've only talked about me, Midoriya. What is your quirk?" He choked at that, pulling away from his tea to sputter. Yaoyorozu gasped. "Oh my, are you okay?" He froze as the girl reached across the table once more, handing him a napkin. "I'm so sorry. I thought that with how curious you were of my quirk, that it would be okay to ask. Is it too sore a subject?" Her eyes were looking at him in concern, so much that it made him feel terrible. "Huh? It's more like, you see he froze once more before looking down. "I'm quirkless," he whispered. Yaoyorozu frowned. "I'm sorry, Midoriya, I couldn't hear you. What did you say?" "I'm quirkless." The words were said louder, almost too loud. Thankfully, there was a din in the cafe, so the only one who heard him was Yaoyorozu. Said girl looked startled at the revelation, blinking dark gray eyes at him. He wanted to pull the words back, to pretend he never said them. It would be the same as it had always been. He tells someone he's quirkless and they immediately look at him with scorn and disgust. Izuku felt that familiar shame fills him, awaiting the hate-filled words that will come. "Are you okay?" He shot back up to see that Yaoyorozu was still looking at him with concern. Not scorn, not revulsion, not anything but the concern one would have for a friend. "What?" He stuttered. "Are you okay? You seem like you are going to cry." He sat there, his tears starting to fade away as a wave of confusion overran him. "You aren't going to say anything?" "I said I'm quirkless." She should have said something, some horrible thing. Just like all the others. But all this girl who was rich and smart and oh so pretty, just blinked at him in confusion. Confused, but her eyes were still filled with so much concern. "I do not understand why that should matter, but it seems to for you. At least, to me, there is nothing wrong with being quirkless." She closed her eyes as she took another sip of her tea. Do you remember the man who was here? The one who accosted you? Izuku nodded, ping a brow at the question. Yes. What does he have to do with me? Would you believe me if I told you he was quirkless? He froze. Really? He whispered. Successor Klaus was also the one who taught me much of what I know about fighting, as well as my main bodyguard growing up and my mother before me. The potential image in his head did not match what he had seen. The tear-streaked face and the chastised look when the barista pulled his ear. None of it matched with this supposed amazing combat butler that Yaoyorozu was telling him about. I understand that quirkist biases are prevalent in this new era, but I was raised under the hand of a man whose only power is his willingness to fight tooth and nail for those he serves. If that means I must look at him with disdain, then I do not believe those biases are worth attention. Tears came unbidden, unable to be stopped. I've been blessed, he thought. Meeting such amazing people in such quick succession. Their faces flashed through his mind. All Might, Hunter, Yaoyorozu. They were amazing. He wondered where they had been his whole life, what it would have been like to have met them sooner. To be validated so much, by so many, made the flame in his heart burn all the brighter. A hand held out a napkin in front of his face. I think there have been enough tears today. She smiled, and it shined so brightly to Izuku. It filled him with warmth. Now, how about you tell me more about yourself, Midoriya? I seem to have been doing most of the talking. You must contribute, you know. A grin broke through the final bits of his melancholy, and Izuku happily began speaking with Yaoyorozu, feeling as light as when All Might first told him he could be a hero. They stayed there for another hour, just happy to discuss about quirks and their lives. She had become teasing when he had admitted his love of heroes, fanboyish tendencies, but it was very much like Hunter teased him rather than how his classmates did. He found himself further opening up to the taller girl as they continued to talk. He had even told her of his plans to get into UA, and the training that he was going through. She had been slightly worried about the training, fearing that it would be too much, otherwise, she was enthusiastic about the idea. Yaoyorozu had even admitted that she was planning to go to UA as well. Hearing that had made Izuku all that much more wanting to go to UA. All of his friends were reaching the vaunted school, and he didn't want to be left behind. Eventually, though, they had to leave. Yaoyorozu had taken a look to her phone and had nearly had a heart attack at the time. Oh, Klaus will not be happy. She fretted. Before he could stop her, she had already gotten up and moved to pay. He tried to insist that he should pay, or at least split the bill with her. But Yaoyorozu was insistent that she would pay for dragging him into her troubles. Besides, she had said with a teasing grin, it would be rude to make you pay after I made you cry. I'm always crying. He pointed out, heat filling his cheeks at the admission. That just made her grin grow bigger. Then I guess I will always be paying. She pulled the receipt over and wrote something on it. She then handed it to him. I am admittedly new to Muzutafu and would love to be able to continue speaking with you, Midoriya. He took the slip from her, too stunned to speak. Well, I believe I must go, Midoriya. It was a pleasure to speak with you. She bowed, one he hastily reciprocated. Thank you again for your help. I hope to hear from you soon. And she walked off, typing away at her phone. Izuku stood there for some time, staring down at the slip in his hand. I got a girl's number, he thought in pure shock. He stood out there so long that the barista opened the door and called out to him. Hey kid, you two were real cute and all, but I need you to move. You're blocking the doorway. Ah, right. He moved away, running off when he realized how late it had gotten. To recount, he had gone to the mall to buy some new collectibles and had tried to go to the bookstore but was stopped by a pretty girl. He was then dragged away from said pretty girl who was running away from her butler, who was apparently a quirkless super butler, was accosted by said butler, and was treated to tea and dessert by the girl for not ratting her out. Then he nerded out over her quirk and was comforted and reassured by her when he revealed his own quirkless status to her. All in addition to her giving him her number. It was completely insane. Hunter wasn't going to believe this. Time till UA entrance exam. 9 months, 2 days. XXXXXXX. I don't believe you. Come on. Izuku cried. He had thought it at the time, but it stung to hear. Anyway, they were at the beach again, with Izuku doing his usual routine of trying to clean the med beach. It was becoming easier already to remove the trash, and Izuku could feel himself getting stronger. He was carrying heavier and heavier pieces to the truck and was loading up more than he had at the start. He was breathing easier. The morning run and calisthenics were making him feel healthier and made it so that he could continue with the beach cleanup for even longer. But that wasn't what was important right now. Instead, he glared at his best friend as another chuckle left the older teen. Hunter was sat in the picnic area with snacks and emergency supplies for when Izuku inevitably does something stupid and hurts himself. Izuku had protested at this but had no choice but to just grumble. All Might gave his own chuckle at the byplay. "I'm happy for you, young Midoriya," he assured. "From what you tell us, she seems like a kind young woman." "I'm not trying to rag on you, Izuku," Hunter said. "It's just that you nearly had a panic attack when that girl chased us down to give you back your wallet last week. And now you're telling me that you spent most of an afternoon with a pretty girl." Izuku grumbled at this. The pink-skinned girl had been good-natured about his little freakout but had run off before he could properly apologize. "Still, it really happened," he mumbled. Hunter sighed before smiling. Alright, I'm sorry. I really am happy for you, man," he said, and Izuku smiled. "Have you texted her yet?" Izuku froze from where he was ripping a pipe out of a pile. Dude, you haven't texted her?" Hunter cried. "Really, young Midoriya?" Even All Might looked disappointed in him. "I'm too nervous," Izuku protested, yelping as the pipe finally came loose and flew out. The look he got from the other two made him want to curl into a ball and die. He had anxiety, sue him. Talking to pretty girls made that worse. Hunter leapt from his spot and moved over to Izuku's bag. He fished out Izuku's phone and ran over to him. "Text her," he said, trying to shove the phone in the younger teen's hands. "Are you crazy?" Izuku protested. He pushed the phone away. "I can't just text her out of the blue like that." "Yes, you can. Now do it." This time, Hunter chucked the phone. Izuku fumbled to catch it, a sigh leaving him as it settled in his palms. "Now text her," he grumbled at the demand before pulling up a chat message for Yaoyorozu. His thumbs hovered over the screen before pausing. "What do I say?" he asked. "Oh, for the love of—" Hunter snatched the phone back before Izuku could react, fingers already tapping away. "What are you doing?" He tossed the phone back. "You were never going to do it, so I did it for you," he said plainly. Izuku looked down at his phone. "Hey, Yaoyorozu, it's Midoriya. Wanted to send you a message so you had my number. Hope you weren't in trouble with your family. You said she was being chased by her butler, right?" Hunter shrugged. Izuku wanted to be furious. Before he could say anything, though, a ding alerted him to text message. "Hello, Midoriya. Thank you for your concern, but everything is fine now. I am glad to hear from you. I was worried that you had lost my number for a moment." "See?" Izuku glared before messaging back. It went on like this for a few minutes, just catching up with the girl and letting her know that he was doing well. Eventually, though, All Might tapped him on the shoulder, breaking him from a mumble storm that had started when Yaoyorozu had mentioned how she had figured out how to make some form of tear gas. "Need to get back to work, young Midoriya." A part of him was hesitant to stop talking. Yaoyorozu seemed so amazing and was really fun to talk to. He shook his head. "Don't think like that, Izuku. This is all to be a hero." That was right. What was most important was to become a hero, and for that, he needed to complete his training. He could chat later, when he wasn't working. Looking down to his phone, he typed out a quick message. "Hey, sorry, but I need to go. I'm in the middle of training right now." The response was quick, just as all her messages seemed to be. "Of course. I should probably be doing the same as well. I hope your training is fruitful. Please be careful, though, your training doesn't sound all that safe." Izuku smiled. She really was a nice person. Sending off a quick thank you and goodbye, he put his phone in his pocket and looked back to All Might and Hunter, but paused at the grin that was on Hunter's face. "What?" he asked warily. "You have a crush?" Hunter teased. An explosive heat that could match Kaken's worst enveloped his cheeks. "It's nothing like that," he protested. Hunter didn't seem to be listening, however, and just continued to grin at him. All Might, the saint he was, took pity on him. "Let's get back to training, young Midoriya," he suggested. Hunter's grin turned into a pout at the interference from the pro hero. "Now, I expect you to have finished with that pile because of this break, young man. Plus ultra, as they say." "Yes, sir." He did get the tower finished, but it was close. He almost cut a nasty cut on his arm, if not for the fact that Hunter pulled him out of the way just in time. After that small scare, he was more careful but was barely able to get everything done. All Might seemed satisfied at least. "Well done, young Midoriya. I'm impressed." For a moment, he flashed into his muscle form before returning with a spurt of blood from the mouth. "You are making excellent progress." Izuku heaved, trying to get air back into his lungs. "Thank you, sir." He shot a smile to Hunter when the older teen slipped him a sports drink. He unscrewed the cap and chugged half of the drink in the span of a few seconds. When he pulled the bottle away, a relieved gasp left him. "I needed that. Thank you, Hunter." Looking back to his mentor, he gave a shaky smile. "So, what's next, All Might?" All Might's smile grew at that, but it wasn't the same comforting smile his mentor usually gave him. This one was filled with an ominous glee, like a cat that had a delicious piece of prey in front of it. A chill ran down Izuku's spine at the sight of it. "It's nothing," he tried to reassure himself. "It's just my imagination. I'm just delirious from exhaustion." Even his thoughts, however, did not instill confidence. No, they just made his worry grow more. "What happens now, young Midoriya, is that you continue your training." All Might started. "There will, however, be new addition." Izuku gulped. "What's that?" "Young Hunter?" Izuku's eyes snapped to his friend, who was grinning at him again. It wasn't the teasing grin from when he was teasing him about Yaoyorozu, though. This time, it was as evil as All Might's smile. "It's my turn to train you." He caught that. Izuku definitely caught that. "What I mean to say is, it's time to teach you how to fight. We start tomorrow morning." Izuku was now regretting every moment of his existence. Time till UA entrance exam. 9 months chapter text. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia, or any other fandoms used in this work. The only parts one own are original characters and possibly their powers. My Hero Academia. Hope and Light. Lesson 4. Fists of Blood and Fists of Light. XXXXXX. Izuku. Alright, so you want to learn to fight, do ya? Izuku stood there 2 mornings after his last beach cleaning. He gave an incredulous blink at his friend and wondered if he misheard. Hunter, what are you doing?" he asked. Why was he being so weird? Well, the name of the game is make sure that you can take a hit and then give one just as good. You a Hunter? Seriously? So the first thing you're gonna do is a proper spar. This was gonna end very poorly, Izuku was sure. Hunter hadn't come the morning before to help out with his morning workout and hadn't responded to any of his messages outside of planning for your first lesson. Then, he had shown up that morning just as Izuku had finished with his run with a sloppily made wooden training post and holding a handful of bandages. It left Izuku with an ominous chill in his stomach, unsure of what his friend had planned for him. Hunter stared at him with a stupidly happy grin before it finally collapsed. Okay, that was stupid. Sorry. Got a little overexcited about the whole thing. He put down the training and held out the bandages. Put these on, man. Gonna want to protect your hands. He took them quietly before eyeing his friend's own bare hands. What about you? He asked. I'm not the one that's going to be in trouble of breaking his skin. Izuku frowned but nodded. This was his training, not Hunter's. The bandages felt weird against his skin, and it took a couple tries for him to get them on decently, but he was eventually ready. Izuku flexed his hands to try and make them feel better before giving it up to focus on his friend. Okay, so what's first? He asked. A hand smacked against the wood of the training post. There was an X shape in the center. You see that X? I want you to punch it. Before we can properly teach you how to fight, we need to start with the basics of the basics. And that is, how to throw a punch. A part of him wanted to point out that he knew how to punch something. but that was overwhelmed by the memory of being flipped onto his back at the very start of his training. He threw me around like it was nothing, he thought. I didn't even touch him. He focused back on Hunter and nodded. All right, let's do this. Moving forward, Izuku set himself in a stance. The same one that he saw All Might use so much. Pulling his fist back, he threw it forward with everything he had. Stop! The furious call of his friend was just barely able to stop him. Izuku's hand froze inches from the post and he shook from pulling his punch. It. He stuttered. He looked over to see his friend staring at him with a small frown. Why'd you top me? He wanted him to punch it, didn't he? I stopped you to show you what not to do. He moved forward, pulling Izuku back from the post and back into position. First, make a fist. Izuku frowned but did so. Hunter immediately started fixing it, pulling his thumb away from the front of the fist and putting it under. Never have your thumb in front or inside of a fist. It's begging to be broken. Now, I'm gonna put you in a stance. When I say go, you're gonna punch the post. He pulled at Izuku, moving his shoulders and hips, widening his legs and putting him at an angle. It left Izuku feeling weird, like he was an action figure being played with. It was almost a relief when Hunter pulled away. Okay, that should do it, he said, nodding. Now, when you take the swing, I want you to rotate your hips as you go through. It'll give you more force. Ready? Izuku took a breath before letting it loose in a slow blow. He rolled his shoulders once before setting himself back in his stance. Ready? And one. Izuku threw the punch, hips twisting as he was ordered. It landed weakly, barely able to make a noise. Izuku held back the wince that came from his knuckles slamming against the wood. Even with the bandages protecting his hands, they ached. He frowned and pulled back. Hunter came over and started moving him back. How did that feel? He asked, pulling up the hand to look at it. Izuku froze, startled at his personal bubble being intruded on. He looked down at his fist to focus on something else. Other than a little scuff, there wasn't much to it. Izuku wasn't strong enough yet to do much, it seemed. The most important part of a punch is the mechanics. You can swing with just your arm at full force, but it won't generate the damage you would hope for. That's why it's important that all of the mechanics are good. He tapped Izuku's feet, nudged his left foot forward and his right further back. Push with back foot and put your weight on your front. Don't push off too much that you lose your footing. He pulled Izuku's shoulders up next and moved his hips back. Rotate your hips as you push forward, building up your momentum. Punching starts from the feet and moves up the body. Finally, he pulled Izuku's arm back before pushing it forward. Izuku watched as his fist hit softly against the post. It's the motion all the way to the end that matters in a punch. We'll start you on this and then I'll teach you the rest. He let go, moving back to stand with arms crossed. Izuku stared down at his fist before getting himself back into the stance. Something felt off. Adjust your weight a little more back. Don't put too much of your weight at the front too soon. He nodded, pulling his weight back. It felt a little better after that. Now remember. Push forward, rotate hips, strike firm. He nodded. Strike. Izuku pushed forward, teeth grit as he rotated his hips and swung. His bandaged fist slammed forward into the post. Fwack. It stung. Not too bad it was there. The ache as his knuckles slammed into the post. His bandages could only do so much. But the noise that came from his punch was like music to his ears. Back into position. He looked over to see that Hunter hadn't moved, arms still crossed and a cold, serious look on his face. The older teen pet a brow when all Izuku did was stare at him. Well, he demanded. You gonna just stand there or are you gonna get back in position? Izuku frowned but nodded, before moving back into position. He paused as he adjusted his weight to be more balanced. This is difficult, he thought. I'll have to work on this in my spare time, too. He held up his fist again and stilled, ready. Strike. It was even louder this time, and Izuku felt a burst of accomplishment at the sound. He could punch now. It wasn't the massive swing that All Might did, but it was still something. Position. This time, he didn't need any prompting. Izuku set himself back into his stance. He shuffled his feet again, then stilled. It was silent for a moment before he heard Hunter give a sigh. Alright, good. That was a lot better. Izuku turned to see that his friend was smiling now. Now comes the fun part. Relax. Izuku's shoulders relaxed and he fell out of the stance. How did that feel? Hunter asked, gesturing to the post. Izuku smiled. It honestly felt good, at least on the last one. He looked down at his hands and clenched his fists. The knuckles on his right hand were more scuffed than when they last checked. It gave a little blaze of pride in his chest. You were right about the punch. About the punching motion. If I swung like I was going to originally, then I wouldn't have been able to even hit it properly. He was going to throw a punch like All Might. It was what he knew, what he was used to. But after Hunter's instructions, he realized it was much better. Why didn't his mentor do the same? Hunter grunted. You were going to throw one of All Might's punches at first. He pointed out, as if he knew what Izuku was thinking. The issue is that All Might can afford to swing those kinds of punches. Not only is he built much stronger than you, he also has one for all. The physical power of his quirk is immense. He can change the weather with a single punch. You cannot, so remember why you have to do the beach cleanup. Why you have to get yourself strong enough to control even a sliver. Izuku frowned. He knew his friend was right. It hurt to hear how much weaker he was than his mentor. But that just means that I have to work hard. He declared. He turned and set himself before swinging another punch into the wooden post. So I'm ready to keep going. His response pulled a vicious grin from the older teen. That's what I like to hear, he said. Then he took a step back and crossed his arms. Now, we've wasted enough time here. Let's get back to it. Izuku nodded, rolling his shoulders. What's next? The grin on his friend's face grew even more vicious at the request. He pulled out his phone, fiddling with it for a moment before holding it out. A timer was there, 20 minutes shining bright on the screen. What's gonna happen is that I set this timer. You are going to punch that post until time is up. A chill ran down Izuku's spine and he was sure that he had gone pale. He fell out of his stance as he twisted to look fully at his friend. Are you insane? He demanded. Maybe, Hunter said cheerfully. Oh, and when you finish with the time on the first hand, you'll spend 25 on the second. An extra 5 for all of the chatter going on. He raised the phone, thumb hovering over the start button. Now, into position. The chill on his spine grew even colder, and Izuku could already feel the pain in his knuckles. Imagining the blood from the torn skin. It made a bubble of nausea rise up from his stomach, a weird sweet-sour flavor. That was probably the protein shake. Still, he got into position, balancing himself as best he could. He hesitated before bringing his fists up. I won't be giving the call, I want you to do it at your own pace, okay? He nodded, steeling himself. Alright, ready? Start. Izuku threw the punch, the heavy sound of his fist hitting the post echoing across the beach. He felt it would be best to get used to it. He'd be hearing the sound a lot more in the next 10 months. 1. Izuku pulled back and adjusted. Then he swung once more. 2. Pull back and again. Nope. Izuku paused, looking back at his friend. What? It wasn't any good. Hunter shook his head. I'm not going to count any bad ones, okay? I expect at least 100 good ones. Clock's ticking. His shoulders jerked at the warning and he turned back. Pulling his arm back, he swung. 3, 4, 5. 6. All right, that seems to be. The teacher paused, looking around the class. He sighed. All right, where's Midoriya? The other students looked around in confusion. Said boy's desk was empty, which was weird even to the teacher. Midoriya never missed class unless he was sick. And he didn't hear anything about the kid being sick. Did anyone see Midoriya? Nah, you'd think we'd miss that bush? Weird for him to not be here. Probably saw a dog and ran away crying. A couple of his students chuckled at that, but most didn't seem to care. The only one who was out of sorts was Bakugu, who looked furious at even the mention of Midoriya. He fought down his own chuckles at the comment about his student, not wanting to laugh at his student. He was a good kid if a bit timid. It really was a bit weird for him to be late. The door opened as he thought about it, and he turned to see the familiar bush of green hair. "Ah, Midoriya, glad to have you," he choked, his words stopping as he caught an actual look at his student. The rest of the students were silent as well. For the most part he looked the same. There was an apologetic look in his eyes and a shaky smile. "Sorry I'm late, sir," he said. "I had to take care of something this morning." Midoriya reached up to scratch his head in embarrassment, only to flinch as his fingers flexed. It also showed why, the blood-soaked bandages across his hands. The teacher didn't know what to do, what to even say. He cleared his throat nervously. "It's fine, Midoriya. Go ahead and take your seat." He gestured toward the class, who still sat stunned. He couldn't fault them. The meekest, most timid student in the class, and possibly the entire school, had come in with bloody knuckles. It was surreal. Midoriya, oblivious to the looks, just sat down at his desk and pulled out his stuff. His hands ached, the knuckles still feeling hot from where the bandages rubbed at his scraped knuckles. He had punched as hard as he could against the post, until his fists were raw and bloody. Hunter was merciless, even as Izuku wheezed from pain and his arms trembled. But when he had left feeling accomplished. Because he was able to leave a mark on the post. Izuku fumbled with his pencil, but was able to grip it as the teacher started his lesson. He didn't pay attention to the whispers and the stares of his classmates, because all he cared about was planning for the next step in his training. And no one saw the contemplative glare on Bakugo's face before the boy turned away. How his fists clenched in restrained annoyance. Time till UA entrance exam. 8 months, 3 weeks, 5 days. Hunter. "So, how are your hands feeling?" Hunter asked, taking a sip of his soda. Izuku frowned and looked down at his hands, now covered in fresh bandages. "They feel all right, but they do hurt a little," he admitted. Then he sighed. "I just wish I could train more, you know? I still feel so far behind." Hunter grunted. "You are behind. I started my martial training at 6. That was early, but most martial-type heroes start training almost as early. He tapped Izuku's forehead, drawing a frown from the younger teen. "Are trying to throw strength and speed training, martial arts lessons, and quirk lessons all into 10 months and basically praying that you don't die in the aftermath." Izuku grumbled but didn't disagree. Just grabbed his burger and took a bite. Hunter stared at his friend's bandages, a tinge of guilt fleeting in his heart at the sight. Sometimes he felt that it was too much, that he was hurting his friend. Even if Izuku never really complained, he knew his fists had to be screaming at him at the end of each session. It hurt to see. He finally had a friend, and he was subjecting him to what was essentially torture. But it was the way he was taught. And it was the only way he knew to teach Izuku to fight. Still, Izuku had been at it for a few weeks at this point, and Hunter felt it was going well for the younger teen. He was picking up punching really quickly. Almost too quickly. It was a shocking realization, how fast his friend could pick up on fighting. He knew he had been in fights. Izuku had admitted as much to him. Even if he never swung before, he knew how to punch after being given the mechanics. Hunter had even already started him on different strikes, jabs, palm strikes, hooks and crosses, mixing up what he would do during the time in the mornings. Really the only thing holding Izuku back was his admiration of All Might. It was cute that the younger teen was such a fanboy for the Japanese #1, but it was also a detriment to his development. He wanted everything in his life to be about All Might. Izuku didn't care that he didn't have All Might's body type, or that he wasn't built to fight like the hero. All that mattered was being as heroic as his mentor, and that meant emulating him. Hunter admired that about his friend, but it made it difficult to teach him when he had to grind out all of the bad habits from one too many HeroTube videos. But Izuku was improving, and much faster than Hunter expected. He was actually planning on moving the younger teen onto kicks very soon. Then he would start actually teaching him how to fight properly. So, Hunter snapped back to see that Izuku was playing with the straw of his drink. He seemed awkward about something. "I was kinda hoping we could talk about your quirk?" Before Hunter could even say anything, Izuku reared back and waved his hands apologetically. "Not that we have to if you don't want to. I know it's a sensitive subject for you." I was just hoping that we could, well. Hunter blinked at that before smiling indulgently. This guy. He thought with a chuckle. Wasn't it me who asked you to help with my quirk? He teased, making the boy's face burn bright red. His grin grew wider as the younger boy pouted at him. Alright. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'd love to figure out some stuff about my quirk. You got something too. He paused as he saw that there was already a notebook in front of his friend, a pen waiting to write down everything he said. Where did it come from? He mumbled, confused. Izuku hummed, ping his head to the side curiously. Never mind. He really didn't need to know. All right, Clark Kent. Let's start the interview. That drew a chuckle from his friend. Then, Izuku focused on him, and it was like an oncoming train. What exactly is your quirk's name, and what is the basis for it? How similar is it to your mother's quirk? How is it powered? What exactly can you do with it? When did you? All right. Hunter couldn't stop a laugh. Really, this guy was just the best. I can only answer one or two at a time, Izuku. Geez. The younger teen blushed and rubbed at his head. Hunter was glad to see that there wasn't the usual flinch from moving his hands. So, let's start with the first one. My quirk is called Divine Light, like I said back then. It's the same name that my mother uses for her quirk. Although, another term for it is Light God Slayer. That drew a ped brow from Izuku. Light God Slayer? He asked. I know, it sounds so conceited and edgy, right? It was a nickname made by one of my cousins, Lou Ellen Blackstone. She's dramatic like that. Among other things. He thought, shivering at the memory of Lou Ellen's stretches of boredom over the summers. He was ambivalent to the girl, but she did terrify him. So many pigs. At the concerned look on Izuku's face, he waved away the problem. Nothing to worry about, Izuku. Anyway, it was coined that because, while we have similar quirks to our parents, many of the new generation's quirks have modified to counteract the previous generation's abilities as well. So Lou Ellen declared us their slayers in a way. It hasn't truly stuck but has put those of us with the power as above the rest of the family. I see. Izuku muttered, scribbling away at his notebook. So, what kind of differences are there between you and the previous generation? Hunter hummed as he thought. The voice of divine judgment and flesh of immortality. The subjugation of nature's bounty and release of all that hides within our core. For that is what makes us divine. He let out a sigh. That was a speech made by my Uncle Apollo at his first interview as a pro hero. It's a crappy one, but only half of what he makes sounds good. I actually heard that one when I looked him up. It's one of his most popular. What's it mean? Izuku asked. He was leaning forward and Hunter saw that he had written it out. It means that we can subjugate our element how we wish from our bodies. He thought of Talia's thunder god impact. We can punch and kick lightning. Jason's sky god bellow. Form a tornado from a single scream. Of Nico's death god Badlands. Create a forest of bones. He thought of Percy Jackson. Of Deep Sea Cetus. Of the one teen who was unequivocally the strongest in the new generation. Of the ability to flood a city with but one ultimate move. And shape our element however we wish, to do whatever we wish. Izuku was staring at him in awe, eyes alight with curiosity. In contrast, Hunter felt a cold pit in his stomach. Every memory burned at him, reminding him of people he wished he could forget. The distance, the awkwardness. The question of, why are you here? It wasn't pleasant. Hunter shook his head, dispelling the thoughts. You're not there. He assured himself. You're starting a new life. He smiled at his friend to dispel the issue. Anyway, the modification is that we can absorb even our parents' attacks where others can't. What do you mean? Well, let's take my grandfather, Zeus. He tried hard not to spit the name at his friend. Lightning-type villains have tried to block his attacks before, thinking their lightning rod properties would protect them. But something in his lightning overwhelms any defense they have, and most won't be able to block it. It's what rocketed him up to number 1 back in the day. So, something in the element just cancels out outside interference. Izuku muttered, writing it down. Pretty much. But when he would train with Talia, his daughter, they found that she could not only absorb his lightning, but that doing so actually restored some of her power, like putting her on a sugar high. Considering that, and that we're able to countermand their own elements and overwhelm if strong enough, Lou Ellen called us Slayers because of that, as well as a reference to a type of dragon quirk that existed in Magnolia, Rhode Island. The rest of our family liked it so much that we rolled with it, even named out attacks around it. Dragon quirk in Rhode Island, the fairy tale agency? He asked. Pretty much. He was surprised he knew about that one. Hero fanboy indeed. I see, Izuku mumbled. He wrote something else down and nodded. Okay, so we've gone over all of that. How does your power work? A hand moved to press against his chest. Well, the main part of it is that I have an extra organ in my torso, he said. That drew Izuku away from his notes. An extra organ? He echoed. His fingers flexed curiously, pencil already digging into the page. Yeah. Hunter moved his hand a little lower down his chest, to where his diaphragm should be. It should be here. It's called the Heavenly Core. Heavenly Core? Izuku muttered, writing it down. What exactly is it? And how does it work specifically? Well, it's a small, crystallized organ. Yes, I'm not joking, it's actually a crystal that stores up energy. What happens is that my body stores up energy within the core, either through sustenance or by absorbing light. I can then utilize the light in different ways. The core grows as I grow and makes it to where I can use more of divine light as I go. Wait, the crystal grows with you? Izuku paused to look incredulously. We assume it's because of its basis around energy development and projection. Either way, yeah, those in my family with similar quirk have a big old crystal in the middle of our bodies. It's not really an issue health-wise, so we don't worry about it too much. Hunter paused. Well, unless someone breaks it, then it would explode. Slam. What? The rest of the WCDanas grew quiet as everyone turned to look at the two boys. Izuku froze at the stares, hands slapped harshly against the table. Hunter looked up at him with wide eyes, surprised by his friend's visceral reaction. Izuku slowly sunk back into his seat with a deep red blush on his face. When it seemed as if the entertainment wasn't going to continue, everyone went back to doing their own thing. Hunter stared at his friend, biting back his smile at the reaction. I'm guessing you don't like the idea of me blowing up? He asked. I'd prefer it not to happen, yes. Izuku mumbled with his bushing hair covering his face. Hunter chuckled and nodded. Well, you don't have to worry about that, it's only happened to a couple of people in the family, and it was never too much of a problem. We're always careful and the thing is actually really sturdy. Who has it happened to? Izuku asked. The first was a distant relative known as Celine, a complicated person. At this, Hunter frowned. It was hard to explain just who Celine had been, especially in regard to his mother. The other was my uncle. Your uncle? The eternal strength hero, Heracles. It had been a dark day for the family when the incident happened. His Aunt Hebe had vanished at the loss of her twin, no one knowing where she went. His grandfather Zeus had become even more obsessed with order and appearances. It had only been a few months after that the incident would happen that would put the cuffs on him. Hunter didn't remember much about his uncle Heracles. As with tradition, most of the family used their actual names for hero work. He remembered that his mother didn't like her brother much, and that Heracles was never the most enthusiastic about being around the kids. Just the way he was. It didn't make his death hurt any less. The video of San Francisco that day haunted the Olympia family to this day. He shook his head, focusing back on his friend. Well, anyway, that's how my powers work. Well, he held up a hand. A white mist covered his hand. Then it faded away. This is about as much as I can do right now. Because of the circumstances around me, my quirk atrophied, and my heavenly core never got a proper build-up. He grunted as he picked up a fry and bit into it. Now I need to get it up to pace. Just don't know how. Izuku nodded, then wrote something else in his notebook. Okay, what all have you tried in regard to building it up? A splash of heat spread across Hunter's cheeks. He looked away from his friend. I've not really tried anything. I've been trying to figure out how to manifest it for the most part. What do you mean? When I said that I have no idea what I am doing, I really meant I have no idea what I am doing. I have had my quirk for essentially 2 months at this point, Izuku. There is no way that can figure this out on my own. Izuku nodded for a second, before frowning as if a thought came to him. But didn't you say your sister came to live with you? He asked. Doesn't she have the same quirk? She's the new hero here in Mizudafu, the divine thunder hero, Thunder Fong. Hunter wasn't able to hold back his grimace at the mention of Talia. Yeah, but it's still awkward around her. Granted, not as bad as if Phoebe or Zoe were here. But still awkward. Izuku nodded as he wrote something down. Your issue was that you can't condense it properly, right? Hunter nodded. Then what about putting on a sleeve or glove or something? Izuku turned his notebook around and showed it to him. There was a diagram of a hand covered in a misty glow that went everywhere and then one with a glove covering it. The glove was blown out somewhat but was more streamlined than the loose hand. The idea is that the glove would help you get the feeling of condensing your energy, smoothing it out and keeping it close to the skin. Izuku explained, tapping both images. You'll then adjust what you put out and how you do to streamline the energy. Once you can hold it under the glove smoothly, you can try on other body parts. Hunter looked on, stunned at the idea. It actually seemed plausible. How did he thought? How did he figure out a way to manage my quirk in 5 minutes when I haven't figured anything out in 2 months? He looked up, his surprise turning into awe as he looked at his friend. He looked back down to the notebook and looked over the different bits that had been written about his quirk. He already has ideas about different attacks based off of Uncle Apollo and Mom. He tapped a finger against a specific one that showed an orb of light exploding. And I'm pretty sure this is based off of that explosion kid's quirk from the slime villain incident. And the one next to it is based off of Tetsu's quirk for sure. And I think I could do them if I could learn to control my light. He looked up to see that Izuku was fidgeting with his fingers. I knew he was smart, but this knowledge of heroes, he might be some kind of quirk savant. Closing the notebook, he pushed it back and shot his best friend a grin when he looked at him. I like it, he said. I'm definitely getting some of those rubber cleaning gloves on the way home. That'll be a good start, right? A vehement nod was his answer. I'd start with that before moving on to thinner gloves. He pulled the pages back open to his page and pointed out the gloved hand again. You see how smooth it is? Start with the rubber and get thinner gloves when everything looks the same as if you weren't wearing a glove. When you can get to nitro gloves and not have any issues, I'd say you're there. It was genius, straight genius. DMN. He whispered. He needed to try it. He needed to right now. Before he could get out of his seat, though, a tray slammed down onto the end of their table. Both teens jolted before looking up. Yo! Tetsu greeted with a big, sharp grin. He was dressed in his school uniform and had his bag on his shoulder. Sorry I'm late. The way out of the school was murder. Oh right, they told Tetsu to meet them at the WC when he got out of school. In all the talk about divine light, he completely forgot about their friend. No prob man, he said, giving a small grin. Izuku shot a smile as well. No worries, we've just been chatting about quirks. Izuku's helping me with mine. Ooh, do me next, bro. That opened the floodgates. Izuku was off once more and Hunter leaned back and just watched the show. XXXXXXX. Okay, let's see if this will work. Hunter put on the heavy yellow cleaning glove. It was uncomfortable as all hell to wear, but if there was any chance it could help with his quirk then he could learn to live with it. Alright, let's start with a little bit. He whispered, careful to not make too much noise. He had gotten home to find that Talia was passed out on the couch. From what he remembered, his sister had the early morning shift. She must have been so tired that she hadn't been able to make it to her room. So as not to wake her up, he just threw a blanket over her and moved off to his room to finally get in some practice with his quirk. Now he sat on his bed with the ugly gloves on. Just enough to start. Pulling on his quirk, he allowed divine light to breathe through his skin. He felt the light leave his skin and start forming the mist around it. It wasn't enough, though, and he could feel his skin still touching the glove. Still not doing it. Condense. And yet, it wouldn't condense enough to form a layer over the skin. It was definitely moving to layer. The problem was not enough. All right. He let loose even more of his light. The glove bloated and shook as the energy was expunged. Now. He pushed the light as much as he could, trying to pull it taut against his skin. His core hurt from the push, the atrophied organ already wearing down. It felt so weak. So damaged. More. He growled, trying to push as much as he could out. The glove bulged out once more and he pulled on the light, molding it as tightly as he could to his skin. Suddenly, the quirk stopped fighting for a moment and the ripples and bulging seemed to smooth out a bit. His jaw slackened for a moment at the stop. That was his mistake. The glove exploded with a boom and Hunter's head slammed against the headboard so hard he saw stars for a moment. Sheet. He grumbled, sitting back up and rubbing his head. When he opened his eyes, he froze at the sight. Double sheet. There was a scorch mark across his comforter, reaching from the foot of his bed towards his feet halfway up. The remnants of the glove were thrown across the room, scorched on the ends from where the light burned them. Looking down at his hand, Hunter was relieved to see that there weren't any marks on his hand. Well, at least there's that. He sighed. Hunter? Hunter froze as a rapid knocking beat against his door. Hunter, what are you doing in there? What was that explosion? He looked around the room for something to help him, anything. He had nothing. Hunter Alabaster, you answer this goddamn door right now. Time till UA entrance exam. Months, 3 days. XXXXXXX. Toshinori. Harder, young Midoriya. If you want to get anywhere, then you have to work harder. HRH. Wow, Midoriya's eyes seemed like they were going to pop out of his skull. Toshinori would have been impressed if it weren't so grotesque. Looking away from his protege, he smiled at the sight of Alabaster. It's Hunter. Focusing on his hands, where a white glow was shining from the holes. Young Alabaster, it's important that you keep the output going rather than just condense it. Remember, from what you told us, you need to increase your core. Got it. The boy called back before releasing his face twisted in concentration. The gloves expanded until they were the size of fat lemons. Then they shrunk back as the teen condensed the energy. They're growing. All Might thought. Much faster than I thought they would. And it was true. Midoriya was able to lift much more than he thought he would at this point, and he was doing it faster as well. Just now, his successor had lifted a tire like it was nothing where he would have struggled to do so the month previous. It was expected for the boy to be able to have that kind of strength eventually, but Toshinori was expecting it to take another month at least. God damn it. Toshinori paused his internal praise as another boom echoed from the pavilion. Hunter was on his back, another pair of gloves turned to scraps around him. Izuku, I'm gonna kill you. The teen roared, shooting up to glare at his friend. How is it my fault? His successor cried out. He almost dropped his tire to twist and look at his friend affronted. Because it was your effing idea. Language. Toshinori finally said, too stunned by the cursing to answer quicker. He moved closer to shoot a disapproving look at the teen. Don't take your frustrations out on young Midoriya. Hunter paused and gave a grumbling sigh. Sorry, I'm just frustrated. He looked over to the approaching Midoriya. I'm sorry, man. Didn't mean to throw that on you. The teen gave a small, shaky laugh and scratched the back of his head. No worries, he assured. He looked down at the ground and the many remains of rubber gloves. Are you still having trouble with it? I just can't get the output to match with the control. Hunter cried. He slumped back to the ground with his hands over his face. I try to regulate it, I don't have enough output. I increase the output, it overwhelms me before I can even think of controlling it. It was an interesting problem. Not enough power to properly manipulate, but if he pushes for the... Toshinori snapped his fingers. The teens looked to him. I think I see the problem. You're causing a power surge. Hunter's eyes widened at that. Damn it, I am. He groaned. Midoriya looked surprised. Isn't that an issue when electricity-based quirks release too much power at once? Yes, but it's less electricity-based and more energy-based. What young Hunter is doing is pushing too much too quickly when he's already controlling some of his light. This is causing a surge that makes it impossible to actually manipulate his quirk. As such, it's blowing back. He reached over and grabbed another set of gloves and held them out to the older teen. If you just release as much light as you feel is safe to contain and then manipulate it, then it might work. Issue is I still have trouble with output too. I just don't have enough light in my core at the moment. Yes, you mentioned that. Toshinori hummed as he scratched at his chin before looking over to his successor. Young Midoriya, what do you think? He jolted in place. And me? He cried. Was it that much of a shock? You are my quirk counselor, dude. Hunter agreed. If anyone's going to get this figured out something I can do, it's gonna be you. A shy smile grew on his successor's face before he held a hand to his chin and thought. He began mumbling for a minute as he paced before looking back to Hunter. You mentioned you can absorb light, right? Wait, he could? That was news to Toshinori. It's more like I eat it, but yeah. That created so many more questions. Okay, then what if we had you eat a large amount of light? Enough to give you a boost. But the amount needed for such a thing would need... Hunter froze before he could finish. A lacrima. He whispered. Lacrima? But Hunter was already on his feet. I'll explain another time. I need to go. And he was off before either of the others could say anything. Toshinori and Midoriya stared after him for a moment, befuddled. He forgot his bag. Midoriya pointed out. I'm sure he'll remember it at some point. He looked to his successor and frowned. But what are you still doing here? This speech won't clean itself. Yes, All Might. He rushed off to continue. They wouldn't see Hunter again for a couple of days, at least until it was time for Midoriya's next beach cleaning. He showed up as Toshinori was breaking down a telephone pole. Why the hell was that there? For Midoriya to put away when Hunter came rushing over. Young Hunter, good to see you. Have you? A bright light interrupted him, and both he and his successor froze. Hunter's hand glowed a bright white, every part of it covered in his light. It was still filtering slightly, as if it didn't know what to do, but it was the most solid it had seemed since the teen had started. I figured it out, he said with a grin. But how? Midoriya cried. Lacrima. The grin fell into a smirk, one that was sad and yet hopeful. I had one, just hanging around. Well, all right then. Time till UA entrance exam. 7 months, 6 days. XXXXXXX. Izuku Midoriya's Guide to Heroics. Decoded by Nizu. Hero Observation. Hunter Alabaster. Age, 15. Born, April 8, 22XX. Hometown, Manhattan, New York, USA. Parents, Aoife Alabaster and Artemisia Alabaster, née Olympia. Divine Light Hero, Artemis. Favorite Hero, True King Hero, Rangaminiad. Quirk, Divine Light. Emitter quirk. Allows the manipulation of light from the body. Power generated, stored, and released from an extra organ known as the heavenly core. Warning. Heavenly core is volatile when damaged and can cause unprecedented damage. Be cautious of potential damage. Largely atrophied from disuse. Working on improving that currently. Hunter won't say why it's so weak and why he didn't use his quirk for so long. But I've seen the scars on his wrists when he thinks I'm not looking, and the way he rubs them. I'm worried about him. Can absorb light from outside sources. Seems to be able to eat sunlight and moonlight. Can potentially consume his mother and uncle's quirks if used against him. Says his sister, cousin. Talia did the same in a spar with her father. Hunter Alabaster is from Manhattan, but he doesn't really call the city his home. While he was able to settle at places, the hero Artemis runs a moving agency that prioritizes largely constant movement. From what he's been able to tell me, the longest he was able to live somewhere before high school was 5 months in Bozeman while his mother ran protection for the quirked wildlife preservation in Yellowstone National Park. Hunter is very quiet about his family, not mentioning much about them outside of little tidbits. From what I can glean, he is not that close to his family, especially his mother. When I did research on the subject, I discovered that his other mother, Hunter Alabaster, had passed away in an incident when Hunter was about a year afterward. He was sent to London to live with his mother, Hunter's cousin. That was where he learned martial arts as well as picked up a proper taste for heroics. Hunter is strong, friendly, and driven, willing to make friends and always happy to lend a helping hand. He is also hardworking and very knowledgeable in forms of combat and heroics. On the other hand, there are times where he seems to draw in on himself and doesn't communicate unless startled. Those times usually come after a reference or question about his mother or members of his family. Still, he's my best friend and seems to genuinely care about becoming a good hero. I need to ask why he wants to be a hero. I need to ask a lot more about my friend. Still, with his growing quirk and his good nature, I'm proud to have him as a friend. Stats, personal scale. Power, 2-6. Intelligence, 5-6. Speed, 3-6. Technique, 3-6. Cooperation, 5-6. There's a note in the margins, haven't seen him fight yet. But he's been teaching me martial arts, so he has to be good. Heroic stats, HPSC scale. The average pro is expected to be at least an average of 40 on total. Example. Endeavor. Quirk power, QP 120-100. Quirk control, QC 100-100. Combat capability, CC 110-100. Total combat ability, TCA 110-100. Hunter Alabaster. QP, 10-100. QC, 10-100. CC, 40-100. TCA, 2100. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia or any other fandoms used in this work. The only parts one own are original characters and possibly their powers. My Hero Academia. Hope and Light. Lesson 5. Hard Knocks, straight to the head. The Lacrima acts as a storage unit for types of energy, including the energy that a divine quirk uses. They're apparently almost exclusive to Hunter's family and certain agencies in America. Izuku explained. And apparently, his mom gave him one as a gift when he was little just before his quirk came in. He kept it as a paperweight all this time. So he used the Lacrima, and it gave him the boost he needed. Then he spent the next 3 days just training to manipulate his power. He paused to take a sip of tea before sighing. He didn't even realize that I had his bag until after he had calmed down enough to explain everything. She tried her hardest to hold back her giggles. Izuku always had such interesting stories for her. And how exactly did he consume the light within this lacrima? She asked. Is he able to absorb light through his skin or? He ate it. She nearly dropped her teacup. I'm sorry. Did she hear that correctly? Because it sounded like. A flat look was her answer. I was just as confused. He said with another sigh. But you said it was a crystal. Did his friend have some kind of eating mutation? Apparently his whole family can bite hard enough to shatter crystal. He looked so exhausted that it made Momo want to pat him on the head. Her friend was so cute. I gave it up when my teacher just said, so your generation can do that too? I realized I was the weird one in that conversation. That broke the dam, and she could no longer hide her giggles. She still tried, but they just came out. Izuku didn't look offended, though. Really, he gave a small smile like, I know it's funny, so keep laughing. Eventually, she was able to get her laughter under control enough to smile back at her friend. Well, it seems as if your training has been fruitful these past few weeks. And then some. Midoriya was already looking much more built than when they had first met. It was hard not to notice when the young man was so thin when they had first met. 2 months and his shoulders had grown broader, and he was standing taller. She had tried to meet up with her new friend as often as possible, at the same spot they had originally met. Momo had fallen in love with the little tea house, and it was quickly becoming one of her favorite places in all of Mizudafu. The tea was very good, and the service was incredibly friendly and kind. Ms. Hinako was always a delight, even if she was quite stern. And it was where she met Midoriya. Taking another sip, she smiled at her friend. So, what is next in your training? She asked. His eyes lit up at the question, and already she felt the rambling coming. Well, I've gotten a good bit of the beach cleaned up, and I've gotten the right forms for several different punches and kicks. The last 2 weeks we've been spending every morning going through the basics of the martial arts he uses. Oh, your friend knows martial arts? Well, he says that he uses it as a foundation. He modified it to fit what he needed, but the basics are what he's teaching me. What is it called? BGMI? I think that's what he called it. Said he learned it when he was a kid. No elaboration? No elaboration. Midoriya gave a resigned shrug. It was apparently common with his friend. I'm not going to argue, he'll tell me when he's ready. Anyway, he's teaching me the basics since he said that a good foundation means you can learn to actually fight. I still don't understand, but he said we'll start sparring soon. I can't wait. Momo had an idea what this Hunter was getting at, but she'd let Midoriya figure it out. Well, I'm glad that you're having fun with it, she said with a smile. Sparring will be good for you. You can train every day of the year, but actual experience is much more valuable, especially in a safe environment. Klaus had ensured she was ready in her own training. She was confident it would benefit Midoriya just as much. Has he mentioned when you would begin your sparring? Next week. He wants to give me a little test on the different forms he taught me before we get started. As Midoriya continued to chatter about his training and Momo just sat back and listened, happy for how energetic was. He had been so shy when they had met, expecting her to show her disdain. Watching him open up to her was wondrous. He was one of the sweetest people she had ever met and was always kind and courteous. It was a wonder one such as him could want to be a hero. He seemed like he wouldn't hurt a fly. It was why the thought of him learning to fight was such an anomaly. But the evidence was on his hands even at this moment. When he had first come in with bandaged hands, she had been horrified. It sounded brutal to train in such a way, punching against wood for so long and for so hard that it scars the skin. It could cause irreparable damage to his body. She hated the idea that her friend was hurting himself just so that he could be a hero. Midoriya had assured her that he was more than happy with the training and that it wasn't nearly as bad as she thought it was. He said that Hunter made sure that he never went too far and that he was always there to treat his injuries afterwards. It didn't fill Momo with much confidence. Why should her friend have injuries in the first place? But her friend wouldn't have any of it. He was on his path, and she knew she couldn't stop him. His eyes told her as much. On the plus side, it meant that she worked harder at her own training. She had asked Klaus to take up training her further in fighting as well as studying more structures she could create. Watching Midoriya work so hard just pulled that out of her. She was shooting for UA too, after all. A ding drew her attention. Looking down, she saw her watch was beeping. I believe that's it, Midoriya, she said. The boy stopped his rambling to look at her in surprise. All right. I need to get to my workout, anyway. Let's clean up. He grabbed her teacup and put it on the tray. Momo frowned as he walked away. He doesn't have a beach cleaning today, she thought. Midoriya had shown her the schedule that he was following and American Dream Plan. That was adorable, and she had seen the pattern for it. She knew for a fact that Midoriya had trained just yesterday. In fact, he had martial training in the morning. So what workout are you talking about? She would have asked him, but her friend came back and shot her a small, but no less gleaming, smile. It was when she noticed the bags under his eyes, as if he hadn't been sleeping well. Ready to go? He asked as he shouldered his bag. His voice was a little haggard, tired. But his smile was still the same. She couldn't ruin such a sweet smile, not after such a nice day. Yes, let's. She'd ask him next time. The bell jingled as they left, Ms. Hinako shooting them a farewell as they left. So, what do you have planned for the rest of the day? Midoriya asked curiously. Well, there's this set of encyclopedias at the bookstore that just came in. I believe they would be necessary for a paper I must write for my tutor. A whole set of encyclopedias for one paper? Yes, that's correct. Why? Yaozu, that's a little? Deku. The change was instantaneous. Her friend, who had been so free and relaxed, suddenly became so different. And not in a good way. His shoulders clammed up, straight and high like a turtle hiding its head. This was compounded by the way he dropped his head to not look directly at someone. What was worse was the shaking. The boy started shaking like a leaf, a shiver that ran through his entire body. Looking up, she saw that it was 4 teens that wore the same uniform that he wore when they met up on school days. The middle one, who had obviously spoken, was looking at her friend incredulously. He had brown hair in a droopy style that framed a thin face. Behind him was a spiky, dark-haired teen and 2 girls. "That is you, right, Deku?" the droopy-haired boy asked. She didn't like him. Midoriya flinched before looking back. Aishigumo, Kaitani and... He looked to the 2 girls but paused. His brow was furrowed in confusion. Ugh. That seemed to tick the blonde girl of the pair off. "Did you seriously forget our names?" she demanded, the girl next to her chuckling slightly. "Seriously, Midoriya, we've shared a class for months now. It's Kaizaki and Iba." Sorry." Her friend's hands flailed in mortification. She grabbed his hand just before it could slam into her chest. A deep red blush filled his cheeks as he looked up at her. Sorry, Yaoyorozu." He mumbled, trying to pull his hand. She wouldn't let him, though, and kept a tight grip on his hand, making him squeak. She had a feeling that he was going to need the support. The other teens seemed to notice the interaction as well. The brown-haired boy, Ishigumo, frowned incredulously. "Wait, Deku, is that your girlfriend?" The guy laughed as the others looked surprised. "Seriously, you got a girlfriend?" She frowned at that, feeling the bubble of heat that started to rise in her chest. While it wasn't true at all, she found it quite rude how that was treated like some massive joke. Everything about this boy made it seem like Midoriya was a joke. Deku, he kept calling him. The alternate kanji to her friend's name? Her frown grew more pronounced. She really didn't like them. They didn't seem to notice her displeasure either. The black-haired one, Kaitani, gave his friend a shove with a grin. "Come on, man, you know Deku of all people couldn't get a girl." He gave Yaoyorozu a once-over that had her squeezing Midoriya's hand tight. "Especially one that looks like that." Midoriya's shoulders stiffened at that, and his nervous expression turned into a frown. She gave his hand another squeeze, conveying a warning not to act rashly. Ishigumo snickered at his friend's comment, and the 2 girls behind them looked awkward. They kept glancing at Momo, as if realizing the frown on her face was growing the more that they insulted Midoriya. The boys, however, seemed oblivious to this. "Hey, why don't you come hang with us?" Ishigumo suggested. The boy's grin was probably supposed to be charming, but really it looked smarmy. "We have to be more fun than Deku, right? Dude, so harsh." Kaitani mock scolded. His grin made it obvious he agreed with his friend. "I mean, you're not wrong, but you don't have to do him like that." Momo barely saw the 2 girls take a step away from the fools, eyeing her warily. She gripped tighter on Midoriya's hand, using it as a lifeline of restraint. She wanted to tear these 2 ignoramuses down for insulting her friend. One of the sweetest people ever. The 2 fools continued to laugh, oblivious that their female companions were getting further and further away as they kept going. I mean, really, what girl would be interested in a scrawny nerd like Deku? Kaitani crowed, looking at the frowning Midoriya. "I mean, he's so weird and creepy. Why would a gorgeous babe like you even... Don't talk about him, like that." Momo paused at the seeming echo and looked down to see her friend was frowning at the other boys. The warmth in his chest bloomed at his defense of her, and her already strong confidence grew tenfold. "I will not allow you to disrespect my friend like this," she declared before Midoriya could speak. She took a step forward, making the 2 girls move even further away. "Midoriya is the one of the kindest people I know, and I refuse to allow a couple of louts such as yourself to insult him." That stopped the 2 boys' laughter cold, and they straightened up to frown at her. "Hey, who are you calling louts?" Kaitani demanded. "What is a lout?" Ishigumo mumbled, just barely loud enough for everyone to hear. Kaizaki and Iba gave twin sighs of exasperation. Midoriya just traded between looking at her in awe and looking at Ishigumo like he was an idiot. She much more preferred the former. "What it means," she said, speaking slowly and mockingly, as she'd seen her father do so often to his more pathetic adversaries, "is that I consider you 2 imbeciles not worth my time, and I would rather spend my time with my friend than even consider being in the same vicinity as you two. Hey, screw you. Ishigumo snapped. Just because you're hot doesn't mean you can talk to us like that. You prissy beach. Don't call her that. Momo's grip grew tight as Midoriya strode forward, his frown now a scowl as he glared at the boys. They actually recoiled at the sight of it. From the way they talked, they were unused to their usual prey fighting back. Yaoyorozu is one of the greatest people I know, and you guys are not going to call her that. He took a deep breath before letting it out. I think it'd be best for you to leave. What did you say, Deku? Ishigumo scowled and fiddled with his fingers. You got a lot of never talking back. Maybe we need to teach you a lesson. Next to him, Kaitani rolled his shoulders. Midoriya flinched. Instead of looking scared, though, an odd look took over his face. As if he didn't know how to react. Momo didn't give him the chance, anyway. She turned around and led her friend off. Come, Midoriya. She ordered, pulling the startled boy behind her as she went. I do not have time to deal with pitiful fools like them. W8. Yaoyorozu. Midoriya tried to protest. She ignored him, however, and kept walking. She wanted to get as far away from those dullards as humanly possible. XXXXXXX. Haizaki whistled. Dang, that was a put-down if I've ever seen one. She commented. She shared a grin with Iba as the dark-haired girl giggled. Kaitani scowled at her. Shut up, Haizaki. What do you know? He scowled off at where Deku of all people had been dragged off by the drop-dead gorgeous girl. One the little nerd was apparently friends with. How did something like that happen? Years later, in an interview, the two would admit how they met. No one could believe how much of a shoujo cliché it was. Iba chimed in before anyone else could. Maybe if you two were actually cool, a girl like that would give you the time of day. She gave a small smile as the two boys slumped over in despair. We were cool. Ishigumo protested. You're Bakugo's lackeys. That's not cool. Pow. That was the final blow, and the two boys slumped to their knees in despair. Haizaki looked at Iba with pride. That was sick, Miyuki. She whispered, holding her hand up. Iba giggled and met the high five. They turned to look at the two boys slumped down. Haizaki sighed. All right, you two, let's go. I'll treat you to something to help with those burns. Thank you. They murmured. XXXXXXX. Yaoyorozu, slow down. Izuku protested. She ignored him, however. The nerve of some people. She snapped loudly. It drew some glances and looks, but Momo was too furious to even notice. How dare they treat you like that, as if you are worth less than them? Yaoyorozu, you're making a scene. She didn't hear him, her focus only on how angry she was. I mean, really, why would you be any lesser? Because of some preconceived notion that... Momo! She jumped at the use of her given name, tugging hard enough that her friends smacked into her back. They tumbled forward, Momo landing on her side with a grunt. Wah? She looked up. Then her face exploded in red. Izuku groaned from he laid atop of her, every bit of him. That hurt. He grunted, and his breath hit her cheek and made her yelp. That finally drew her friend's attention and made him look down. Then he squeaked and leapt up. I'm so sorry. He waved his hands for a moment as Momo just watched him. It took him a moment before he realized he was being rude, and he reached out. Sorry, huh, Yaoyorozu? She took his hand, once more noting how rough they were before she pulled herself to her feet. I apologize for my actions, Midoriya. She looked around to see everyone staring at them. It made her blush burn brighter as she realized how she was acting. So disgraceful. I feel strongly when my friends are being slighted. Midoriya stared at her for a moment, looking at her as if he was just seeing her for the first time. Then, a smile broke out that warmed her heart. Thank you, Yaoyorozu. And she could tell the words were meant. They were filled with warmth and kindness. And that filled her with warmth all on its own. Time till UA entrance exam. 6 months, 2 weeks, 2 days. XXXXXXX. Izuku. Alright, so, I think we can start with some light sparring now, Izuku. They were standing in the even larger clearing they had formed on the beach, at the behest of All Might about a month after Izuku had started. It had started with cleaning a single pillar and then working in a circular pattern until they had a large enough space for actual sparring. Izuku was actually very proud of his work. He thought it was a good threshold of how well his training was going. Hunter had taken off his track jacket and was in a tank and sweats. Izuku had done the same and had already reapplied his bandages. A part of Izuku was nervous for what was to come. Hunter was incredibly experienced in fighting. If what his friend had mentioned is true, his sisters had run him through the gauntlet during middle school. He also had a year of basic training from his time at Liberty High. If there was someone who knew how to fight, Izuku was sure that it was Hunter Alabaster. Said teen was fiddling with his sparring gloves, tightening the straps. Always drags against my wrists. His words were quiet, but the near-silent beach made them carry. Hunter raised his voice as he finally stopped. So, think we're going to start with just some light contact sparring. Well, I'll be doing light contact. I want you to go all out. Are you sure about this? Izuku asked. He was hesitant to actually hit his friend. He didn't really like the idea of hurting him. Hunter just gave him a look. For some reason, Izuku felt like he was being scolded. He held up a finger. 1. You need to learn how to actually fight, and sparring is a necessary part of learning to fight. He held up a second finger. 2. You're probably not going to be able to touch me, let alone actually hit me. You're nowhere near good enough to be in my weight class. Hurtful. Izuku protested. Izuku, you barely know how to throw a punch, and I've actually been taught to fight. You are not close to hitting me. He slammed his padded knuckles together. The sound echoed with a dull thump. That's why I'm gonna beat it into your body. He moved into a basic stance, feet digging into the sand. Izuku rushed to put his own hands up, a mix of the Bajiquan that Hunter drilled into him and a bit of boxing that he couldn't help but copy from All Might. I think we should try no contact first, shouldn't we? He squeaked. No contact doesn't help. Go! And with an explosion of sand, Hunter rushed forward. What was barely acknowledged in the modern era was that the human body had advanced with the discovery of quirks. Humans, at their baseline, were now much more durable as well as able to hit harder, leap farther, and move in ways that even Olympic athletes of the pre-quirk era would have been jealous of. Even Izuku, born quirkless, had the genetic factors to be able to move faster and leap further than those who had come before him. It was why, with only 2 months of severe training, that he was able to lift 100 kilograms without much effort. It was also why Hunter, who had lived through intense training, was able to reach Izuku in less than a second. A squeal left the green-haired boy as he ducked and rolled away from the palm strike aimed at his chest. Twisting back up, he put his arms up to block the 3-punch combo that was aimed for his chest. It threw him off balance and was only lucky that his forearm was there to block the sharp knee that threw him sideways. This is very much feeling like it's beyond light contact. Izuku yelled, kipping up as quick as he could and swiftly sidestepping the next punch. He lashed out with a quick jab but was deflected and a palm strike slammed into his chest. A cough left him as he rolled but over tea kettle and stopped with his face in the sand. Ow! He mumbled, the salty taste of sand making him rush to sit up. You good? Hunter asked, bouncing on his toes in the sand. His chest ached from just that one hit, but it wasn't as bad as he expected it to be. Yeah, I'm good. He stood up and rubbed at the ache. Is that what you meant by light contact? He asked. He had noticed, just barely, that his friend's strike hadn't followed through as much as he had taught him to. It had been skin deep, just enough to knock Izuku around. But not enough to even leave a bruise. You really do have amazing control, Hunter. He muttered. His friend shrugged, even as he kept bouncing in place. Spend enough time fighting and you figure out how to pull your punches. And until we can get you up to par, I'm gonna be pulling all of them. A scowl split his face at that. Which really sucks, if I'm being honest. Sorry, my beginner skill is such a detriment. Izuku said, the sarcasm coming out before he could stop it. A bark of laughter was his answer. Well, glad to see you're getting ahead in verbal sparring. Now, a sharp bounce that dug into the sand, and the older teen was rushing him once more. Let's get back to it. Izuku blocked the next strike and swung a kick up. Sadly, it missed as Hunter slipped around him and struck him between his shoulders. He was able to stay on his feet and lashed out with a back fist that was ducked under. Always left him as 2 quick jabs were slammed into his side. "Oh God!" he squeaked, stumbling back holding his side. It hurt so much. Taking a wheezing breath, he ignored the pain as best he could and settled himself back in his stance. Another jab came, this time aimed at his face. He barely deflected it before taking a step forward and lashing out with a punch of his own. It was deflected easily, and a light kick knocked him a few steps back. Jeez. He tried again, a blocked 2-punch combo before slamming forward with a shoulder check. That was his mistake. It happened before he could respond. The moment his shoulder touched his friend's chest, Izuku found his face buried in the sand. "That didn't work out the way you thought it would, did it?" Hunter asked from where had locked Izuku's arm behind his back. His shoulder burned from the strain, but he couldn't even move it. Another arm was wrapped around his neck in a headlock, making the strain in his shoulder even worse. "Let's take a break." The tight grip vanished and Izuku was able to pull his arm back into a comfortable position. He spit out another mouthful of sand. A hand patted him on the back, and he looked up to see his friend crouched next to him and smiling. "All good?" he asked. "How?" He couldn't tell how he'd been forced to the ground. It was an instantaneous move. "Well, when you slammed into my chest, I went with the moment and angled myself to get your side. You were so focused on your attack that I was able to slip my arm under yours and put you in a lock. Then I just dropped my weight on you and put you in a headlock." What kind of teachers did he have? Izuku wondered. It was a little ridiculous that his friend knew so much about fighting. "So, what should I have done instead?" he asked. "A number of things. Keep me away so you have breathing room. Also, you're telegraphing your swing. Your eyes move to where you're gonna hit just before you do. Means I know what to watch for. You kept your form well, though, and you were able to keep your limbs inside rather than flailing them all out like an idiot, barring that back fist. So, progress." They both stood up, Izuku a little shaky from the adrenaline rush. "It's scary that you know all of this," he commented, rolling his shoulder to get rid of the lingering soreness. "I was in your spot for years. Both from my teachers and my sisters. I still can't hit Talia no matter how hard I try." Is that what he had to reach? That felt like an impossibility. "So, come on. Let's keep going." Hunter started bouncing on his toes again, hands moving up. "Fight." And he rushed forward once more. This was gonna hurt. XXXXXXX. She looked up to the clock once more from where she was cooking. Izuku should have been back by now. I wonder if he's okay. She didn't want to think of all the terrible things that could happen to her son. He could be mugged or assaulted. Something could have fallen on him, or he could have fallen off of a bridge. He could have been dragged into a villain fight. Or worse, he could. She slapped herself. No, Inko. She scolded herself. He's fine, just running a little late. He'll come through the door any moment now. But he didn't at that moment, or the next, or even 2 minutes. All of the fears that she had been trying to suppress were coming back tenfold. What if her baby was hurt? What if he was? A knock on the door broke her out of her spiral. She looked over at it warily, wondering who could be knocking at this time of the day. Putting the pan to the side, she moved through the apartment and opened the door. "Yes, can I help?" her words stuttered as she looked up at. "Hi." An auburn-haired boy greeted, waving a hand awkwardly. "I got the right place, right?" He jostled his left shoulder, and a groan left it. Inko's eyes moved to the lump hanging on the boy's shoulder to see. "Izuku!" She screamed, twins geysers of tears exploding from her eyes at the sight of her baby boy so hurt. He looked like he had been thrown through a hurricane. The auburn boy sounded, staring at Inko as the woman flooded the entryway. "Yes. I did get the right house. Time till UA entrance exam. 6 months, 1 week, 3 days. XXXXXXXX. Izuku." The beach was starting to come together. Taking a deep breath, Izuku lifted, pulling the entire tire into his hands, careful of the rusted metal sticking out of it. He didn't want to get an infection from whatever was on it. "Faster, young Midoriya." Keep going and going. All Might shouted from where he was standing in the gazebo. Hunter was next to him, white light shining from under the yellow gloves he was staring at. All Might threw out a fist and jerked it up and down in a cheer. You have to do more if you want to be ready for the entrance exam. You gotta plus ultra. Yeah, woo, go plus ultra, Hunter said, not even paying attention. Izuku grunted but moved a little faster. The tire was only about 40 kilos, so it wasn't like it was much. It was just awkward. Plus ultra. With a cry, he started running with the tire. When he reached the truck, he heaved it up and threw. There was the sound of crunching metal as the tire hit the tailgate and bent it in a bit. Izuku froze at the damage before slowly looking back at All Might. His mentor was staring at him as if he had never seen him before. All Might put his head in his hands and shook it left and right in disappointment. Izuku wanted to die. Hunter didn't even move. He just kept staring at his hands. Time till UA entrance exam. 6 months. XXXXXXXX. Izuku groaned as he moved through the hallways. Class had been terrible. Not because he was struggling with the curriculum. He was just so exhausted. Between his workouts, his extra workouts, spending time with Hunter, Yaoyorozu, and Tetsu, who they sadly couldn't meet as often since he was on the other side of the city, as well as his combat training, Izuku was just dead on his feet. He was making progress, plenty of it. He could last in bouts with Hunter for at least a couple minutes now, and his friend said that he was picking it up amazingly fast. And the beach was coming together perfectly. It was just that everything was starting to get to him. All that was going on was just making his schedule so tight. Compounded with school as well as helping his mother around the house. And lack of sleep. It was beginning to become too much. He punched himself in the face. A couple of girls who had been walking by him screamed in shock. They looked at him like he is insane. He ignored them, however, scolding himself. It's not too much. He stated. It's the bare minimum if I want to get to UA. Everyone else is so far ahead of me, I need to reach their level. He squared his shoulders. That's right, he was just getting to the starting line. He didn't have cleanup today, so maybe he should go for a run after school? Hey, Deku. Izuku flinched and sighed. When he turned, his shoulders relaxed a little when he saw that Kaken wasn't there. It was just Kaitani and Ishigumo. Yes? He asked. Both were scowling at him, shoulders set in a way that they were definitely trying to loom over him. We gotta talk, Deku. Ishigumo spat. Everyone around them stopped to stare, whispering to each other. Izuku felt as the circle formed around them and blocked off the exit route. He frowned at that. He really didn't want to deal with this. What did you want to talk about? A couple of snickers echoed through the hall. He cursed himself, frustrated that he stuttered. It was such a bad habit. Kaitani spoke this time, his voice grating. We need to talk about what your beach girlfriend said to us. He snapped. That was over a month ago. Izuku thought in exasperation. Still, he frowned at the caustic way they described his friend. Around them, a ripple flowed through the hall at the comment. A girl with Midoriya? No way. Who would want to with him? I mean, he is cute. In a lame, scrawny way. A smattering of laughs at that last line. A flash of heat spread across Izuku's cheeks, but he pushed it down. Yaoyorozu isn't my G-girlfriend. She's my friend. His eyes narrowed. And I don't appreciate you calling her a beach. The laughter died away at the surprising strength in Izuku's words. Yaoyorozu is a wonderful person and doesn't deserve you calling her names. The two scowled even more at him. Well, you're gonna get it for what she said, you little loser. Ishigumo hissed, taking a step forward. Because that beach might not be around, but you are. He moved to reach for Izuku, Long's fingers twisting angrily. But Izuku reacted without realizing, twisting around the other teen as he grasped at air. Gasps rang out as Ishigumo stumbled and fell over. Ah! Izuku gasped before moving forward and holding a hand out. Are you okay? You little... Ishigumo clawed at him. Izuku squeaked and stumbled back. Arms slipped under his armpits and held him in place. Kaitani he had forgotten. Let go! He grunted, flailing slightly. He didn't want to hurt the other boy. He didn't want to hurt anyone. It wasn't heroic. His gaze was drawn back as Ishigumo scrambled up. The teen cracked his knuckles as he moved closer. Hold him still, Kaitani. Rearing back, Ishigumo got ready to throw a heavy punch right at Izuku's face. Hope you like life with no teeth, Deku. And he swung. Izuku's world froze for a moment at the strike. It was sloppy. It was slow. The weight behind it wasn't anything to write home about. Compared to the swing of his friend, it was pathetic. Was 3 months enough time to warrant such a drastic change? Wait, no, don't get philosophical. There's a fist rushing to his face. He twisted his head to the side, his neck aching at the move as he tried to dodge. The outer knuckle just barely grazed his face as it missed, right into Kaitani's face. Ow! Kaitani snapped, letting go of Izuku as he rushed to grab his face. Ishigumo took a step back, startled by his own action. Dude, what the hell? Kaitani demanded, leaning over and groaning in pain. It was obvious his nose hurt. He dodged. Ishigumo protested, pointing at Izuku. Said green-haired teen was backing away, looking warily at the duo. Ishigumo glared furiously at him. You got a lot of nerve making me hit my friend, Deku. How is that my fault? Izuku asked. He looked around for help, but none was available. He yelped and slipped by as Ishigumo swung another punch at him. Why are you doing this? He whined, ducking another swing and dodging to his bully's offside. Stay still so I can pound you. The words were heavy and snarling, even as Ishigumo was already growing tired. He tried again, but Izuku just took a step back. Around them, the other students looked surprised at Izuku's moves. None of those who knew him had seen him dodge a swing before, nor in such a smooth way. In fact, all of his moves were flowing, and to the few who had some form of martial arts knowledge, it was obvious that he was pulling back from slipping into a stance. The whole situation was such a contrast to what people were used to when it came to Izuku Midoriya. It reminded his classmates that were there of when he had come into class so long ago, hands covered in bloody bandages. Some had joked that he had hurt himself falling over or from being clumsy. Now, it didn't seem as prominent a decision. I've never seen anything like this. How is he? That dodge was textbook perfect. Did he learn to fight? No one was sure how such a change had come about, or when it had begun. But it was something fantastical to them. Izuku Midoriya, the biggest nerd in the school, making his bullies look like clowns. It was amazing. Gore! Ishigumo huffed, his breath coming in heavy pants. Just stay still, will you? Can't we talk? Izuku asked. He was starting to get frustrated, rather than scared. Once more, he thought how slow the other boy was, and how weak and clumsy his swings were. His training really was the difference he needed. Hunter's going to be insufferable, though, he thought. His friend was the type to be pretty smug when he was right. All Might was a better hero than Rangaminiad. He'd prove it. He dodged another swing from Ishigumo and sighed. Please stop. He whined. At this point he wasn't really scared anymore. Oh sure, he was terrified of getting in trouble, a teacher finding them and thinking he started something, or someone blaming him for Kaitani's potential injury. This is really risky. He sidestepped another lunging punch. Ishigumo growled furiously. Before he could try again, though, he was tackled to the ground. A-hole! Kaitani snapped, yanking on Ishigumo's collar. What the hell were you doing hitting me? The demanded was followed with a shake of his friend. It was an accident, a-hole. Ishigumo hissed. He pushed at Kaitani's shoulders, and they rolled over as they wrestled. What are you attacking me for? You started it. Izuku stood awkwardly as the two teens continued wrestling, unsure what he should do. Should he stop them? But then they would attack him again. He looked around to the other students, who were no longer paying attention to him. Instead they were focused on the brawling teenagers on the floor. Maybe I can sneak out while everyone's distracted? He wondered. What is going on here? Izuku froze at the sound of the assistant principal coming up, her voice near apoplectic with fury. Students scrambled out of her way as she strode up to them. What exactly are you two doing? She snapped down at Ishigumo and Kaitani, who froze at the sight of her. The teens scrambled away from each other and immediately pointed to Izuku. "It's all Midoriya's fault," they chorused. The assistant principal didn't seem to believe them, however. The flat look he shot them both made the two drop their arms. "You really think I'll believe that? Midoriya looks like he was just standing there while you two imbeciles were brawling in the middle of the hallway." He looked over to Izuku. "Midoriya," he barked. "What exactly happened and how were you involved?" He looked to the ground, nervous and uncomfortable. Ishigumo and Kaitani were mad about something a friend of mine said to them and tried to hit me. When Kaitani grabbed me, Ishigumo tried to hit me. His heart sank the longer he talked, feeling guilty for his actions. I dodged out of the way and Kaitani got hit in the face. Then they started fighting. The other two tried to protest and said that it was his fault. The assistant principal didn't look impressed, however. "So, you two started this and then tried to blame your victim? Really, how fools like you reach this level of education, I will never understand." He shook his head. Izuku thought. It seemed to hit the other boys as well, if their thunderstruck looks were any indication. But he's lying." Ishigumo protested. "He's the one who started it." Kaitani nodded in agreement. "You're telling me the boy known across the school as the quietest person here is the one who started a fight?" He demanded. "Can anyone corroborate what Midoriya said?" He asked to the surrounding students. Izuku expected that would be the end of it. He wasn't that well liked by his classmates. "Maybe if I get suspended, I can focus more on my training." Even to his head, that was weak. It was those two. Midoriya didn't even swing. Seeing M on the floor was hilarious. "Kaitoge." Izuku froze as everyone around them agreed with him, pointing out Ishigumo and Kaitani as the perpetrators. "They're helping me?" He wondered, surprised by the sheer concept. It wasn't like his classmates were outright cruel to him, group mocking aside. They weren't exactly supportive either, to be honest. This is a surprise, he thought. Then again, Kaitani and Ishigumo weren't exactly popular either, he guessed. They were more known for following Kaken around. The assistant principal gave a heavy scowl to the two other boys. "Well, you heard your classmates. Let's go, boys." He turned around and wandered off, the students parting to let him through. Ishigumo and Kaitani followed with their shoulders hunched up, shooting death glares at Izuku as they passed. He realized they really weren't as intimidating as Kaken. Not at all. Once the assistant principal had left, the hallway filled with the chatter of students. Izuku took the time to sneak away, blending in with the crowd. When he got outside, he jogged off of the school grounds. That was weird, he thought to himself. But another part was excited. Because he had been attacked. And he hadn't been beaten. He was getting better, he was sure of it. Time till UA entrance exam. 5 months, 1 week, 4 days. XXXXXXXX. Izuku ducked another punch, taking the kick to his crossed forearms and letting it knock him into a somersault. Kipping back up, he struck out with an elbow that Hunter dodged to the right. Izuku followed the motion, twisting around to strike out with a knee to his friend's side. It was blocked with a forearm, but a grunt left the boy as Izuku reached out and pulled him in to take an elbow to the shoulder. Then he let go as a heavy palm lashed out and slammed into his chest. Skipping back a bit, Izuku huffed a little, too tired to cry out his triumph. He had hit him. He had hit Hunter. Said teen was rubbing at his shoulder while he rotated his arm. "That was pretty good, Izu," he said, shooting a proud grin at his friend. "You've gotten the hang of this pretty fast." A splash of heat ran across his cheeks at that, Izuku unable to take the praise from his friend. Thanks." He stuttered. "I've been practicing the basics at night, before bed." "I can tell. The basics are the foundation. Your fighting style grows with experience as you try new things. MMA fighters of the past used to take different moves from different martial arts to make a fighting style that was flexible and matched them. You should do the same a bit." "Right. Okay, since you hit me, that means you're catching up to my speed." So, Hunter crouched, and alarms blared in Izuku's head. "I'll just have to go harder." And he rushed forward, faster than he was previously. Meep. Time till UA entrance exam. 4 months, 3 weeks, 5 days. XXXXXXXX. Hunter. Ha. You flatter me, ladies. Hunter stared blankly at All Might, the man in a stupid, Where's Waldo, swimsuit and flexing and posing as a bunch of women fawned over him. They were at the beach, which Izuku had cleaned up enough to where other people had started to come out and enjoy it. There would be sporadic people that would come out to swim or sunbathe. Some even came to cheer Izuku on when they realized who was cleaning the beach up, a few even coming in the morning to watch the two spar. Hunter thought about asking All Might to block off the beach so as not to distract Izuku and make him nervous. His best friend was still shy, even if he has that Yaoyorozu girl and Hunter helping with his confidence. It was only when he saw that it was having a positive effect on Izuku that he let it go. People were encouraging him, some were cheering him on. Izuku had become the local legend for his efforts, and while the boy blushed and stuttered and mumbled, Hunter could see that Izuku stood a little straighter at the praise. And that killed any motivation to have it stopped. Plus, it was hilarious when girls in bikinis flirted with Izuku. He blushed so heavily he looked like he would light up like Leo Valdez. Haha. Oh right, showboating dumbass. Isn't he supposed to be teaching Izuku? He thought. Said green-haired teen was out in the water swimming laps. It was a day off from school, but not a cleanup day. Hunter had come so they could do some additional sparring since Izuku had the whole day to himself. But he had just gotten there to see that the beach was crowded. Oh, All Might. Ladies, please. Yeah, not dealing with this. Throwing off his shirt, he rushed out to join Izuku. Might as well get some exercise in. Better than listening to the symbol of stupidity. Time till UA entrance exam. 4 months, 2 weeks, 3 days. XXXXXXX. Izuku. So, this is Momo Yaoyorozu, huh? Hunter asked, popping a fry in his mouth. His nonchalant tone was ruined by the sheet-eating grin on his face. Said girl was looking awkwardly between the three boys. Hunter and Tetsu looked like sharks in the water, and Izuku felt like he was bleeding out in front of them. Izuku and Yaoyorozu had been enjoying a day off when Yaoyorozu had expressed interest in having fast food, something the girl had never really tried. We had the experience several times, but it was catered to me and my parents. She had said when he had asked how she had never had it before. She had looked so excited that Izuku had given up and taken her to the nearest W's he could find. It just so happened to be where Hunter and Tetsu had gone to after workout. Nice to meet ya, Tetsu said with a grin. Said grin seemed to put Yaoyorozu off kilter a bit, but she gave a polite greeting back. Izuku was questioning every part of his existence. So, you two are Midoriya's friends? She asked cautiously as she bit into her burger. Her second burger. He talks about you both a lot. More so you, Alabaster. Just call me Hunter, please. He grimaced as she balked at him. I'm not a fan of Japanese courtesy. Sorry, a nonchalant shrug. Izuku's face turned even redder as both boys laughed. Yeah, these two are inseparable. Tetsu said. I dig it though. Having a bro is always great. I just wish I had more time to hang out with them too. Especially when they're training. Yes, how is that going? She had tried to ask Izuku, but he admittedly too self-deprecating to actually tell her his progress. Instead he had just praised Hunter for being such a good teacher. I asked Izuku, but he didn't have much to say on his progress. Well, he can hit me now, so that's actually pretty impressive. Hunter said, and the familiar feeling of pride overtook Izuku. Meant I didn't have to hold back as much, so I took it to the next step. Hasn't hit me at that level yet, but he's getting there. That was less empowering but still felt good. He was making progress, that's what mattered. He's really good at coming in close and he's figuring out kicking. More. Not as much All Might imitation. All Might was a great inspiration. Of course he would emulate him. Yes, the All Might obsession. It was not an obsession. It was healthy admiration and, oh, who was he kidding, he was a massive fanboy. It was his biggest pride and his biggest shame. I find it quite cute, actually. And sweet. He was proud to be a fanboy. That response, as well as the glance Hunter shot at his blushing face, drew a Cheshire grin from the auburn-haired boy. So what I'm hearing is you find Izuku cute, huh? next to him, Tetsu roared with laughter, drawing looks and making Izuku's flush even worse. Now, Yaoyorozu's face matched his. Just because she was stuttering as bad as him. It was really cute actually. And red really was nice on her. Izuku blinked. Where did that come from? He wondered. Ha. Tetsu paused his laughing, turning to look at something. Hey, why's that guy glaring at us? Hunter, sitting next to him, looked over. He frowned at whatever it was, a brow ped curiously. Hey, isn't that dude we saved, Izuku? Baku something? He asked. Izuku froze at that, slowly twisting his neck to look. Oh god, he thought. His full whack turned to stone in his stomach. Because it was Kaken, sitting on the other side of the Wdanas and glaring furiously at them. In fact, he looked like he wanted to kill something, mainly Izuku. It's slightly concerning that these thoughts don't bother me all that much. He thought with a grimace. Geez, that's a pretty hateful glare. Tetsu said, his seemingly eternal grin fading as he frowned. Why's he look so angry? He was like that when we saved him from the sludge, slime, whatever the guy was. Hunter pointed out. I just thought was the whole situation making him moody. Guess not. Tetsu grunted. Actually, he seems to be glaring at you, Midoriya. Who is he? That's Kaken. The three looked at him at his admittance, and from the way Hunter and Yaoyorozu looked at him, he realized that they knew something was wrong. So he gave in. He was a kid in the neighborhood. We used to be friends when we were little. But then he got his quirk, and I didn't, and well? That drew frowns from all three. Tetsu even stood up, growling. I'm gonna. Hunter yanked him back down. Calm down, scraphead. You're not gonna go after him cause you'll get in trouble. Then you'll lose your shot at UA. He looked over to the angry-looking blonde, whose scowl had grown even deeper from Tetsu's aggression. And he seems like the type to escalate. Wouldn't be the first time. Izuku muttered. What was that? Crap, not meant to be heard. Nothing. Izuku squeaked. From the looks of the others, they didn't believe him. Anyway, Hunter, have you figured anything out about your quirk? Please buy the distraction. He did not need them thinking about Kaken. Thankfully, Hunter took it, giving a groan of frustration and slumping against his seat. I swear, I've tried everything I could. I'm able to solidify it a little bit, but I can't get it to have the impact that I want it to. He held up a hand. Izuku was surprised to see it was covered in bandages. This happened to me because of that. As the conversation devolved into about everyone's quirks and what to do to improve them, Izuku felt the stone in his stomach fade away. He knew eventually he'd have to explain Kaken to Hunter and Yaoyorozu, but he didn't want to deal with that. Not yet. Looking over, a chill went up his spine when he saw that the blonde was staring at him. His searing red eyes were as hot with hatred as any of his explosions. They stayed there for a moment, before Kaken looked back to his food. A furious scowl splitting his face. Izuku didn't know if that reaction was good or bad. Because there never really was a good with his old friend. Izuku never noticed the way that Hunter and Momo looked at him. Or the decision that came to their minds. Time till UA entrance exam. 3 months, 3 weeks, 2 days. XXXXXXX. Everything ached, and his body was starting to break down. See Ofushijuf. Izuku mumbled, swiping loosely at his notebook as he tried to take notes. He needed some tea or coffee. Or some kind of energy drink. He had a training session with Hunter this morning, and his friend had been unrelenting. Even worse, they had focused on grapples and throws most of the morning as well as counters. He had been thrown into the sand enough times that there was a lining of it in his stomach. Izuku knew he would need another shower when he got home. Also, possibly some antacids. Midoriya. The teacher snapped. Jioch Fijiach. Izuku yelped, the gibberish all that could come out with how delirious he was. The whole class stared at him, wondering if the boy was concussed. The teacher's scowl turned into a frown. Midoriya, are you okay? He asked, voice filled with wary concern. Sofjij. Sigh. Hey Ami, could you take him to the nurse's office? I don't think he'll be doing anything today. Yes, sir. Time till UA entrance exam. 3 months, 2 weeks, 4 days. XXXXXXX. Toshinori. Hup, 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 hup. He called back, focused on keeping his segue going properly. You gotta keep moving, young Midoriya. If you want to be the best, you need to keep steady on your path. Real inspirational, all might. You got this teaching thing in the bag, he thought to himself. Toshinori paused, though, when he didn't hear the usual cheers of his student from behind him. In fact, young Midoriya hadn't really said anything at all. Young Midoriya? He looked back to see that the young man was collapsed to the ground, shivering with aches and pains. Hey, young Midoriya. Did he not sleep well the night before? Was he eating enough? What if the training was too much? Toshinori paused as that stray thought festered in his mind. What if Midoriya was training too hard? The training plan was built to perfect fit your needs. He said slowly. The only reason that you could have for collapsing like this would be because you've been violating the schedule. You've been working out more outside of it, haven't you? Izuku laid gasping on the ground, and it frustrated Toshinori even more. They had already adjusted the plan to include his martial training. And yet, the boy was going even further. Overworking yourself can be detrimental to your health, even worse to your health. Do you actually want to pass? Was he that foolish to think he could skip ahead? Take a DMN shortcut? Toshinori paused as he saw exhausted fingers grind into the autumn. Leaves upon the ground. The boy struggled to even rise an inch. And yet he kept pushing. He don't care about passing. Midoriya pushed a little harder. Rising high enough, he put his other arm under himself. I don't want to just pass. I'm far behind everyone else as it is, so I have to work harder. Because I want to go further. All I have ever wanted was to be like you. To be as great as you. He looked up, and Toshinori was drowned in the sheer resolve in the boy's eyes. A maddening desire that burned the air from his lungs. I want to be the greatest hero, like you. That frightful shiver, the madness in those eyes. How familiar was it? How true was it? The boys want to emulate him. It was funny how much he already did. That same crazed drive that his master once believed he had. They say that those who want to go so far, who have such a dangerous drive, are crazy in some way. He thought, looking upon the young mirror of himself. A sigh left him, but any frustration vanished with his own smile. What would you think of a boy like this, master? Getting off of his Segway, Toshinori walked over and crouched in front of his successor. You blind fanboy. He muscled up, throwing the boy onto his shoulder. Such foolish desire, stupid drive. It's everything that a hero should be. He picked up the Segway and wandered off, towards the beach. We'll modify the plan so you can properly get those gains. No more struggling. This old man has got your back. You're not old, All Might. Time till UA entrance exam. 2 months, 3 weeks, 4 days. XXXXXXXX. Hunter. So, I guess the adjusted schedule worked out. They watched for a moment longer as Izuku lifted up a fridge, placing it carefully onto his back. It was amazing how that scrawny nerd who couldn't even lift a tire properly was now able to deadlift a full-on refrigerator. Even more so when he slowly trotted forward with it. It made Hunter's arms ache just thinking about it. They were in the final step of their plan, which Hunter refused to address by name, and Izuku was actually ahead of the curve by quite a large margin. In fact, the younger teen had almost completely finished the designated spot for cleanup. In fact, he was starting to hedge out into the leftover stuff. All the while, Izuku kept up with the rest of his training along with his other responsibilities with a near-ceaseless drive. It was even more impressive when you factored in Hunter's addition to the new plan. Now that they were in the final stretch, Hunter had decided to ensure Izuku was ready for any situation. What that meant was that he was ambush Izuku into a spar whenever he was doing his morning workouts or cleaning up the beach, or even swimming or running. He would also throw pieces of trash at him as he was carrying other materials to the truck. All to work on footwork and evasion. Even that, Izuku had taken to like a fish to water. If he didn't know any better, then he would have thought his best friend was Prodigy. How's your quirk control coming along, young Hunter? All Might asked, giving him a glance before going back to the paperwork he was working on. They had decided to get some work done while they waited for Izuku to finish his session. Hunter himself had some homework that Principal Nizu had given him to do, so he was ready for the entrance exam. The question, though, had him pausing. Have you been able to fully solidify your firsts in your light? It's coming along, he said with a sigh. He held up one of said fists and pulled on his quirk. It lit up with a gleaming energy in a second, an accomplishment Hunter was proud of all things considered. I've moved on to LTX surgical gloves instead. They're thinner, so the energy has to be more cautious. If I've made even a small rip, then I've failed. You don't sound happy about it. All Might pointed out. Hunter squeezed his pen tighter, a growl leaving his lips. The problem is that whenever I try to actually utilize my light along something as simple a punch, it gets extinguished before I can make contact. My focus needs to be entirely on my quirk to be able to utilize it properly. The most he could get is a small burst as he was swinging, but nothing truly substantial. All Might gave a hum and scratched at something on a paper. You practice Bajiquin, correct? Technically, it's a mix of Bajiquin, Chinese Kenpo, and some basics mixed in from my other teachers. Yes, well, I've seen you train, and your priority is explosive direct assaults to debilitate the opponent. Least, that's what I gained from that spar last month. For the last time, I did not mean to give him a concussion. Hunter snapped, pushing against the heat that wanted to explode across his nose. It wasn't his fault that Izuku didn't block properly. I wasn't blaming you. I was going to say that maybe you should use your quirk to expand those attacks. Hunter paused, ping a brow at the old pro. What do you mean? He asked. Why don't you try letting out your light just as you go in for a strike? Your quirk acts very similar to Jing, so it might be good to try it that way. That made sense. By letting it out just as he was going for the strike, he could increase the concussive power of his strikes. He was able to hold back his power fairly well at this point, so funneling it through a palm strike or an elbow, that could work. He muttered, "Why didn't I think of it sooner?" A coughing laugh from the man opposite him. You're still fresh to your quirk, young Hunter. You won't figure out everything at once. It takes time to figure out a quirk, how to best use it. Take the time to think as you train, and things will work out. It was great advice. Advice from a truly great hero. Instead of a smile breaking out at the praise, though, Hunter frowned. All Might's words had brought back something he had been thinking of lately. Looking over to Izuku, the words echoed. It takes time to figure out a quirk, how to best use it. Looking at Izuku, his frown grew more pronounced. Squaring his shoulders, Hunter took a deep breath. Hey, All Might. HM? What is it this time, young Hunter? He looked up once more but frowned at the serious look on the teen's face. Is something else wrong, young man? Hunter steeled himself, matching All Might's stare with his own. I think you should give Izuku one for all. Right now. Time till UA entrance exam. 2 months chapter text. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia or any other fandoms used in this work. The only parts one own are original characters and possibly their powers. My Hero Academia. Hope and Light. Lesson 6. The Trials of One for All. XXXXXXX. Toshinori. Well, that wasn't what Toshinori expected. Come again? He asked. I seem to be hard of hearing, young man. Hunter stared flatly at him, before repeating himself. One for all. Now. The words were said so slowly that it was obvious that the teen was mocking him. Cheeky little brat. But why would he think this was a good idea? It was too soon. And even so, young Midoriya hasn't completed his goal. He said, waving a hand where his successor was still struggling with trash. Look closer. He's working on the outside perimeter. Wait, what? Toshinori looked closer. His heart leapt when he saw that Hunter was right. Where there had been spires of trash covering the entire beach, there was now a massive gap. Some people were actually wandering around down there, cheering the young teen on as he went. Midoriya really had done what he had set out to do and had even done it in record time. Young Hunter is right. Toshinori realized. Young Midoriya has pushed himself beyond, and has completely cleared the objective, and even gone further beyond. If he estimated things right, he would have finished absolutely everything by the end of the month. He could wait until then and then give it to him. However, Toshinori set a gimlet eye on his other student. Why do you think he needs it now? He asked. There had to be a specific reason that Hunter wanted it transferred now, so early. Didn't you say that one for all would be too strong for him? Hunter pointed out. When Toshinori nodded, he continued. Shouldn't that mean that we should give it to him early to make sure that he can, use it? But I didn't have any trouble using it. Toshinori pointed out. How big were you when you got it? And how heavy? How big was he? Probably about 200 centimeters or so and about 160 kilos. Wait a minute. Toshinori looked over to Midoriya, noting something different. Also, that was, 20-30 years ago? And in your own words, you've massively boosted it. Hunter said. I just feel like we need to give Izuku a little more prep time, so that he doesn't explode. That was a good point. Looking back, he was pretty sure he was one of the members to have held the quirk the longest since its formation. A long 40 years, in which he had cultivated the power to a pinnacle. One that had not only put him as number 1 in Japan but had kept him in the top 10 in the world for at least 2.5 decades. He was beyond S-class, and the WHA even categorized him as EX-class. Currently, there were only 6 others with that position. And he was giving it to a middle schooler. One who had only been training for 8 months at this point. Toshinori gave a sigh and nodded to Hunter. You have a good point, young Hunter. He said. Do you think we should do it now? Or maybe wait for his next session? The teen put a hand to his chin. Toshinori bit back a smile as Hunter unknowingly imitated his best friend. Might as well get it over with. The sooner Izuku can start figuring it out, the sooner I can adjust my part of his schedule. He hummed. Plus, we might need to be prepared if something crazy happens. That's true. Hunter looked over to young Midoriya, who was dragging a truck's engine behind him. Yo, Izuku! He yelled. The younger teen yelped and slipped, falling face first in the sand. The engine bounced back from where he had been pulling it. Sitting up and spitting out sand, he looked up at them. Yes. He called back. Get your butt up here. Midoriya looked back at the engine for a moment before standing up. He trotted up to them, brushing sand off himself as he went. What's up? He asked when he got to their picnic table. Toshinori opened his mouth to explain but paused as his mind blanked. How was he supposed to explain this to his successor? He looked over to Hunter. The teen just pet a brow at him. We, were thinking. He couldn't figure out what to say. Green eyes were molded by concern. Midoriya reached out to him, but awkwardly paused. Is everything okay, All Might? Weiss, of course. I think, God, why was this so hard? He thinks you should have one for all early. Hunter said, sipping from a bottle of water. Predecessor and successor froze as one at the almost lazy tone. You said that too casually. Toshinori protested in his mind. The wide-eyed look young Midoriya was giving seemed to say much the same. The boy gulped. Really? Yeah, was all his idea. Said that you had shown yourself worthy enough for something. Again, Hunter kept up the lie, acting as if this was Toshinori's idea, rather than his own. Right, All Might? Scary, Toshinori thought, the sharp glare being shot at him sending a shiver down his spine. Good Lord, was the boy intimidating. And while he would never say it out loud for fear of the boy's reprisal, he really did have his mother's glare. Coughing awkwardly, he addressed Midoriya. That's right, young Midoriya, he said, and he didn't have to fake the pride in his words. You have proven yourself to be ready, your will is indomitable, and your perseverance unquestionable. There is no one more worthy than you in my eyes, Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya's eyes started to water, and his lips trembled. Toshinori bit back the chuckle that wanted to come out. Of course, praise from him would make this fanboy start bawling. It is time for you to take in my quirk. He stood up, looking around. The beach had become empty since he and Hunter had started their conversation. It made him confident enough to take on his muscle form. Tell me, young Midoriya, are you ready? The boy sniffled, looking down to his work-worn hands. Do I really deserve this? Pardon? What do you mean, young man? Toshinori asked. So many people have worked harder, spent longer, gained experience that I don't have. Toshinori's heart ached at the melancholy tinge in his successor's voice. His young successor who had already struggled so much. I just feel so blessed to be able to have this chance. I mean, do I really deserve to? Okay, well that's bullshit. Hunter interrupted, glaring flatly at the other boy. Wow. Midoriya squawked. Toshinori coughed out a glob of blood in surprise. Why are you two so weird? The older teen mumbled. Then he spoke more loudly. Izuku, you deserve this. You are one of the kindest people I know, to the point that you're kind of stupid. Midoriya blinked at that, face twitching as if offended. But that makes you one of the most deserving of this quirk, man. Hunter leaned his cheek against his fist, his flat glare turning into a grin. I'd rather have one for all in the hands in a deranged lunatic that wants to save everyone than in the hands of someone like that Bakuga guy you were so scared of. Bakuga guy? Toshinori wondered. The name sounded a little familiar. What is important to remember is that you can do a lot of good with this quirk, good that not many others are willing to do. That's what makes you worthy. You deserve it, Izuku, and you'll be a great hero. The greatest. Hunter, Midoriya mumbled. Toshinori just grinned, because he couldn't agree more. Coughing, he drew both teens' attention. Well then, I think there is no more doubt, is there, young Midoriya? Midoriya looked down at his hands. He clenched them, then looked up and resolutely nodded. I'm ready. That was what he wanted to hear. Looking around, he made sure no one was around. Thankfully, the beach had cleared out in the last few minutes as the sunset began to fully set. It was now just him and his two pupils. Then he turned into his muscle form. I am here, he called. Indoor voice moron. Young Hunter snapped. All might. Young Midoriya wailed. Tears and snot streaked down his face. All Might ignored all of this, however, pulling a single thread of hair off of his head. Young man, you have persevered these last few months. His words were lower now, and young Midoriya's tears receded a bit as he gazed up at him in adoration. It lit a warm hearth in his soul. And now, it is time for you to take your first steps. You have proven yourself worthy of my power. And so, I bless you with its might. Reach out. All Might held his hand out, still holding his hair. Young Hunter gave a grin, bringing his bottle of water up to drink. Young Midoriya sniffled and reached out his hands. Close to where All Might's own was. And claim your future for yourself. A sniffle. All Might. Young Midoriya whispered. Eat this. The world froze at the order, as if something had fractured. Then, it all came back at once as Hunter had a spit take so violent that it looked like a whale's spout, before collapsing onto the table coughing. Midoriya's eyes had frozen at All Might's order before slowly looking up at him. Huh, he squeaked. Well, this was awkward. Well, you see, he stopped stuttering to sigh. Suddenly, his smile was harder to keep going. As it turns out, the transference requires that you take in my DNA, and this is one of the more appropriate options. The smile truly fell as both boys looked horrified. Midoriya was bug-eyed, and looked as if he was going to collapse in horror. Hunter just looked disturbed and swallowed heavily. That is gross on so many levels, he said. Looking down at his water bottle, he slowly moved it towards his friend. You're gonna need this. No time for questions or worries. All Might said, desperate to get this done before his successor could have second thoughts. He certainly had, and he was not ashamed to admit that his teacher was much more attractive than he was. Wait a minute. No time. Now I'm just gonna go over there for a minute. Make sure that no one comes by and sees all of this. Toshinori had sent both boys home after that, explaining that they should come back the next day after the quirk had time to acclimate to young Midoriya's body. Both teens had wholeheartedly agreed and had left, young Midoriya being forced to be carried since he couldn't walk after the harrowing experience Toshinori was embarrassed to admit he put the young man through. Hunter didn't seem to mind and had even looked a mix of amused and revolted at his friend's suffering. A part of Toshinori worried how just having the quirk would affect young Midoriya. He had stayed up most of the night, haunted by his fears that something would happen to his successor, the quirk reacting poorly, using it without knowing what he was doing, accidentally giving it to someone else. It was not a good night's sleep at all. So there he was, waiting for the dynamic duo to arrive. All he could hope was that nothing terrible would happen. Izuku. Something terrible was going to happen, Izuku was sure of it. He didn't feel any different, that was for sure. Not to mention that he had no idea how to even use one for all, and it left Izuku struggling to even think of what to do. Maybe I need to consciously activate it? He wondered, scratching a pen across his notebook as he absent-mindedly took notes. But I can't do anything until I meet with All Might, anyway, he sighed, letting some of his frustration bleed out with it. He had gone to class and acted normally, but he hadn't considered how antsy he would be from the waiting. He honestly couldn't pay attention to class at all. If it weren't for the fact that he had been helping Yaoyorozu with her own prep for the entrance exams, he would probably be in trouble. Thankfully his friend was so far ahead that catching up to her to help study had put him far beyond his class. But now he couldn't focus. He wanted to figure out one for all. All Might had deemed him ready early. That meant he needed to start working on it now. Izuku was still so far behind, and now he had an opportunity. He couldn't squander it. The final bell rang, interrupting whatever the teacher had been saying. Izuku jolted at the sound, his pen snapping in his hand. He looked down at it in shock, wondering how that had happened. The teacher sighed before waving at the class. All right, everybody, go on and enjoy your day. See you tomorrow. The class gave a small cheer before devolving into chatter as everyone got ready to leave. Izuku blinked a moment before realizing what that meant. He can go meet All Might. Quickly putting away the remnants of his pen and his notebook, he packed up his bag. He should be there already. Izuku thought, remembering the text he got that morning. Clipping up his bag, he stood up to leave. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku paused, looking over to see Haizaki had called out to him, Iba next to her. Hey, what's the rush? You all right? She crossed her arms over her chest and looked him over. It was kinda intimidating. Haizaki might not be tall, and was kinda unassuming with the blonde pigtails, but she had a pretty stern glare. Actually, you've been squirrely all day, more than usual. Is there something wrong? Izuku blinked. Haizaki was worried about him. That was a surprise, if not a nice one. Wait, no, he couldn't get distracted. Gotta get to All Might. I'm fine, sorry about that, Haizaki. He assured, before clapping his hands in apology. Listen. Sorry, but I gotta go. I'll see you later. And he rushed off before either girl could get a word in edgewise. He had to meet All Might. XXXXXXX. Geez, what was that about? Reika wondered. Yuki shrugged. You know how Midoriya gets. He probably just had something to do. Here, the girl gave a sly smile. I'm curious about you, though. Why are you so worried about him? Does somebody have a crush? She gave a little coo, eyes lidded mockingly. Reika rolled her eyes but couldn't stop the small smile that broke out. Nothing of the sort. But he's a nice guy, and really doesn't deserve the crap that Bakugo gives him. Honestly, he's much better than the rest of the guys in this school. Which wasn't a high bar, but Midoriya really was that nice in comparison. Miyuki nodded. Then she frowned. Speaking of Bakugo, she pointed. Reika looked over to see that said blonde teen himself was leaving the classroom, a furious glare in his eye. He was being followed by the lackey duo, as Kaitani and Ishigumo had been dubbed after their disastrous attempt to attack Midoriya. The two had grins on their faces that could only mean evil. Reika frowned. That's not good. XXXXXXX. Okay, so All Might mention that it would take a few hours for one for all to acclimate, Izuku mumbled, keeping it low as he moved out of the school. Which means it should be ready about now, mumble, so I need to test the mas, mumble. Izuku? And there was. Izuku. How exactly does All Might's muscle form work, and would I have it? It was a good thought. Would he be like that too? Also, how different would the two Maxes be between us? Hey, genius. A hand slapped Izuku on the back of his head, jolting him from his thoughts. Hey! He protested, looking up. He paused though when he saw that it was Hunter. Hunter, what are you doing here? He asked. His friend gave a grin. I thought I'd come and walk with you while we went to meet up with Sensei. He said. I mean, it's better than walking on your own, right? Around them, students whispered, looking oddly at Hunter. Izuku could already tell that they were wondering how he knew this random foreigner. He saw that some of the girls were looking at his friend appraisingly, something that said friend was oblivious to. This'll be fun to explain tomorrow. Izuku thought, knowing rumors would go wild the next day. Still, a smile broke out on his face and he nodded. Yeah, sure. We should get going then. Hunter nodded, nudging him. Yeah, so let's. Do you? Both teens stopped looking over to the entrance. Izuku felt his heart jump to his throat at sight of Kaken stomping towards him, Kaitani and Ishigumo following with twin grins. We need to talk, Deku. Kaken growled, hands in his pockets. You've been getting a little uppity lately, from what I've seen. Kaken. I was just. Hey man, we're kinda busy, so could you go away? The world seemed to freeze, all eyes drawing to the foreign teen. He was looking none too happy at Kaken, silvery gray eyes sharp as steel. I don't appreciate you interrupting us while we're talking, dude. He said, scoldingly. Izuku couldn't help but look at his friend like he was insane. What is he doing? He screamed in his mind. He was talking down to Kaken. Doesn't he know how dangerous that was? Oh, wait, this was their first time meeting. Of course he didn't. Even the blonde teen himself seemed stunned for a moment. The two behind him looked just as surprised, and their eyes were widened in fear as they took a few steps back. Probably the smart thing to do in Izuku's opinion. Then, things started to go wrong. Red eyes shrunk to pinpricks. Hands came out of pockets and started crackling. A shiver ran up Izuku's spine as the familiar pops filled his being. You want to repeat that, pretty boy? The blonde hissed. Hunter's eyes narrowed even further, silver slits boring into the other teen. He took a step forward, standing in front of Izuku. I said that you should go away. There was an angry tone to Hunter's voice that was making Izuku worried. Why was his friend so angry? Hey guys. Izuku interrupted, trying to move around Hunter and get between them. His friend, though, just blocked him with an arm. Let's not do this. I'm sure that we can talk things out. Shut the F up, Deku. Kaken snapped, and Izuku felt that familiar pang at his former friend's insult. Behind the blonde teen, Kaitani and Ishigumo snickered. Don't call him that. Hunter snapped back, hands fisted tightly at his sides. I don't know what it means, but I know an insult when I hear one. Quit talking smack about my friend, you blonde beach. There was a heavy gasp as the insult echoed through the courtyard. Izuku barely kept in a squeal, knowing that any chances of de-escalation were very much down the drain. This couldn't get any worse. Izuku thought to himself, internally crying. Veins started pulsing on Kaken's temple. He flourished his hands furiously, the crackling not only getting louder but even more visible. Those were actual explosions. I'm gonna put you down, Yedemon Ginger. Kaken. Izuku protested. Ranku. Hunter snapped. The foreign curse sounded so unusual, but the caustic tone Hunter had was obvious. You wanna go? And to Izuku's horror, he settled into an offensive stance, already pressing down to kick. Kaken bent forwards too, prepping to blast off. It was too much. He needed to stop this. He needed to stop. Izuku leapt in front of them, hand reaching out to stop them. Kaken snarled, and Hunter's eyes widened as he pulled himself back a little. That's when things went wrong. Suddenly, a surge of energy filled Izuku, flowing through him and filling his arm. It was buzzing and hot and felt overwhelming. It was too much, too fast. Wah! He gasped. And then, his arm was flying high, Hunter under him and smashing a curled finger palm strike up into his forearm. Then wind exploded above them as the energy pushed out a massive force. They were all blown away. Kaitani and Ishigumo, Hunter, Kaken. Izuku felt his back hit the ground and then it cracked from under him and sent him tumbling. His head spun from all of the rapid movement. Then the pain hit. XXXXXXXX. Toshinori looked up at the loud croak that filled the air. What he saw was a heavy burst of air pressure fly up, almost swirling into a cyclone as it went. One that was disturbingly familiar. One he had been seeing daily for almost 40 years. He was in his muscle form before he could stop himself. Young Midoriya. He roared, leaping away before anyone could even see his change or recognize him. XXXXXXXX. Sheet F dash that hurt. Hunter rolled onto all fours and shook his head. That had been a lot more of a recoil than he was expecting from One for All. I knew it was a strong power, but that was... Izuku used One for All. The same One for All that they had given him early in worry that he wouldn't be able to control it. The same one that they were unsure had increased in strength under All Might. The same One for All that Izuku had just used in a panic. Izuku! Hunter yelled, scrambling up and rushing over to the newly formed crater, his friend flat at the bottom of it. A chill ran down his spine as he looked at just what kind of damage was done. Holy shit! One for All was definitely more dangerous than they knew. Even with the extensive training, Izuku hadn't been able to take the recoil of the quirk's full force and scathe. While his arm hadn't been blown off like All Might had suggested, there had still been serious damage. Is there? Hunter wondered, swallowing thickly. Is there a bone in there that isn't broken? Izuku's arm was a furious red, as if it had been blistered by the sun across every inch of skin. There were bruises and bumps across the skin where bone was trying to push through. Izuku laid on his side, hunch over and shaking, small whimpers coming out. It was those whimpers that sprung Hunter into action, leaping carefully into the crater to check on his friend. Hey Izuku! He crouched over his friend, careful not to touch him. There was sweat beading on the green-haired boy's head. Hey, I'm gonna get you out of this crater, then call an ambulance or something. Hey, just stay with me, alright? Was the boy's response, barely audible. He squeaked out in pain as Hunter carefully picked him up and laying his damaged arm across Izuku's chest. He wasn't sure if that was the proper procedure, as it had been a long while since he had been through Liberty High's first aid course. Stepping cautiously, he got out of the crater, all the while thankful that it wasn't too deep. When he got out, he laid Izuku down before moving a few steps away and slipping his hand into his pocket to grab his phone. Okay, so it's 119, right? He whispered to himself. It was then that he heard the loud chatter of the students around him. Geez, what was that? Holy! Was that the foreigner's quirk? Nah, it looked like it came from Midoriya? What, no way. Midoriya doesn't have a quirk. But it came from him. This is getting out of hand. Hunter muttered, moving through his phone. Okay, so it was... Du. Hunter froze as that grating voice roared out. He looked over to see the blonde beach leaping back up from where he had landed on his lackeys. His eyes were wide in fury, to the point that his pupils were barely visible. Loud explosions lipped the teen's palms and he burst forward. Straight towards Izuku. Hunter moved before he could even think of saying anything, phone slipping from his hand as he rushed to intercept the blonde teen. The F? Do you think you're doing? He roared. Twisting in front of Izuku, he lashed out with a punch, aiming for the explosive boy's incoming face. The boy was quick though, and another duo of explosions had him moving to the left, before a series of them had him coming down fast on Hunter. Out of my way, Ginger. He threw a hand forward, white hot and bright. Hunter moved quick, sensing the danger coming out of that heated palm. Twisting quick, he leapt up and forward, grabbing onto the blonde's wrist and jerking it down. The explosive heat from the teen's attack shattered the ground, just inches from Izuku. BSV doesn't care about collateral. Hunter thought, already running through his motions. He needed to end this fast. Using the arm as leverage, he leapt above the blonde and ped his elbow back. C&E. He snapped, more swear words from his old teachers coming through without him meaning to. He swung forward, his elbow slamming into the back of the other boy's skull with a loud croak. Jeech. The blonde grunted, before twisting up to glare madly at Hunter. Hunter pulled back for another swing when he realized the teen had already been moving, his other hand coming up, searing white. A jolt ran down his spine, and he pulled back just in time as another concentrated explosion blew right in front of his face. Letting go, he bucked out in a bid to get room. His feet found ground into the blonde's ribs, and the other teen was thrown through the air and away from Hunter. Katsuki Bakugo used several explosions to right himself, twisting in the air to land carefully on his feet. He held himself cautiously, glaring hatefully at the other teen. He dodged both of my explosions at point-blank range and was able to hit me twice, one of which was in the back of the head. He brushed the aching space on his scalp, hissing as he pressed against the spot. No blood, but DMN if it didn't hurt. He kept his movements precise and without much wasted movement. He had complete control of our engagement the entire time. Hunter had landed on his back, somersaulting and kipping up onto all fours like a cat. His eyes were narrowed warily on the blonde teen in a bit away from him. Both of his explosions were almost perfectly concentrated. His mind flashed to the first strike that he had slipped by. There wasn't much blowback at me when I dodged, like would be common for explosions. He funneled it to not have much knockback so as to increase force. Then his mind went to the follow-up to his elbow strike. Not to mention, he was already moving his offhand to aim at me from the moment I grabbed him. Even when I tried to knock his block off, he was able to push out an explosion strong enough to force me to go for space. Bakugo glared furiously. While he didn't show his quirk, the guy seems to have a mastery of fighting. It wasn't textbook, but he knows how to actually hit someone efficiently. In regard to CQ, he completely manipulated his quirk to get what he wanted. Hunter thought with a scowl. He knew that I was going to hit him either way and set himself up to at least get me away from him, if not take me down with a strong attack. In regard to quirk combat, this DMN foreigner is, the little psycho is, Hunter scowled. He's set me off. He growled. He pushed his right foot back, settling into a sprinter stance. I'm gonna kill you. Bakugo roared, palms lighting up. Then he put them behind him. Both rushed forward, one on foot and the other leaping into the air with explosions. They reared back, prepared to engage once more. Hunter clenched his fist but froze at a dark blip that was falling towards them. I am here. Oh shit, he thought, dragging his feet across the dirt before leaping out of the way. Bakugo, who had frozen at the familiar voice, was blown back as the shadow fully formed and slammed feet first into the ground. A small burst of air followed the impact, knocking several of the watching students onto their butts. They didn't care though. They were instead stunned silent by the larger-than-life figure that was now standing tall. For only one person committed to that catchphrase. The number one of Japan. To investigate. All Might. Around the courtyard, many of the students start to scream and cheer and whisper at the sight of the legend. Bakugo himself could only stand in stunned awe. While he had been saved by the greatest hero all those months ago, he hadn't been able to talk the man at the time since he was so wrapped up in his own head. Now, though, he could only stare up at his idol. All my, he tried to say. All might. Bakugo's mouth closed shut at the sound of Ginger's voice. He turned to snap at the extra only to be ignored as he rushed past Bakugo. What the F dash? He thought furiously. Hunter didn't really care about the blonde Ranku anymore. Now that the furious haze had left his mind, he remembered why he was angry in the first place. All might. He yelled as he rushed to his teacher. It's is. He bit his tongue, realizing what he was about to say. They were surrounded by people. He couldn't reveal that he knew the number one hero of Japan. Deep breath, Hunter. Keep focused. He scolded himself. My friend, Izuku is, well, his quirk activated. He's only had it for a short time, and he doesn't know how to control it. It rebounded and now he's hurt. You need to help him. He grabbed All Might's arm and started dragging him over towards Izuku. It elicited gasps from the surrounding students, but Hunter didn't care. All Might nearly coughed up blood when he saw his protege. Really, the boy has truly made a mess of himself. The power behind One for All was much more significant than I realized. He grimaced as he moved down, gingerly pulling young Midoriya into his arms. The boy gave a small whimper but otherwise didn't react, having already passed out from the pain of his shattered arm. He looked over to Hunter, whose gaze traded between the two with concern visible on his face. All Might smiled reassuringly. "Have no fear, young man," he said, tone soothing. "I will take this young man to where he can get healed. I promise you everything will be all right. Because I am here." With the proud call of his catchphrase, All Might crouched, flexing his legs as he prepared to leap. "Wait." He paused, looking over to young Hunter. "Take me with you," the teen demanded. "I gotta be there, All Might." All Might stayed silent for a moment before nodding. Crouching, he gestured to his back. "You're gonna have to hold on tight," he warned. "Yes, sir." Hunter clambered on, gripping tightly to All Might's shoulders and looking down at Izuku in the hero's arms. He felt guilty for everything that happened. It was his fault his friend was hurt. If I hadn't antagonized that blonde beach, none of this would have happened. He turned to look at said blonde, who was glaring hatefully at Hunter. He frowned back, the welling up all too familiar. "Let's go, All Might," he muttered. "Right." And they were off, leaping into the heavens with an echoing sonic boom. Those who remained in the school courtyard looked on in awe as their classmate and his mysterious friend vanished behind buildings. They whispered to each other how cool it was to have seen All Might, and how lucky Midoriya was to be getting his help. Others were whispering about how the red-haired teen had gone toe-to-toe with Bakugo of all people. What kind of beast was he? The only remaining teen being gossiped about stood there, ignoring the extras around him. He just stared off into the skyline, stared off at where All Might had flown off, carrying not only that demon ginger, but Deku as well. Had given the two his attention as if they were deserving at it, when they were nothing more than pebbles on the path. Extras that would never amount to nothing. "Hotter that Biestis," Bakugo hissed, glaring furiously. "XXXXXXXX." Izuku. When he opened his eyes, it took him a moment to reorient himself. Then he heard the shouts. "What kinda of ignorant jackass are you?" Izuku shot up, startled from the scolding voice. It was old and feminine, and exceedingly furious. A chill ran down his spine as he opened his eyes to the sight of his mentor, skeleton form, being bashed against the hips by a little old woman. Hunter sat next to them, staring dully at the experience, ignoring All Might's pleas for the teen to help him. You give him one for all and didn't immediately bring him somewhere where he can be monitored to make sure the quirk was working okay? What kind of egotistical fool have you become since you became the symbol, Yagi? I should have your head. Wait, this woman knew about One for All? But how? And why was she hitting All Might? Izuku would have gotten up to help, but he was still stunned at the sight of the heroine, one he recognized as Recovery Girl. He squeaked. Recovery Girl paused from where she was smacking her cane against All Might and looked at him. Her lips pursed. "Hello, dearie," she greeted. "How are you feeling?" Just fine." "Should something be wrong with me?" Was he injured? Wait, the courtyard. He had gotten between Kakin and Hunter and used One for All. "Oh," he whispered. "I used One for All." Suddenly, he tried to move his right arm but couldn't without a small spasm of pain. Grunting, he looked down to see that his arm was bandaged and in a sling. "When did that happen?" "Yeah, you used One for All," Hunter said. He sat down in the seat next to Izuku's bed, shooting his friend a scolding look. "You panicked when me and the blonde beach were getting into it and rushed in between us. Like an idiot, I might add." Izuku flinched at the accusation before scowling back. "Why, you shouldn't have gotten in his face, Hunter." He tried to scold. "It could have escalated into a fight." It, kind of did." Izuku's scowl turned even more disapproving. Hunter scowled back. "Hey, don't give me that crap. That JRK was gonna attack you. I just made sure he regretted it. I could have handled it. You shouldn't have made things worse. You were unconscious moron, with a broken arm. You weren't handling anything any more than you can stop yourself buying hero merch." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means..." "Fop. Izuku yelped, reaching up to grab at his head with his good hand. Geez, Recovery Girl's cane was hard. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Hunter was holding his own head as well. The older teen was glaring furiously at the uncaring nurse. Are you two done? She asked. When Hunter looked as if he was going to protest, she lifted her cane again for emphasis. He collapsed back into his seat with a scowl. Izuku sat up straighter as well, not wanting to get on her bad side. Good, now dearie, let's take a look at you. The next few minutes were spent poking and prodding at his arm. It stung a little, but not as bad as it probably should. Izuku remembered the pain from just a few hours previous, the searing flames under his skin, the twisting of every single muscle and every shard of bone. And yet, it wasn't as bad after only a few hours. Recover Girl took a step back, humming contemplatively. It seems that everything has reset fairly well. All of your muscles have been restored and your bones are near perfect. You should be good to go in a couple of days. She pressed into his shoulder joint, and he grunted from a small spasm. I'll keep you in the sling for an extra day, just to be safe. I'd recommend taking tomorrow off from school. He wanted to protest but knew that it wouldn't do any good. He was right-handed anyway. Yes, ma'am. He mumbled. He shot another scowl at his best friend when he snickered. Then a thought came to him. How are we going to explain this to my mom? He asked. She would get hysterical when she heard about him getting hurt. Then something else hit him. Wait a minute, what time is it? She's going to flip if I'm late getting home. Oh God, the apartment would be flooded again. A humph from Recovery Girl broke him from his panic. Well, you won't have to worry about that, 'cause she's coming here right now, she said. Silence filled the nurse's office as Izuku stared at everyone blankly. Did he hear correctly? Was he imagining things? I'm sorry, he asked. His voice was at a higher octave than it usually was. There was no way his mother was coming to... Izuku blinked. Wait, if Recovery Girl's here, then are we... He looked down to her, eyes growing big in question. She nodded back. Yes, you are at UA High, Midoriya. The confirmation nearly made him squeal. He was at UA. He didn't think he'd be able to enter the school until the entrance exam, but here he was. Granted, it was because he wrecked his arm and he wasn't able to actually see anything, and the only thing he had seen was the nurse's office, but he wasn't going to. Dude. Izuku jolted as Hunter tapped the side of his head. You're muttering again. Normally you know I'm cool with it, but we're kinda in crisis mode. Focus up. We need to figure out how to explain how you got hurt to your mom without her going into hysterics. She's going to go into hysterics either way. He thought with a grimace, knowing how his mother was. Good point. I'm gonna have to come up with a pretty good excuse, aren't I? Well, yeah. Sure, she knows about One for All, but it's not like she's gonna be happy to hear you broke your arm on its first use. The office fell silent at Hunter's words, Izuku and All Might both looking at him wide-eyed. Hunter looked between the two, face faltering at their reactions. You did tell Mrs. Midoriya about One for All, right? They were silent, neither able to look him in the eye. Right? Silently, gravely, they shook their heads. Recovery Girl sighed. XXXXXX. Are you sure my son is okay? Inko asked worriedly. She fiddled with her hands as she looked around for any signs of her son. From next to her was a small, rodent-like creature in a pressed suit. The creature, who had introduced himself as Dean Nizu, shot her a smile. Rest assured, Mrs. Midoriya, I have been told that he is completely fine, if not a little tender. Our vaunted Recovery Girl was able to treat him quickly and efficiently. He gave her a pat on the arm, one that surprisingly calmed the woman. The most I have been told is that he would need to rest for a day while his muscles fully recuperate. From what I have heard, he is a strong lad. The other woman with them, dressed in her uniform, one that made Inko blush and avoid looking at her, just shot the worried mother a small smile. And it helps that All Might and one of our prospective students were able to help him in time. Midnight explained. I was there when they arrived at the gates, and Alabaster was near hysterical when they arrived. To her, it was a nice change of pace from how downtrodden and resigned the young man had looked in that meeting all those months ago. She hoped it wasn't a one-time thing either. I just don't understand how it could have happened. Inko's lamentation was punctuated with a shaky sigh. He's never caused trouble and has always been a gentle boy. There should be an explanation for what happened, and I don't think I'll like it. Nizu, secretly privy to the exact reason that Izuku Midoriya was hurt, just gave a nod and another pat on her arm. I'm sure they will tell you, he assured once more. He pointed forward, and Inko looked to see that they were finally at the nurse's office. See, we're here now. I'm sure we can explain every... You goddamned idiots. Why the F are you so stupid? Nizu's voice faltered. Even he was startled at the sudden shout that came from the nurse's office. He recognized the voice, but he was surprised to hear it sound so furious. Well, that must be Hunter Alabaster. Oh my goodness. Inko gasped. Even Midnight looked startled by the sheer volume. Hunter continued, unknowing that his voice was carrying through the door. You promised to give your F-quirk to someone, and don't have the common sense to tell his own mother? How were you going to explain Izuku suddenly getting a quirk, you F-moron? Well, Hunter, please. Inko jolted at Izuku's pleading voice. And you? An eep from her son. Out of everyone here, you should have been the one to tell her. It's your mother, damn it. How were you going to explain suddenly getting a quirk to someone who's known you your entire life? Bloomer? That's bullshit. Nizu decided this was enough. He needed to nip this in the bud before the entire school learned about that particular secret, one that he wasn't privy that the young American knew about. He and Toshinori would be having words. The damage was already done in regards to his subordinate and Midoriya's mother, but he could at least stop things there. He opened the door as loudly as he could. Hunter's mouth shut as he looked poleaxed from where he was standing over Izuku. Toshinori was trembling in his seat, looking wide-eyed at the door. Recovery was shaking her head. Izuku, most of all, looked at his mother in horror. Oh God! He whimpered. Izuku Midoriya. Oh my, Nizu didn't know a woman as kindly looking like Miss Inko could sound so cold. Explain yourself right now. You as well, Hunter. Hunter looked between everyone, face contrite as he realized what he had let out. Finally, he slumped forward, his head dropping in resignation. He groaned. Izuku. And that's when I hurt my arm. Then Hunter and All Might brought me to Recovery Girl. Izuku gave a sigh as he finished his explanation. There was a stone in his gut the entire time he spoke, and he didn't exactly think it was going away anytime soon. Not with how his mother was looking at him. They had moved over to a nearby counseling room, one where they could all get comfortable. Izuku was sat in a small couch with Hunter and All Might. To their left on another couch were Recovery Girl and Nizu. His mother instead sat next to Midnight, and oh God, Midnight knew as well. This couldn't get any worse. She was currently glaring at him. It had taken a while, but Izuku had explained everything that had happened since the day he met All Might, all the way to what had happened mere hours ago. How he had started the training, how Hunter was teaching him how to fight. Even what had happened at school, and how he had activated one for all accidentally. As his story had gone, his mom had traded between furious and concerned through it all. Now, she just glared at him, her eyes demanding a properly explanation. Izuku coughed. So yeah, that's it. Hunter grumbled next to him, muttering something he couldn't hear. Izuku shot him a glare, and he looked away. We wouldn't be in this situation if you hadn't shouted everything. He groused in his mind. He wasn't exactly happy with his best friend. It hadn't been his secret to reveal any more than it was Izuku's. There was no reason for his mother to worry about. Were you ever going to tell me? Izuku looked back and froze at the disappointed look his mother was shooting him. He hadn't felt that look in a long time, probably not since he was a kid. And now, there was even more serious reason for him to earn it. He tried to think of something to say. Well, you see. Yes or no, Izuku Midoriya. Were you going to tell me? No. He couldn't lie, not like that. Not when he had been keeping so many secrets from his mom. I see. And the hurt tone in her voice made him want to cry. All Might coughed from his side, raising a hand to gain attention. Mrs. Midoriya, I can assure you. Were you going to tell me either All Might? That made the #1 of Japan pause, unable to look the woman in the eyes either. Eventually he sighed. No, I wasn't. So no one was going to tell me that my son was given a quirk that would cause him to hurt himself every time he used it? She demanded. Next to her, Midnight reached out and rubbed her shoulder soothingly. Were you just going to hide your injuries every time that you used it and hope I wouldn't notice? I'm going to learn to control it. Izuku protested. I just got it yesterday, I just need a little time to figure it out. That's not the problem, Izuku. Mom snapped back. You were going to hide this from me, your own mother. For all I know, you wouldn't have told me anything, even if One for All would have blown your arm off like it was originally supposed to. Because, well, you see, that's... He trailed off, unsure what he could say. Because she was right. Even if he had gotten injured, he never would have told her anything. I would have left her in the dark. He realized, unwilling to look her in the eye. I didn't want you to worry. The words were feeble, an attempt to justify himself that even he knew was weak. They failed as well, as his mom glared at him face-think with heartbreak. I would have worried when you came home broken because of a quirk I had no idea or understanding of. When you were so broken that I would fear you not coming home at all. And that was the last straw for Izuku. Tears came unbidden to his eyes, and he put his head down so no one could see. A moment later, he felt an arm warp around his shoulders, and he was pulled into Hunter's side. Thanks, he murmured. No prob. Things were silent for a moment as everyone watched the two boys get themselves together. Then, All Might cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Mrs. Midoriya, I believe it's my fault for this. He explained. He tried not to shiver when her furious eyes were trained on him. You see, I believed One for All needed to be kept a secret. It is a dangerous secret, and the less who know about it, the... Would you have told me if my son had been crippled? All Might froze at the accusing tone, furious eyes glaring at him. I could have lost my son, who I hadn't known even met you. Sure, I knew he was training with Alabaster, but I had no idea that you even existed, let alone were training my son behind my back. All Might floundered, looking for help from some of the others around. He found no support. Oh, this... Were you even going to mention yourself to me? All Might kept quiet. It was obvious, even to Izuku, that All Might wouldn't have told her. If Izuku wasn't willing to tell her, there was no way that the one who had held the secret for so long would ever reveal One for All to someone that had nothing to do with it. But the symbol of peace wouldn't say it aloud, his pride wouldn't allow it. So you would keep the fact that you, someone I do not know, not only trained my son without my permission, but also gave him a dangerous and volatile quirk without telling me. She shook her head, a mix of frustration and sorrow prominent on her features. I just don't know what to say. She put her head into her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent tears. Midnight reached out and wrapped an arm around the woman's shoulders. The room fell silent as they watched. The woman cried. Izuku couldn't feel more awful than he already did. Here he was, chasing his dream, thinking only of himself, and uncaring of those others that were around him. I was so wrapped up in the chance to be a hero. Izuku thought, watching Midnight comfort his mother. I forgot that there were people who would be hurt if something happened to me. This is why you should have let her know about One for All. Hunter murmured. There's more than just the quirk at stake here, you are as well, dummy. He knocked their shoulders together. You're her son. How do you think she'd feel if you died or were hurt, and she had no idea why? At least now, she can have faith that you aren't hiding it from her. He could see it now. And it left a lot for him to think about. Thanks, Hunter. Looking over to his mom, Izuku called out. Mom, I'm sorry. Inko looked up, eyes red and teary. It really hurt to see her like this. I got so swept up with the idea of finally being a hero that I didn't think about more than myself. I want to be a hero. He looked over to All Might, who shot him a prideful, reassuring look. I want to be the greatest hero. Just like All Might. But I can't let that be a detriment to the people who love me. He bowed his head, eyes to his knees. I'm sorry. And I promise to do better from now on. He kept his head down, waiting for her to say something. It was why he was surprised when, instead, a body slammed into him. I love you. His mom's voice was muffled by his hair, but experience with his own mumbles made her words clear. Pulling back, he could see that she was smiling, even as more tears ran down her cheeks. "And I'm behind you 100%. I'm sure you will be the greatest hero in the world." Tears burst out once more, and Izuku clung to his mother. Suddenly, a pit in his stomach he hadn't realized was there vanished, filled with elation and comfort. It was a validation that he never knew he needed. XXXXXXX. Once more, everyone allowed the two emotional family members to have their moment. Once that was over, the air was much more relaxed. Izuku himself certainly felt lighter, especially now that his mother was no longer glaring at him. With that out of the way, Nizu took command once more. "Now that we have aired out most of our grievances." Both mother and son blushed at the minor accusation. Really, they both knew they could be a little hysterical. Nizu continued on. "So, Mr. Midoriya, I never asked. How are you feeling after your injury?" Izuku shifted, suddenly aware of the small aches prevalent throughout his arm. "Mostly fine," he admitted. "There's still some lingering aches, but nothing serious." He was actually surprised by the lack of pain. His arms had been on fire when One for All rebounded. Now it felt almost good as new. Nizu nodded with a small smile. "Yes, Recovery Girl's quirk truly is a wonderful boon for UA. Still, what happened is a concern that we must address. You hurt yourself using One for All, correct?" A flash of heat filled the green-haired teen's cheeks. "I was in a panic and thought Hunter was gonna get hurt," he muttered. He yelped as his arm was shoved, nearly knocking him into All Might. Looking back, he saw his friends scowling at him. "What? You think that blonde brat would have been able to hurt me?" Hunter demanded. "Why, because of his stupid explosions?" He scoffed. "Please, I could take him down any day of the week." "Wait, the one who was giving you trouble was Katsuki?" Mom demanded indignantly. Izuku tried to say something, but all he could do was stutter. Mom sighed. "Why am I not surprised?" She muttered. "Bad blood?" Midnight asked with a raised brow. "Seemed like it from what I saw," Hunter said. When they looked to him, he shrugged. Guy was a right prick, demanding Izuku's time and insulting him for no reason. "What happened?" Mom demanded. Izuku tried to stop him, but Hunter spilled everything that happened. Even the parts where Izuku was unconscious, and Izuku couldn't believe his friend got into a fight. He could have gotten in serious trouble if All Might hadn't stopped it. "So then I got dragged into here and Izuku woke up and I yelled at him for being an idiot." He paused before looking at Mom. "Sorry again for the cursing. I get it from my sister, Talia." Mom sighed. "Of course Katsuki would act like that. I'll have to tell Mitsuki about this. Make sure he's punished properly." Looking over both boys, she frowned. "So what I understand from this is that you need to learn control Izuku? Otherwise you will just keep hurting yourself with One for All." "Why yeah. Well, then you need control." She looked to All Might with a frown. "All Might, if it's not too impolite, how did you figure out how to use the power of One for All?" "Hey, Mom's right, All Might." He turned to his mentor, looking at him beseechingly. "You've had it for so long, you must have plenty of knowledge on how to use it." His eyes shined as he looked up at All Might, realization finally settling in. He had All Might's quirk, he had One for All. He was truly able to be taught by his master how to use it. Taught to be a hero. But even his rose-tinted glasses couldn't stop Izuku from seeing the awkward look on All Might's face. Well, the symbol of peace reached up and rubbed at the back of his neck. "You see, the thing is..." Izuku blinked, something heavy settling in his stomach. "All Might?" he asked, almost pleading. The weight in his stomach was getting heavier by the second. "I got it." Izuku knew All Might wouldn't fail him. Though why was Recovery Girl sighing behind him? All Might stood, standing tall as he pointed a finger in Izuku's face. "You just need to feel it," he commanded. "Feel One for All." Everything fell silent, no one sure what to say. Finally, Hunter put his head down and groaned. "Oh gods damn it," he said. The weight in Izuku's stomach became titanic. "Yes." And All Might was still going, not even looking at Izuku as he ranted. "Yes. You must feel One for All. Feel it in your body and soul. Draw it out and command it. And then, he didn't get to finish as a small notebook slammed into the side of his head. What kind of moron are you? Hunter demanded, being the one to have thrown it. All Might coughed blood as he collapsed back into his seat. Dude just wrecked his arm by using his new quirk once, and you want to just have him use it without reason or rhyme? Do we need to explain just how stupid that idea is, or has it gotten in your thick skull yet? I can see your point, All Might mumbled, rubbing his head where the notebook had hit his temple. Hunter! Izuku snapped, twisting around to glare at his friend. How can you hit All Might? That was really disrespectful. His friend looked unrepentant, however, sagging down petulantly. The older teen was even pouting with crossed arms. He was gonna make you break your arm again because he doesn't understand the quirk he's had for the past 40 years. Hunter snapped back. Okay, that actually made sense. All Might. Izuku turned pleading eyes up at his mentor. Said Hero could only shrug his shoulders. Sorry, young Midoriya. I can't really help much. I could use one for all perfectly from the moment I got it. That was disconcerting on multiple levels. All Might could use it from the get-go. He thought, looking down at his arm in its sling. Now it actually did hurt, the ache of his bones and muscles throbbing through his whole body. How can I call myself his successor when I can't even control one for all? He felt like a failure. He was a failure. He should just... Okay, well, is there someone who can actually teach him to use it then? Hunter asked, snapping Izuku out of his spiral to look aghast at his friend. Seriously, I knew you were a terrible teacher, All Might, but that's just sad. Hunter. A young Hunter, that is very hurtful. All Might shouted, looking pained. Izuku nodded his head rapidly, agreeing with his mentor. Hunter just stared flatly at the two. Yeah, no, that was the kind of thought process I'd expect out of a couple of my cousins. And they're unrepentant idiots. He sighed. I swear, you describe it just like Percy described divine water. There is no way you're gonna be any help. So, is there someone who is? Izuku frowned at Hunter's description of his cousins, another note of his friend not getting along with his family in his books. Think about it later, Izuku. He's scolding himself. So, you think someone else could help? Well, he had to have a teacher, didn't he? The air turned cold at that, and All Might's grimace was palpable. My master has passed away, he said curtly. Hunter nodded, looking contrite, and apologized. Is there anyone else, then? Maybe whoever helped you with other bits of it. Nizu spoke up at that. Ah, there is someone, Gran Torino, he said. The cold air vanished instantly, to be replaced by All Might shivering. Oh no! He stuttered, waving shaky hands. There is no need to introduce young Midoriya to Gran Torino-sensei. He doesn't, Gran is enjoying his retirement. We should allow him to have his rest. Everyone stared at him, surprised by that reaction. Was he that scary? Hunter eventually turned to Nizu. So, how quick can you get this guy here? He asked. Hunter? Why young Hunter? All Might tried to scold. It was ruined by his trembling. Mom raised her hand, looking warily at the number 1 hero. Is this man that frightening? All Might doesn't seem okay. Recovery girl just sighs. He's just being a big baby. Gran Torino was his homeroom teacher when All Might went to UA. He was the one who trained him up and adjusted him to one for all during his first year. Izuku flinched as All Might's shaking seemed to grow even worse. This one's so scared because Gran's idea of training him was to basically fight him constantly. That certainly seemed familiar. Izuku flashed back to his sparring with Hunter over the last few months. So many concussions. All Might, what are you saying? Cool. Call him. Hunter's chirping voice had Izuku swiveling to look at him incredulously. His friend held his hands up. What do you want from me? You need someone to train you, and it's pretty obviously not gonna be All Might. Dude has no sense on quirk control outside of instinct. But it's his quirk, Izuku pointed out, hoping to get through his friend's head. Shouldn't he be the one how to show me how to use it? Hunter frowned at that. Okay, well, it's not his quirk, he said. Then he jabbed a finger into Izuku's chest. It's your quirk as of yesterday. All Might officially can do nothing but advise. But he's also got no idea what he's really doing in teaching one for all. That means it would be best to go to the next best person. I can vouch for Gran Torino's abilities. Nizu spoke up. The man, while not with us long, drilled one for all into Toshinori's body. I'm sure he could do much the same with Mr. Midoriya here. Izuku saw another shiver run down his mentor's body and had the image in his head. All Might on one knee, getting beaten down constantly by a shadowy figure. Unable to put up a fight. A shiver ran down his own spine at his imagination. That's scary, he thought. Still, maybe we should not contact him, All Might muttered. Hello? Who's this? A sharp, squealing noise came from Izuku's right that he had no idea how to address. While Izuku had been in his thoughts, apparently the entire matter was taken into the hands of the principal. Principal Nizu had a phone sitting on the table, the screen showing it was on speaker. By the sounds that All Might was making, it was obvious who was on the other end. Hello? If you're with the government or with a charity, I don't have any money to give you. I need it for my taiyaki. Izuku looked at Hunter, who just rose a brow. Is he mocking us? He whispered. He sounded as lost as Izuku felt. His mother and Midnight looked just as incredulous. All Might sighed. He does this sometimes. The man said. He was staring flatly at the phone. Jigran-sensei. He called out to the phone. There was still a little stutter, and his hands were trembling. It seemed that even his exasperation wouldn't stop him from being scared of his old teacher. Toshinori, that you? Why this, sir? You finally call you old fool. The voice suddenly shouted, voice demanding and harsh. Those who weren't familiar with the man reared back in shock. He's so loud, Izuku thought, staring at the phone as if it would explode if he looked away. Gran Torino continued on, unknowing of the audience that he had accrued. You don't write, you don't call, you don't even send holiday money. What kind of despicable student are you to treat your teacher like that? Sensei, please, All Might mumbled. Really, I should have expected it from a dunderhead like you. Nothing but muscles for brains and fancy schmancy voice lines for the newsreels. He's so rude. Izuku thought once more. So, why did the rodent call me up? Did you get hurt again? Need a refresher course? The way that question was asked, the malicious tone within, made a chill run down everyone's spines. All Might was back to a full-body shudder. No, sensei, no. He stuttered, waving his hands, forgetting that the man himself wasn't there to see. I'm actually requesting your help with my successor's training. He said. I feel that you could help him get a handle on One for All. Heh, you finally found a successor. Now the voice sounded intrigued. Is he as stupid as you? All self-sacrificial to the point of idiotically suicidal. Izuku frowned, somewhat insulted by the shot at himself. It grew into a scowl as he glared at Hunter, his friend having snorted at the description. All Might snorted as well. Something like that. He said. He was not suicidal. Hunter started cackling, almost falling off the couch. I can't breathe. He wheezed, holding onto his stomach. Was that your successor? No, sir. That would be his friend. There were extenuating circumstances that caused more people to discover my secret. Izuku winced at that, and he turned to once more glare at his friend. Hunter, for his part, looked embarrassed by what he caused. Well, I should have expected you to do something stupid. It wasn't my fault. Likely story. There was a grunt and a shuffling noise. Well, I'll be there bright and early tomorrow morning. Make sure the kid is ready. And with that he hung up. Everyone stared at the phone for a moment, not entirely sure what to say. Eventually, Izuku found the will to speak up. But I have school. He squeaked. Hunter shot him a flat look. You literally exploded your arm at your school's entrance earlier. I don't think they'll mind you taking a sick day. What? He wasn't wrong. Doesn't mean he was happy about it. Time till UA entrance exams. 1 month, 3 weeks, 6 days. XXXXXXX. Izuku Midoriya's Guide to Heroics. Decoded by Nizu. Hero observation. Katsuki Bakugu. Age, 15. Born, April 20th, 20XX. Hometown, Mizudafu, Japan. Parents, Masaru Bakugu and Mitsuki Bakugu, née Akru. Favorite hero, symbol of peace, all might. Quirk, explosion. Emitter quirk. Secretes a nitroglycerin-like substance from his palms, which he then ignites to create explosions. The more he releases, the stronger his explosions become. Excessive use of explosions, as well as larger explosions, accumulate recoil. His arms will start to ache, especially around the wrist joints. Can control size, range, shape, and scope of explosions. Enables minor flight capabilities as well as high-velocity range movement. Might be the cause of extreme aggression. Katsuki Bakugu is from Mizudafu, Japan, and lived close to my own neighborhood. Our parents were friends from their high school years, so we were grouped together. When we were younger, we were best friends and did everything together. But when we turned 4, his quirk came in and mine didn't, causing our relationship to worsen and Bakugu to grow a sense of disdain for me. Bakugu, since his quirk came in, has been given nothing but praise by those around him. He was already a natural talent at most things, with a high learning curve. His quirk, as well, was highly regarded for both flashiness and combat capability. It was regarded as the ideal quirk for a prospective hero. Sadly, all of this praise went to his head and Bakugu grew arrogant and saw others as extras. As someone who was quirkless, I was below even that. Explosion, Bakugu's quirk, is highly adaptable and extremely powerful. He can control the scale, force, and heat of his explosions. He can also release multiple explosions in rapid succession. He is able to use this primarily for three-dimensional movement. Along with this, it is impossible to currently measure his strongest explosions due to quirk law restrictions. My estimate, however, is that he has enough power to bring down a multi-story building at max. Bakugu is incredibly powerful, talented, and above all hardworking. If anyone was regarded as the next top hero of Japan, I believe that Bakugu has the potential to reach that peak. Whether he can, however, is on him. Stats, personal scale. Power, 5'6". Intelligence, 5'6". Speed, 5'6". Technique, 4'6". Cooperation, 1'6". Heroic stats, HPSC scale. The average pro is expected to be at least an average of 40 on total. Quirk power, QP. Quirk control, QC. Combat capability, CC. Total combat ability, TCA. Katsuki Bakugu. QP, 3100. QC, 4100. CC, 3100. TCA, 33.3100.